James Harrington spent his childhood in a small town in the South of America. From an early age, he was distinguished by his special intelligence and powers of observation, which set him apart from his peers. His father, Jack Harrington, was known as not the most respectable citizen, often getting involved in dubious deals and criminal fraud. James quickly learned to survive in difficult conditions, watching his father cleverly evade justice. James's mother, Mary, was his complete opposite. She worked as a nurse at a local hospital and tried to give her son the best she could afford. She often told him about the importance of honesty and justice, but her father's influence was stronger. Already in his teens, James learned to pick locks and break into cars, which became a kind of hobby for him. At school, James was not an excellent student, but his abilities in mathematics and physics amazed his teachers. He easily understood the principles of operation of various mechanisms and could easily disassemble and reassemble any device. These skills soon became his main tool in criminal activities. When James turned 16, his father was arrested for major robbery, which became a turning point in the young man's life. He vowed not to repeat his father's mistakes and become an even more skillful and careful criminal. James began working on a plan for his first major heist, using all the knowledge and skills he had accumulated over years of observation and training. The preparation took several months. James meticulously studied security circuit diagrams, perfected his hacking skills, and planned every detail of his crime. He managed to assemble a small team of equally desperate teenagers, ready to take risks for the sake of big profit. On the night of his first robbery, James acted with confidence and composure. He picked the lock of a jewelry store and disabled the security system, allowing him and his team to quickly get inside and take out a large amount of jewelry. This success marked the beginning of his criminal career. With each new robbery, James became more daring and inventive. His name quickly became known in criminal circles, and law enforcement agencies began hunting for him. Despite the best efforts of the police, James always managed to slip away, leaving behind only empty safes and intricate trails that could not be traced. As the years passed, James Harrington became more and more experienced and inventive. His robberies became more and more complex and large-scale, bringing him huge sums of money and increasing fame in the world of crime. He remained elusive despite the best efforts of the police to catch him. The story of James Harrington is a story of how intelligence and ingenuity can turn a man into America's most wanted robber. But each new success brings him closer to an inevitable meeting with justice, and only time will tell how long James will be able to remain free. With each new crime, James Harrington became more and more daring and professional. He studied the latest security technologies to always stay one step ahead. He managed to avoid any mistakes that might give away his location. In his team, he was an indisputable leader, always thinking through every step to the smallest detail. One of the most memorable robberies was in Las Vegas. James decided to take a risk and take on the robbery of the city's largest casino. He spent a long time studying all possible routes of entry, security systems, and security schedules. His plan was so complex and carefully thought out that it took almost 6 months to prepare. On the night of the robbery, James and his team entered the casino through underground communications, disabling the video surveillance and alarm systems. They acted quickly and efficiently, using professional equipment to open safes. The operation went so smoothly that none of the casino employees even suspected something was wrong until the morning when they discovered empty vaults. The haul was incredible, millions of dollars in cash and jewelry. This success became a real sensation in criminal circles, and the name of James Harrington sounded even louder. However, fame and big money brought not only joy but also new dangers. The police have intensified their efforts to nab him. The best detectives and FBI agents began to hunt for James, but he was always one step ahead. He often changed his place of residence, used fake documents, and carefully hid his tracks. Despite all this, he did not stop his robberies, each of which became more daring and complex. One of these robberies was the theft of rare historical artifacts from a private collection in New York. James knew that this blow would bring not only a lot of money, but also increase his reputation among the most sophisticated and dangerous criminals. He assembled a new team of professionals, each of whom was the best in their field. They broke into a heavily guarded mansion using the latest technology to bypass security systems. The plan was risky, but James loved a challenge. He felt that only when he was on the edge did he truly live. They successfully removed the artifacts, avoiding a collision with the guards, and disappeared in an unknown direction. With each new crime, James felt the pressure growing. Former accomplices began to betray him, hoping for leniency from law enforcement agencies. But James always anticipated such betrayals and eliminated the traitors before they could harm him. He understood that his game was becoming more and more dangerous, but it was not in his rules to retreat. James Harrington continued to follow his principles, committing new robberies and remaining elusive. His name became a legend, and every new day he challenged himself and the whole world, trying to avoid the traps set by the police. His criminal career was at its peak, but he knew that somewhere ahead of him, the final battle with justice awaited. However, James was confident that he could hold his own in this fight, as his mind and skills were hardened by years of constant confrontation with the law. Several years passed, and James Harrington was still at large, continuing to commit his daring robberies. His name has become a symbol of elusiveness and skill. Each new blow was more and more sophisticated and complex, and despite the unprecedented efforts of the police, he always eluded pursuit. One of James's most ambitious plans was to rob the Federal Reserve in Los Angeles. The place was known for its unsurpassed security measures and was considered by many to be an impregnable fortress. But for James, this became a new challenge that he could not ignore. Preparation for this robbery took almost 2 years. James carefully studied the building plans, hired the best security specialists, and even introduced his man into the Reserve Security Service. Every detail was thought out to the smallest detail. He knew that the slightest mistake could cost him his freedom or even his life, but the risk only fueled his excitement. On the night of the robbery, James's team acted like a well-oiled machine. They entered the building through the sewer system, disabled the security systems, and quickly neutralized the guards. James personally broke into the main safe using the latest hacking technology. Everything went according to plan, and they soon left the building with a huge amount of money. However, this time James's luck almost ran out. One of the team members, a rookie, made a mistake, which led to the police getting a lead. The real hunt has begun for James Harrington and his team. Despite this, James managed to escape, but now he was pursued not only by law enforcement agencies, but also by crime bosses who were dissatisfied with his successes. James decided to lie low for a while. He moved to a small town on the border with Mexico, changed his appearance, and started life from scratch. He knew that a temporary lull would help him think about his next steps and prepare for the next big blow. But even in the lull, James could not remain idle. He began planning a new robbery, which was to become his largest and most daring crime. This time, his target was one of the largest diamond storage facilities in the world, located in the center of New York. For this heist, James assembled a team of the most experienced professionals, each of whom had unique skills. They spent months preparing, studying building plans, security routes, and all possible scenarios. James knew this robbery would be the pinnacle of his career, and he wasn't about to make any mistakes. Finally, the day came when the plan was to come to fruition. James and his team entered the building under the guise of technical workers. They disabled the security systems and quickly reached the vault. This time, everything went smoothly, and soon they found themselves inside, surrounded by millions of dollars in jewelry and diamonds. But as always, Unforeseen circumstances could change the course of events. The sudden alarm caused the police to arrive earlier than expected. James and his team were trapped, and a real fight for freedom began. James acted quickly and decisively, issuing commands and finding ways out of the most difficult situations. He managed to escape from the encirclement and hide in a labyrinth of underground tunnels. But this time, the hunt for him became even more intense. The police and crime bosses were not going to back down, and James had to use all his experience and skill to stay one step ahead. Despite all the difficulties, James did not lose faith in his abilities. He knew that every new challenge only made him stronger and smarter. His criminal career continued, and each new day brought new opportunities and dangers. James Harrington remained elusive, and his legend continued to grow, capturing the hearts and minds of people around the world. After a tense heist in New York, James Harrington decided to change his strategy. Realizing that each new blow attracted more and more attention, he began to act more secretly and sophisticatedly. Now his target was not only banks and jewelry stores but also large corporations whose security systems seemed impenetrable. One day, James learned about a secret project of one of the largest technology companies in San Francisco. The company was developing a unique artificial intelligence capable of predicting human behavior with incredible accuracy. James realized that this project could be the key to his future successes and decided to take it over. He assembled a new team, including the best hackers and information security specialists. Preparation for the operation took several months. James and his team studied the company's infrastructure, penetrated security weaknesses, and developed a penetration plan. On the night of the robbery, they acted with surgical precision. Hackers broke into the company's security systems, giving James and his team access to the building. Inside, they quickly found a laboratory where all the data for the project was stored. They managed to copy all the information and escape before the guards noticed their presence. This success marked a turning point in James's career. He now had access to technology that other criminals could only dream of. He began using artificial intelligence to plan his heists, predicting the actions of security and police with incredible accuracy. With the help of new technologies, James committed a series of robberies that shocked the entire country. He hacked major banks and corporations, getting away with millions of dollars in jewelry. His methods became more and more sophisticated, and the police were powerless against this level of technology. However, fame and fortune attracted new enemies. Crime bosses, whose businesses were damaged by James's activities, banded together to get rid of him. A real war has begun in the criminal world, and James finds himself at the center of this conflict. He understood that he had to be prepared for any surprises. James strengthened his security, surrounding himself with the most reliable people. He began to use his knowledge and technology for defense, creating impregnable shelters and developing plans in case of attacks. Soon, a new task appeared on the horizon. James learned about the transportation of a huge shipment of gold from one of the most secure banks in the world. This bank was located in Switzerland and was considered practically impregnable. But for James, this was just a new challenge that he could not miss. He carefully planned the operation, using his entire team and technology. They developed a plan to break into the bank, studied gold transportation routes, and prepared for the most daring robbery in history. James knew that this blow would bring him not only wealth, but also even greater fame. On the night of the robbery, James and his team acted as one unit. They entered the bank through a network of underground tunnels, disabling the security systems and neutralizing the guards. James personally led the operation, monitoring every move of his men. They managed to reach the vault and remove the gold, avoiding clashes with the police. But this time, luck was not entirely on their side. One of the team members was captured, and under pressure he revealed some of the information about James's plans. A large-scale operation to capture him began, and the police were hot on his heels. James knew his time was running out. He decided to lie low, hide in obscurity, and develop a new plan that would allow him to get out of the attack. His criminal career continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. James Harrington remained elusive, and his legend lived on, inspiring and terrifying at the same time. After leaving Switzerland after a risky robbery, James Harrington decided to hide for a while in South America. He knew it would take time for the police and crime bosses to cool down. During this time, he focused on strengthening his network and developing new technologies for defense and offense. In a secluded spot on the coast of Brazil, James began work on creating a new, secret hideout. He brought in the best engineers and architects to build a fortress, hidden from view and protected by the latest technology. This place became his headquarters, from where he could manage his network and plan new operations. Despite all the precautions, James knew that sooner or later he would have to return to the arena. He began to receive information about several large corporations in the United States that could become his next targets. One such target caught his particular attention, an international medical device company stocking rare and expensive drugs. To implement his plan, James decided to introduce one of his best people into the company. Alexei was a master of disguise and possessed unique skills in social engineering. Under the guise of a security engineer, he infiltrated the company and began collecting information about internal processes and security systems. Months of preparation were crowned with success. Alexei was able to provide James with detailed plans of the building and a security schedule. James developed the perfect infiltration plan, taking into account all possible risks. They chose a night when the company was updating its security system, which would distract the attention of security guards. The operation has begun. James and his team entered the building following Alexei's instructions. They bypassed all security systems and reached the vault. However, this time everything did not go so smoothly. A hidden alarm went off which Alexei did not notice. Soon the building was surrounded by police, and James realized that they had walked into a trap. A desperate fight began. James and his team fought to escape the encirclement. Alexei, realizing that their chances of salvation were decreasing every minute, proposed a radical solution. He used one of the experimental technologies developed by James to cut off the power in the area where the building was located. This gave them a chance to escape. Using the darkness and chaos, James and his team were able to get out and hide in the maze of city streets. They lost part of their loot, but most importantly, they remained alive and free. This experience made James reconsider his methods and realize that every step had to be even more carefully thought out. Returning to his refuge in Brazil, James decided it was time to change his priorities. He began working on creating a new, even more secret and secure network that would allow him to operate regardless of geographic location. His plans included the creation of autonomous cells, each of which could work independently, but, if necessary, unite to carry out the most complex and large-scale operations. Meanwhile, news of his daring escape spread throughout the world. Police stepped up their efforts to catch him, but James remained elusive. His name became synonymous with genius and courage in the criminal world, and many dreamed of becoming part of his team. James's plans became more and more ambitious. He began considering attacks on the world's largest financial institutions, aiming to undermine economic stability and cause chaos. He knew that this would require even more resources and effort, but nothing was impossible for him. James Harrington continued his path, challenging the whole world and remaining elusive. His legend grew, and with it his confidence that he could overcome any obstacles in his path. Each new day brought new challenges and opportunities, and James was ready to accept them, knowing that even greater and more dangerous adventures awaited him. For several months, James Harrington and his team worked hard to create their new secret network. He used all his connections and resources to find and attract the most talented specialists from various fields, from hackers to engineers, from masters of disguise to explosives experts. James wanted each cell of his network to be autonomous and able to act independently, but at the same time remain part of a huge mechanism controlled by him. One of the key figures in the new network was Marcus Blake, a talented hacker with whom James had already dealt in the past. Marcus was known for his incredible skills in hacking and creating complex software algorithms. He developed a system that allowed cells to exchange information and coordinate their actions without the risk of detection. The first major operation of the new network was planned for the fall. The target was one of the largest banks in Tokyo, where the assets of many rich and powerful people were kept. James understood that this operation would be extremely difficult, but it was precisely such challenges that attracted him. Preparations for the operation were thorough. James sent one of his cells to Tokyo in advance to study all the details and prepare the way for the main attack. The team worked undercover, infiltrating the bank and gaining access to critical information. Marcus Blake, with the help of his programs, ensured uninterrupted communication and safety of all participants in the operation. The day of the robbery arrived. James and his team operated with the precision of surgeons. They entered the bank building through a system of underground tunnels that were built at the beginning of the last century. Using the latest technology, they disabled security systems and disguised their presence. James personally led the operation, monitoring his men's every move. When they reached the vault, Marcus remotely hacked the security system, allowing the team to gain access to the safes. They quickly loaded everything valuable into prepared containers and began to leave. But suddenly, the unexpected happened. One of the security guards, who previously worked in the special services, noticed strange behavior in the security system and called for reinforcements. An alarm began and the building was soon surrounded by police. James realized that they had fallen into a serious trap. Using his skills and experience, James quickly assessed the situation and made a decision. He gave the command for an emergency retreat. The team split up to confuse their pursuers. James took it upon himself to distract the main group of police to give his men a chance to escape. Using secret passages and pre-prepared routes, James and part of his team were able to escape from the surrounded building. They hid in the labyrinth of city streets, using fake documents and changing their appearance. Marcus secured their route using hacked security cameras and false leads. Despite the loss of some of the spoils and unexpected risks, the operation was partially successful. James and his team remained free, and this only strengthened his reputation in the criminal world. He understood that now he needed to act even more carefully, but also knew that each such operation only made him stronger. Returning to his hideout, James began planning new operations. He understood that his opponents were becoming more and more persistent, and each new blow had to be even more accurate and sophisticated. But it was precisely such challenges that made his life interesting and rich. His name became a legend, and many criminals dreamed of working under his leadership. James continued to build his empire, challenging the world and remaining elusive. His story was not over yet, and new adventures and challenges awaited him, which he was ready to accept with an open heart and a cool mind. After a successful, albeit difficult operation in Tokyo, James Harrington decided to temporarily change continents. He knew that his pursuers had become more active, and he needed time to think about new steps and let the police cool down a little. James headed to Europe, where new opportunities and challenges awaited him. In Paris, James made contact with local crime bosses, who helped him settle in and penetrate the European network. Here he began to develop plans for new robberies, using his innovative technology and ingenuity. One of his targets was the famous treasure vault in London, which was considered impenetrable. The preparation for this robbery was long and laborious. James studied all aspects of the security system and assembled a team of the best specialists in Europe. He spent several months working out the plan in detail and ensuring every step of his operation. An important element was a new member of the team, a French explosives expert who could open safes without noise or destruction. On the day of the robbery, James's team entered the vault under cover of darkness. They used complex diversionary maneuvers to confuse the guards and entered through abandoned underground tunnels. Their goal was clear: several $1 million in jewelry and antiques. However, this time things did not go so smoothly. There were unexpected changes in the vault's security system that James was unaware of. Soon after the entry, the alarm was raised, and the security began to act harmoniously and quickly. James and his team were trapped, and it seemed that their failure was inevitable. But James wouldn't be James if he didn't have a plan for such emergencies. He used explosives to create a distracting explosion and create an escape route. The team got out, but the police were already on the way. A tense chase ensued through the streets of London. James and his team were forced to split up to increase their chances of escape. James chose the riskiest route, leading the police through rooftops and narrow alleys. He managed to confuse his pursuers and took refuge in one of the old warehouses on the outskirts of the city. Despite the losses, the operation brought James and his team significant booty. They returned to their hideout, hiding from their pursuers and contemplating their next steps. James understood that now he needed to act even more secretly and carefully so as not to fall into a trap. James decided to spend some time in Spain, where his network had deep roots and reliable shelters. Here he began to develop a new plan, aimed at one of the largest banks in Madrid. This operation was to be the pinnacle of his career and bring huge profits. But even here in Spain, James could not completely relax. He understood that his enemies were not asleep and that every mistake he made could be fatal. So he strengthened his security measures, implemented new technologies to protect his team, and began working to improve his network. James Harrington remained an elusive and brilliant criminal, continuing his activities, challenging the whole world. His legend grew, and each new day brought new opportunities and dangers. James knew that his story was far from over, and new adventures awaited him ahead, which would require all his skills and abilities. After spending some time in Spain, James Harrington decided it was time for his next big thing. He knew that the bank in Madrid was better protected than others, and therefore this challenge was especially attractive to him. Preparations began with a thorough examination of all aspects of the security of the bank and its surrounding buildings. James and his team infiltrated the bank's customer service staff to gain access to internal systems and work schedules. At the same time, James continued to expand his network and strengthen his connections in the criminal world. He established contacts with influential figures in Italy, Germany, and Switzerland, which allowed him to obtain information and resources from different parts of Europe. This was necessary, since the upcoming robbery required maximum coordination and professionalism. The operation in Madrid was scheduled for the night the bank was conducting its annual security audit. This meant that there would be fewer people inside, but the security systems would be top-notch. James understood that they would have only a few hours to get inside, carry out the loot, and escape. The night of the operation arrived. James and his team arrived early, taking up positions in the surrounding buildings. The signal was given, and they began to act. Marcus Blake hacked the security systems remotely, disabling the cameras and alarms for a few minutes to give the team time to get inside. Using fake passes and professional equipment, James's team got through several layers of security. They reached the vault where their main target was waiting for them, millions of euros in cash and valuable documents. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards discovered traces of their penetration and raised the alarm. The police arrived on the scene within minutes. An intense fight began. James and his team were forced to act quickly and decisively. They used smoke grenades and traps to delay the police and buy time. As a result, they managed to take out most of the loot and escape through tunnels prepared in advance. Once free, James and his team headed to a safe haven outside the city. They knew that now the police would be looking for them with redoubled force, and their every step had to be thought out to the smallest detail. James knew it was time to lay low and reconsider his methods. Returning to Spain, James decided to stop major operations for a while and focus on strengthening his network and developing new technologies for protection. He understood that his enemies were becoming more and more persistent, and his every action must be verified to the smallest detail. But even in these relatively calm times, James did not sit idle. He began working on a new project, creating his own cryptocurrency that would allow him and his team to securely transfer money and finance their transactions. Marcus Blake took on the technical side of the project, developing a system that would be untraceable. The project progressed successfully, and soon the new cryptocurrency was launched. This gave James new opportunities to finance his operations and allowed him to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. He knew that he now had a tool that would allow him to act even more covertly and effectively. New opportunities opened up for James Harrington, and he was ready to take on any challenge. His story continued, and each new day brought new adventures and challenges. James remained an elusive and brilliant criminal, challenging the entire world and continuing his activities with incredible ingenuity and courage. Time passed, and James Harrington continued to develop his empire. His cryptocurrency was gaining popularity in criminal circles, providing secure and discreet money transfers. This gave him a huge advantage over his competitors and pursuers. James understood that technology was the key to his success and continued to invest in developing new solutions. One of these developments was an artificial intelligence system capable of analyzing huge amounts of data and predicting the actions of law enforcement agencies. With this system, James could plan his operations with even greater precision and minimize risks. Marcus Blake and his team of hackers worked to improve the algorithms so that the AI could predict even the most unexpected police moves. One day, James received information about the largest transport of cash that was supposed to pass through Germany. This convoy was guarded to the highest standard, and a robbery of this magnitude could be the most daring crime of his career. James understood that preparing for this operation would require maximum concentration and the use of all his resources. The team began to prepare. They carefully studied the convoy route, the security system, and all possible scenarios. The artificial intelligence system helped predict possible police actions and find weaknesses in security. James decided to use several groups to confuse his pursuers and ensure the success of the operation. The day of the robbery arrived. James's team acted quickly and smoothly. They staged a series of diversions to confuse the security and police. At this time, the main group, armed with the latest technology, attacked the convoy. The AI system helped coordinate the team's actions, ensuring minimal losses and maximum efficiency. The operation went almost flawlessly. The team managed to seize a significant portion of the cash and escape before reinforcements arrived. James understood that this success would attract even more attention from the police, but he was ready for new challenges. His network became more and more powerful, and each new success strengthened its position. However, success did not come without consequences. As a result of the robbery, several members of the team were detained, and the police launched a large-scale operation to find them. James knew he had to act quickly to protect his people and prevent the police from getting to him. He activated his connections and used all available resources to help his comrades escape justice. At the same time, James began planning his next operation. This time his target was one of the largest banks in Zurich, known for its strict security measures. James realized that this operation would require even more effort and ingenuity, but he was ready to take on the challenge. In Zurich, James used his technology and connections to gather the necessary information. He studied every aspect of the bank's security system and developed a plan that would allow his team to break in and take out huge amounts of money. Every step was thought out to the smallest detail, and James knew that this time there could be no room for mistakes. The operation began at night. The team entered the bank building through the ventilation system, disabling the cameras and alarms using Marcus's hacking technology. They reached the vault and began to take out the money, but suddenly a hidden alarm went off, which could not be detected in advance. Soon the building was surrounded by police. James and his team were trapped and a fierce battle ensued. Using smoke grenades and traps, James was able to buy some time. He understood that this time he needed to act even faster and more decisively in order to get out alive. The team managed to escape from the building through a previously prepared tunnel, but the police were not far behind. A tense chase ensued through the streets of Zurich. James used all his skills and technology to confuse his pursuers and escape into the city. As a result, he and his team managed to escape pursuit and hide in a safe place. Returning to his hideout, James realized that his game was becoming increasingly dangerous. He understood that each new success attracted more and more attention, and he needed to be even more careful. But despite all the difficulties, James Harrington continued his activities, remaining an elusive and brilliant criminal. His story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. James knew that even greater and more dangerous adventures lay ahead of him, and he was ready to accept them with an open heart and a cool mind. After a tense operation in Zurich, James Harrington realized that he needed something bigger to turn attention away from his tracks and strengthen his reputation in the criminal underworld. He decided to take on a case that would not only bring him a huge fortune but also call into question the very ability of law enforcement agencies to catch him. His next target was the largest casino in Las Vegas, a legendary place where millions of dollars were kept. James knew that this robbery would be a real challenge, but it was these types of cases that attracted him most. Preparations began with a thorough study of all aspects of casino security, its surveillance system, and security practices. James reassembled his team, adding several new specialists to it. Among them was Clara, a master of disguise and actress who could sneak into any place without arousing suspicion. He also brought in Frank, a former intelligence agent who knew all the intricacies of law enforcement and could predict their actions. The plan was worked out to the smallest detail. James decided to use a distraction. That same evening, several false robberies were to take place in Las Vegas, which would attract the attention of the police. During this time, his team will operate in the casino. The evening of the robbery has arrived. Everything went according to plan. Fake robberies began to distract the police, and James's team infiltrated the casino under the guise of staff and high-ranking guests. Clara played the role of a wealthy heiress, attracting the attention of the guards and distracting them from the rest of the team. Using the latest technology, Marcus hacked into the surveillance system, giving James's team a few minutes to act. They made their way into the casino vault and began taking out money and jewelry. Everything went smoothly until one of the guards became suspicious and raised the alarm. Panic set in, and James's team was forced to act quickly. Using smoke grenades and pre-prepared escape routes, they began to retreat. But the police, despite the distractions, were already on their way. A tense chase ensues through the bustling streets of Las Vegas. James and his team split up to increase their chances of escape. Clara, using her disguise, blended into the crowd, and Marcus distracted his pursuers by hacking the city's traffic light control systems. James led the main group himself, using underground tunnels and secret passages that only he knew about. Despite all the difficulties, the team managed to escape and reach a pre-prepared shelter outside the city. The operation brought them huge loot, but James knew that their safety was now at risk. He decided to lay low for a while and reconsider his methods in order to be ready for new challenges. Returning to his hideout, James began developing new strategies and technologies for future operations. He understood that his every move would now be even more carefully monitored, and he needed to be prepared for any surprises. Meanwhile, news of the daring robbery in Las Vegas spread around the world. James Harrington's name was once again on the front pages of the newspapers, and his reputation was further strengthened. He became a true legend in the criminal world, and many criminals dreamed of working under him. However, James was not going to stop there. He knew that even more ambitious and dangerous plans awaited him ahead. His story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. James Harrington remained an elusive and brilliant criminal, continuing his activities with incredible ingenuity and courage. After a daring heist in Las Vegas, James Harrington decided it was time for the most ambitious plan of his career, the heist of the world's largest gold vault located in Fort Knox. This operation would not only bring him incredible wealth, but would also be his greatest achievement, calling into question the ability of any security system to contain him. Preparations for this operation began long before its execution. James and his team spent months studying every aspect of Fort Knox's security system. They developed complex schemes, used forged documents, and infiltrated their people to gain access to critical information. James knew that the slightest mistake could cost them not only their freedom, but also their lives. Marcus Blake developed a new, even more powerful AI that could analyze the behavior of guards and predict their actions with incredible accuracy. Clara and Frank helped coordinate the team's actions, creating diversions and planning escape routes. The day of the operation arrived. James and his team were ready to take on their most daring mission yet. They used diversions to confuse security and police and entered Fort Knox under the guise of maintenance workers. Timing was a critical factor, and every step was calculated down to the second. Once inside, the team quickly disabled the security systems using equipment developed by Marcus. James personally led the operation, coordinating the actions of his men and monitoring every step. They reached the gold storage facility and began loading the loot into prepared containers. But unexpectedly, there was a failure. One of the team members, a new recruit, accidentally activated the alarm. The entire facility was immediately locked down, and security began to act. James knew that they now had very little time. He reacted quickly, using smoke grenades and diversionary maneuvers to buy time to retreat. An intense fight began. James's team was forced to improvise, finding escape routes and avoiding confrontations with the guards. Using their skills and technology, they were able to break through to pre-prepared tunnels and escape, leaving behind false trails. Once free, the team headed to a safe haven, where vehicles and a new identity for each of them awaited them. James knew that now their pursuers would act even more aggressively, and they needed to hide for a while. Returning to his hideout, James began to assess the results of the operation. Despite unforeseen difficulties, they managed to remove a significant part of the gold, and it was a huge success. But James understood that each new robbery made his enemies more persistent and resourceful. He decided it was time for drastic changes. James began to develop a new plan that would allow him and his team not only to continue their activities, but also to create a real criminal empire capable of operating regardless of geographical location and government restrictions. Using his cryptocurrency and artificial intelligence technologies, James began to create a network of independent cells, each of which could act autonomously, but if necessary, unite to carry out large operations. He understood that the future of crime was not only strength and ingenuity, but also the ability to adapt to constantly changing conditions. His network has become even more powerful and elusive. James Harrington continued to be a legend in the criminal world, challenging the world and continuing his work with incredible ingenuity and courage. Each new day brought new challenges and opportunities, and James was ready to take them on, knowing that his story was far from over. After the successful robbery of Fort Knox, James Harrington and his team holed up in hiding, rethinking their methods and strategies. He knew that the attention to his actions had become unprecedented, and now his every operation had to be even more carefully thought out. Realizing that it was dangerous to stay in one place for too long, James decided to move to Asia, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. He chose Singapore, known for its developed infrastructure and high level of technology. In Singapore, he planned to use his skills and knowledge to create a new base of operations. The first thing James did was establish contacts with local crime bosses, enlisting their support and cooperation. He knew that joining forces would make his actions more effective and covert. James also began developing new robbery plans by scouting local banks and financial institutions. One of the targets was the largest bank in Singapore, which stored a huge amount of assets and jewelry. James knew that this strike had to be perfectly planned to avoid unnecessary attention and minimize risks. He began to prepare a team, introducing his people into the bank under the guise of employees. Preparation for the operation took several months. Marcus Blake has improved AI so that it can analyze not only security systems, but also the behavior of bank employees. This allowed James's team to operate with incredible precision and anticipate possible threats. Finally, the day of the robbery arrived. The team entered the bank using fake passes and disguised equipment. They acted quickly and decisively, disabling security systems and avoiding surveillance cameras. James personally led the operation, supervising every step of his men. They reached the vault and began taking out money and jewelry. Everything was going according to plan until one of the bank employees noticed something was wrong and called security. An alarm began, and James's team found itself in a difficult situation. Using smoke grenades and traps, they began to retreat. Marcus remotely hacked the building's control system to create chaos and hamper security's work. James and his team escaped through the ventilation system, disappearing into the maze of Singapore streets. Despite unexpected difficulties, the operation produced significant booty. James understood that he now needed to act even more secretly and carefully to avoid persecution. It decided to temporarily pause major operations and focus on strengthening its network and developing new technologies. In Singapore, James found several talented hackers to join his team. Together, they began work on creating a new cryptocurrency platform that would allow anonymous and secure transactions. This platform became the basis for financing all future operations. Meanwhile, news of the daring bank robbery in Singapore spread throughout the world. Police stepped up their efforts to catch James, but he remained elusive. His name was back on the front page, and his reputation continued to grow. James Harrington knew his story was far from over. Each new day brought new challenges and opportunities, and he was ready to take them on with an open heart and a cool mind. His criminal empire continued to grow and develop, and James was sure that even more grandiose and dangerous adventures awaited him. After a successful robbery in Singapore, James Harrington decided to change his tactics and style of operations. Realizing that his previous methods had become too predictable, he began to look for new ways to achieve his goals. Attention to his activities increased, and James's every move was now carefully monitored not only by law enforcement agencies, but also by competitors in the criminal world. He traveled to Hong Kong to establish contacts with local criminal gangs and explore new heist opportunities. Hong Kong, with its extensive system of financial institutions and high technology, became the ideal platform for the next stage of his career. James met with Lin Zhang, a powerful crime lord who ran a large network of smugglers and hackers. In exchange for a share of the spoils, Lin offered James access to his resources and protection. They quickly found common ground and struck a deal that allowed James to use Lin's infrastructure for his own purposes. Soon, James learned about a major jewelry exhibition that was to be held in one of the most prestigious hotels in Hong Kong. This was an excellent opportunity for a high-profile and profitable robbery. He assembled a team, including new specialists provided by Lin Zhang. The robbery plan was developed taking into account all possible risks and nuances. James decided to use a distraction method. On the night of the robbery, false incidents would occur in several areas of Hong Kong, which would distract the police and security from the hotel. The team entered the building under the guise of maintenance personnel and began to act. When they reached the showroom, Marcus Blake, who was off-site, hacked into the security system, disabling the cameras and alarms. James's team acted quickly and efficiently, loading the jewelry into prepared containers. But suddenly, the unexpected happened. One of the guests noticed something was wrong and raised the alarm. Panic set in, and James's team was forced to improvise. Using smoke grenades and diversionary maneuvers, they began to retreat. James and Lin Zhang agreed on an escape route through a system of underground tunnels known only to a few. As a result, the team managed to escape and deliver the loot to a safe place. However, the consequences of this operation were significant. The Hong Kong police tightened security measures, and attention to James's actions increased even more. He understood that his activities were now under close surveillance, and any mistake could cost him his freedom or even his life. James decided to temporarily hide in southern China, where Lin Zhang provided him with shelter and funds to develop new plans. He began working on creating a new network of safe houses and secret routes that would allow him and his team to move quickly and undetected throughout the region. During this time, James also began improving his cryptocurrency platform to provide even greater anonymity and security for transactions. He understood that the future of the criminal world depended on the ability to adapt to new technologies and use them to achieve their goals. James Harrington remained an elusive and brilliant criminal whose legend continued to grow. He knew that new challenges and opportunities lay ahead, and he was ready to take them on with confidence and determination. His story was far from over, and every new day brought new adventures and challenges that he was ready to overcome. Hiding in southern China, James Harrington continued to build his criminal empire. He realized that his enemies were not asleep, and each new operation must be more daring and innovative. At this time, James received news that could change his entire game. Marcus Blake, his longtime associate and brilliant hacker, came across rumors about a certain Black Archive, a secret data warehouse containing incriminating evidence on the world's largest leaders, businessmen, and crime bosses. This data could become a real weapon capable of bringing the entire criminal world under James's control. James and Marcus began investigating to find out more about this archive. After weeks of searching and hacking into several secure servers, they discovered that the Black Archive was being kept in a secret facility in the Swiss Alps. The facility was heavily guarded and it seemed impossible to penetrate, but James was not one to back down from difficulties. For this operation, James assembled an elite team, including the best specialists in various fields: a security hacker, a master of disguise, an expert on explosive devices, and even a former Special Forces soldier. He understood that the success of this mission would require teamwork and absolute precision. The first step was to gain access to the object itself. Using his connections, James was able to obtain fake documents that allowed his team to enter the territory under the guise of technical specialists. They acted undercover, studying security systems and possible escape routes. On the night of the operation, James's team infiltrated the facility by disabling the cameras and alarm systems using Marcus's equipment. They moved quickly and silently, using every second to reach the data storage. The last barrier stood in their way: a complex encryption system protecting the Black Archive. Marcus connected to the terminal and began hacking. However, the hidden protection system unexpectedly worked, and the object was instantly blocked. Security began to act, and James realized that they had very little time. The team was forced to engage in combat, using smoke grenades and diversions to buy time. Marcus, despite the pressure, managed to complete the hack and copy all the data. James and his team began to retreat using previously prepared routes. They escaped from the facility and disappeared into the forests of the Alps, avoiding pursuit. It was a tense and dangerous mission, but it was a success. Returning to the hideout, James and Marcus began analyzing data from the Black Archive. What they found exceeded all their expectations. The archive contained not only incriminating materials, but also information about secret accounts, political intrigues, and plans of the largest criminal groups. With this data, James got his hands on a powerful weapon. He began using information to manipulate and control his enemies, forming new alliances and eliminating competitors. His influence grew, and he soon became one of the most powerful criminal leaders in the world. But James knew that having such data made him a target for many. He increased security measures, creating a new network of safe houses and secret routes around the world. Every step he took was now carefully thought out to avoid possible threats. Meanwhile, rumors about the Black Archive began to spread in the criminal world. Many tried to find out who exactly took possession of this information, but James and his team remained elusive. They continued their activities, expanding their influence and strengthening their positions. James Harrington became a legend whose name inspired fear and respect. His story continued, and each new day brought new challenges and opportunities. With the Black Archive at his disposal, James was ready to take on any challenge and prove that he was the greatest criminal mastermind. After an intense expedition to Peru and the integration of the Codex Aegis into his security systems, James Harrington decided it was time for a new operation. This time, the target was one of the most prestigious jewelry stores in Chicago. The store was famous for its unparalleled collection of rare jewelry, and a heist could yield huge loot as well as thrust the team back into the spotlight. Planning began with a thorough review of all aspects of the store and its security system. James knew that Chicago was a city with high law enforcement activity, and any mistake could be fatal. Marcus used his hacking skills to gain access to the building's plans and security schedule. He also hacked into the CCTV system so the team could monitor the store in real time. Clara and Frank traveled to Chicago under the guise of wealthy clients to personally inspect the store and assess possible routes of entry. They studied all the entrances and exits, observed the behavior of the guards and employees. Their information was invaluable in developing the robbery plan. James decided to use a distraction technique that had worked successfully in the past. On the night of the robbery, several false incidents were supposed to occur in different parts of the city, which would distract the police and security from the jewelry store. The team carefully prepared all the necessary equipment, including hacking devices, smoke grenades, and camouflage. Finally, the night of the operation arrived. James's team arrived on the scene, ready to take action. False incidents began a few blocks away from the store, attracting police attention. Marcus hacked the alarm system and disabled the security cameras, giving James's team a few minutes to break in. Clara and Frank entered first, using fake passes and equipment to break down doors. They quickly took out the guards using tranquilizers and gave the signal to the rest of the team. James and the rest of the team got inside and began collecting the jewelry. Everything went according to plan until one of the guards, whom they did not notice, managed to raise the alarm. The sounds of the siren echoed throughout the building, and the team realized that time was running out. James quickly made a decision to use smoke grenades and pre-prepared escape routes. In the thick smoke, The team began to quickly retreat, avoiding clashes with the guards and the arriving police. Marcus, being at a distance, controlled the traffic light control system in the city, creating traffic jams and interfering with his pursuers. James and his team split up to confuse the police and each headed to pre-arranged exit points. Despite the sudden alarm, the operation produced significant booty. James's team successfully fled the crime scene and reached a safe haven. They knew that the police would be looking for them with redoubled force, but they were ready for any challenge. Returning to their hideout, James and his team began assessing their loot and planning their next steps. They knew that with each new robbery their reputation was growing, and that now they needed to be even more careful. However, James was not going to stop there. He continued to develop his empire, using the Black Archive and the Code of Aegis to strengthen his power. His influence spread throughout the world, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges. James Harrington remained an elusive and brilliant criminal whose legend continued to grow. He knew that even greater and more dangerous adventures lay ahead of him, and he was ready to accept them with confidence and determination. After successfully robbing a jewelry store in Chicago, James Harrington and his team enjoyed their loot and planned new operations. However, they did not know that their next mission would be the most difficult and risky of their careers. James's next target was the largest bank in Los Angeles, known for its strict security system and huge reserves of cash and precious metals. James and his team began their preparations with their usual meticulousness. They studied building plans, analyzed security schedules, and hacked video surveillance systems. However, this time things didn't go according to plan. On the night of the robbery, James's team entered the bank as planned, but immediately ran into an unexpected problem. The alarm system was updated at the last minute, and Marcus did not have time to take these changes into account. As a result, as soon as the team began to break into the vault, the alarm went off, raising the alarm. The bank building was instantly filled with security and police, who arrived on the scene faster than expected. James and his team are trapped. Panic set in, and the plan they had worked out so carefully began to crumble. Clara, while in one of the corridors, came across a group of guards and a shootout ensued. James, realizing that their situation was critical, gave the order for an emergency retreat. The team began to retreat, but the police had already surrounded the building. They used smoke grenades and pre-prepared routes to escape, but the situation was getting worse. Frank, covering the team's retreat, was wounded in the leg and barely managed to take refuge in one of the offices. James, realizing that he could not leave his man, returned for him. Together, they made their way through the security and reached the pre-prepared exit, but it cost them precious time. Meanwhile, Marcus tried to hack the city's security camera system to help the team escape. But the police were one step ahead. They blocked all possible escape routes, and the team found themselves in even greater danger. Having escaped from the bank, James and his team began a desperate flight through the streets of Los Angeles. They split up to confuse their pursuers, but this only made the situation worse. Clara was ambushed and arrested. James and Frank, having barely escaped a collision with the police, took refuge in one of the abandoned buildings. Realizing that the operation had failed and the team was in danger, James began to develop a rescue plan. He contacted Lin Zhang, who offered help in exchange for a portion of the loot. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and James knew that time was against them. Using his connections and resources, James organized a daring operation to free Clara. He knew it would be dangerous, but he couldn't leave his man in the lurch. Marcus remotely hacked the prison's control system, creating distractions and opening routes for escape. The night of liberation has arrived. James and Frank, armed and ready for anything, entered the prison. They acted quickly and decisively, disabling security systems and avoiding guards. Having found Clara, they took her out of the cell and began to retreat. This time, however, the police were ready. A shootout ensued, and James realized that the situation was critical. They managed to escape from prison and hide in the dense forests on the outskirts of the city, but it cost them enormous effort and resources. Returning to their hideout, the team began to assess the consequences of their actions. They understood that they had made serious mistakes, and now their pursuers would act even more aggressively. James knew he needed to rethink his methods and be ready for new challenges. However, despite all the difficulties, he was not going to give up. James Harrington remained a brilliant criminal, ready to take on any challenge and overcome any obstacle. His story continued, and each new day brought new adventures and challenges that he was ready to overcome with confidence and determination. After the intense events in Los Angeles, James Harrington and his team realized they needed to change their strategy and find a new direction. Realizing that their methods had become too predictable, James decided to go into hiding for a while and develop an entirely new approach to his operations. In a safe house in Mexico, James gathered a team to discuss future plans. Clara, having recovered from her wounds, was ready for new challenges. Marcus continued to improve his hacking skills and develop new technologies for hacking and security. Frank, despite his injuries, remained faithful to his duties. James came up with an idea that immediately caught everyone's interest. They planned to organize a series of robberies in several countries at the same time in order to confuse their pursuers and confuse law enforcement agencies. These robberies were supposed to take place under the guise of a large-scale event that would attract the attention of the whole world. This opportunity presented itself during the Olympic Games in Tokyo. James decided to take advantage of this event to carry out 3 major robberies in different countries, one in Tokyo, the second in London, and the third in New York. The plan was daring and complex, but it was precisely such challenges that inspired James. Preparation began with developing detailed plans for each heist. Marcus took responsibility for coordinating all activities and ensuring secure communication between teams. Clara and Frank, along with James, went on reconnaissance to study targets and possible infiltration routes. In Tokyo, the target was the largest jewelry store, which had expanded its collection of jewelry during the Olympic Games. In London, the team planned to rob a private bank known for its antique valuables. In New York, their goal was an elite auction house where rare works of art were exhibited. The day of the operation arrived. In Tokyo, the team entered a jewelry store disguised as tourists. Using their camouflage and hacking skills, they quickly disabled the security system and began collecting the jewelry. Meanwhile, in London, another part of the team, including Clara and Frank, infiltrated the bank using false documents and safe-cracking equipment. In New York, James personally led an operation at an auction house where they seized rare works of art. Everything went according to plan, but the unexpected happened in Tokyo. One of the store employees, noticing something was wrong, raised the alarm and security responded faster than expected. A tense chase ensued and the team was forced to improvise. Marcus, monitoring the situation remotely, used his skills to hack into the city's surveillance systems and create false leads for the police. In London and New York, operations went more smoothly, but tensions were still felt. The teams in both cities successfully completed their missions and began their retreat. They used pre-prepared routes and safe houses for shelter. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, James's team was still trying to get out of the encirclement. Using smoke grenades and camouflage, they made their way through city streets, avoiding confrontations with the police. Ultimately, they managed to hide in one of the abandoned buildings on the outskirts of the city. Returning to their hideout, James and his team began to evaluate the results of the operations. Despite unforeseen difficulties in Tokyo, the overall plan worked. Heists in 3 countries simultaneously created chaos and confused law enforcement, allowing James's team to escape with the loot. James understood that now their pursuers would be even more active, but he was ready for this. He continued to develop his technology and strengthen his connections in the criminal world to stay one step ahead. After a series of daring robberies in Tokyo, London, and New York, James Harrington and his team realized that the attention on them had increased exponentially. The FBI and other international law enforcement agencies joined forces to catch them. They knew that their enemies would act with renewed vigor. Despite all the precautions, one night while James's team was in one of their hideouts in Mexico, they were ambushed. The FBI, using information from an infiltrated agent, launched a surprise attack on their base. As a result of this operation, half of the team, including Clara and Frank, were captured and arrested. James, Marcus, and several other team members managed to escape capture, but now their situation has become extremely dangerous. They realized they had a traitor who was feeding information to the FBI. James was furious and at the same time determined to save his comrades and take revenge on the traitor. The first step was to find out who exactly betrayed them. Marcus used his hacking skills to break into FBI databases and gain access to their internal investigations. He discovered that an agent infiltrated into their organization had been operating undercover for several months. This discovery came as a real shock to James. The next step was to develop a plan to free the captured team members. James and Marcus knew that the FBI would use them to obtain information and try to lure out the remaining gang members. Therefore, the liberation operation had to be perfectly planned. Marcus developed a complex plan that involved hacking the security systems of the prison where Clara and Frank were being held and creating diversions throughout the city. James contacted Lin Zhang, who offered to help his men carry out this plan. The night of the operation arrived. James and his team, including Lin Zhang's men, infiltrated the prison grounds under the guise of a repair crew. Marcus remotely hacked the security systems, disabling the cameras and alarms for several minutes. The team began to act quickly and smoothly, making their way to Clara and Frank's cells. However, the FBI was already anticipating a possible escape attempt and tightened security measures. An intense fight began. James's team used smoke grenades and diversions to buy time. They reached the cells and freed Clara and Frank, but their escape route was blocked. Marcus, monitoring the situation remotely, created false alarms in other parts of the city to divert police attention. This gave the team enough time to break through the security and get out. They fled to a pre-prepared shelter outside the city. However, their problems did not end there. The FBI knew that James and his team would not stop until they found the traitor and took revenge. The real hunt had begun, and James knew they had to act quickly and decisively. Using information obtained by Marcus, they began to track down the agent who betrayed them. This was a man they trusted, and this betrayal became a personal matter for them. Having found the traitor, James decided to use him as leverage to obtain information and a further plan of action. James's plan was simple. Use the traitor to mislead the FBI and create false leads that would allow them to escape prosecution and start a new life. Marcus has developed a complex system of false data and routes that will confuse their enemies. Realizing that their situation remained extremely dangerous, James and his team began preparing for a major operation that would be their final blow before disappearing. They decided to rob one of the largest banks in the world in order to provide themselves with funds for a new life and at the same time deal a serious blow to their pursuers. After the successful release of Clara and Frank, James Harrington realized that now not only law enforcement agencies, but also numerous enemies from the criminal world are eager for his death. His daring robberies and successes made him a target for rivals and those who lost because of his actions. He understood that now every mistake could be fatal. James decided that the time had come to strike decisively against his enemies and create an even more powerful defense. Together with Marcus and the remaining loyal members of the team, He began to develop a plan that would allow them to destroy the main threats and at the same time gain the funds for a new life. Marcus discovered that major crime bosses were meeting in Moscow to discuss their actions against James. This meeting was an excellent opportunity for James to strike unexpectedly and eliminate several of his enemies at once. The plan was ambitious and risky, but it was precisely such operations that always attracted James. The plan was that during the meeting, Marcus would hack the building's security systems and create chaos, while James and his team would sneak in and eliminate the leaders of the criminal gangs. They prepared thoroughly, studying every aspect of the security system and developing several contingency scenarios. On the night of the operation, James and his team infiltrated Moscow under the guise of service personnel. Marcus remotely hacked the security systems, disabling the cameras and alarms for several minutes. James and his team sprang into action, quickly and silently making their way to the meeting point. When they got inside, a real fight began. The security of the leaders of criminal groups turned out to be well prepared, and James realized that the situation was getting out of control. He quickly adapted to the new conditions, using smoke grenades and diversionary maneuvers to buy time. Marcus, observing the situation through hacked cameras, directed the team's actions and created false leads to confuse the guards. James managed to eliminate several key enemies, but the situation remained critical. Security began to tighten the ring around them, and the team found themselves trapped. Realizing that he needed to act quickly, James decided to activate his last backup plan. They used explosive devices to blast an escape route and began retreating through a system of underground tunnels that they had prepared in advance. Having reached the surface, the team hid in an abandoned building on the outskirts of Moscow. The operation bore fruit. Many of James's enemies were eliminated, but they now became even more of a target for his remaining enemies and law enforcement. James understood that he urgently needed to hide and change his strategy. He decided to temporarily hide and use the funds he obtained to create a new life. Marcus continued to work on improving security systems and developing new technologies for camouflage and protection. James knew that new challenges lay ahead, but he was ready for them. Meanwhile, rumors about the daring operation in Moscow spread throughout the world. James's enemies became even more persistent in their attempts to find him, and he realized that his every move would now be carefully monitored. James decided to use his resources and connections to create false leads and divert attention. He developed several false routes and scenarios to confuse his pursuers and buy time for his team. Each new day brought new challenges and opportunities, and James was ready to face them with confidence and determination. His story continued, and even more grandiose and dangerous adventures awaited him. James Harrington remained the elusive mastermind of the criminal world, ready to overcome any obstacles and prove that he was invincible. After a daring operation in Moscow, James Harrington knew that his enemies would stop at nothing to finish him off. Despite enhanced security measures, he felt his team was in constant danger. But it was at this moment that the most serious threat overtook him. One day, while James and his team were in their hideout in Mexico, several coordinated attacks occurred at once. His enemies decided it was time to strike the decisive blow. During the day, James suffered several assassination attempts, each of which was carefully planned and aimed at eliminating him. The first attempt occurred early in the morning. James was in his office when the explosion occurred. One of the cars parked near his hideout exploded, sending shrapnel and flames in all directions. James managed to take cover but was seriously injured by shrapnel. The team immediately evacuated him to safety, but that was only the beginning. The enemies continued to advance, launching a series of attacks throughout the city. One of them was aimed at Marcus, who narrowly escaped death when his apartment was fired upon. Clara and Frank were also attacked, but managed to fight back and take cover. James was seriously injured and required immediate medical attention. His team understood that it was no longer possible to remain in Mexico. They decided to urgently leave the country and find a new shelter where they could recover and regroup. Marcus used all his hacking skills to find a safe escape route. They decided to head to one of the secret bunkers located in the mountainous regions of Colombia. This bunker was built several years ago and remained unknown to James's enemies. The journey was dangerous and stressful. The enemies continued to pursue them, but the team used all their knowledge and resources to avoid collisions and traps. James, despite his injuries, remained strong and determined, continuing to lead his team even in the most difficult moments. Finally, they reached the bunker. This shelter was equipped with everything necessary for a long stay and recovery. James immediately received medical attention and the team began planning their next steps. While James recovered, Marcus and the rest of the team worked to strengthen security systems and develop new plans. They understood that the enemies would not retreat, and they needed to be prepared for any surprises. Meanwhile, rumors of assassination attempts on James and his injuries spread throughout the world. His enemies thought they had dealt him a serious blow, but they had no idea that James was already planning his response. Having recovered from his injuries, James decided to strike a decisive blow against his enemies. He assembled a team and began to develop a plan for the operation that was to be his greatest victory. They were going to eliminate the main leaders of the criminal groups who organized the assassinations, and at the same time carry out a major heist that would secure their future. The operation began with careful preparation. Marcus hacked the security systems and collected all the necessary information about the location and plans of the enemies. James and his team developed several scenarios to be prepared for any contingency. The day of the operation arrived. James, despite his injuries, personally led the team. They entered the building where the meeting of leaders of criminal groups was taking place and began to act. Using smoke grenades and diversionary maneuvers, they quickly and silently made their way to the main hall. When they burst inside, a fierce battle began. James and his team fought with the guards, eliminating the faction leaders one by one. Marcus monitored the situation remotely, directing the team's actions and creating false signals for the police. After successfully eliminating the main enemies, James and his team headed to the location where the loot was stored. They quickly collected money and jewelry and began to retreat. The operation was successful, and the team disappeared into a previously prepared shelter. Returning to their bunker, James and his team began to evaluate the results. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, they were able to inflict a serious blow on their enemies and provide themselves with the means for a new life. James knew that their fight was not over yet, but now they were ready for any challenge. Each new day brought new opportunities and challenges, and James was ready to take them on with confidence and determination. His story continued, and even more grandiose and dangerous adventures awaited him. James Harrington remained the elusive mastermind of the criminal world, ready to overcome any obstacles and prove that he was invincible. Despite the successful operation and the elimination of the main enemies, James Harrington understood that their pursuers would not retreat. The enemies became even more persistent, and the FBI continued its search with redoubled energy. James and his team knew that every new step had to be extremely careful and carefully planned. After months of hiding and planning, James decided it was time for a new operation. They were going to rob one of the largest banks in Miami, where millions of dollars in jewelry were kept. The plan was daring and complex, but the team was confident in their abilities. Marcus hacked the bank's security system to gain access to the building's plans and security schedule. Clara and Frank went undercover to Miami to personally inspect the bank and assess possible entry points. James, as always, led the operation, checking every step and preparing the team for the task ahead. The day of the operation arrived. The team entered the bank under the guise of service personnel, using forged documents and hacking equipment. They quickly disabled the security systems and began collecting money and jewelry. However, this time they did not know that the FBI was already ready for their actions. The FBI received information from the embedded agent and prepared a trap. When James's team entered the vault, the bank's security system was suddenly activated, and the building was instantly surrounded by special forces. Panic set in, and the team realized they were ambushed. James tried to coordinate a retreat, but their escape routes were blocked. Clara and Frank were trapped in one of the corridors, where they were captured by FBI agents. Marcus, while remote, attempted to hack into the building's control system to create a diversion but was blocked by an FBI countermeasure. James and the remaining team members tried to break through the security, but the forces were unequal. They fought with all their might, but eventually found themselves surrounded and forced to surrender. All of them were arrested and taken to a special FBI facility for interrogation. In prison, James and his team were isolated, interrogated and tortured, trying to find out information about other operations and hideouts. James, despite the pressure, remained cool and did not reveal any information, realizing that his every move was being monitored. However, while in prison, James began to develop a new plan. He knew that he had faithful people on the outside ready to help. Marcus, despite his arrest, continued to maintain contact with the outside world through secret channels. James used his skills and knowledge to establish contact with Lin Zhang and other allies who were willing to help organize the escape. He knew he had to act quickly and decisively to get out of prison and save his team. At night, when security was weakened, the escape operation began. Marcus remotely hacked the prison security system, creating distracting signals and opening an escape route. Lin Zhang and his men entered using explosive devices and smoke grenades. James and his team, despite all the difficulties and injuries, were able to get out of the cells and join their saviors. A fierce battle ensued with the guards, but thanks to coordinated actions and outside support, they managed to break through to the exit and escape. Returning to safety, James and his team began to recover and plan their next steps. They knew that the FBI and their enemies would continue to hunt, but now they had an even more powerful motivation to fight. James Harrington understood that their story was not over yet. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, they were ready to accept new challenges and continue their activities. His legend continued to grow, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges. James remained an elusive and brilliant criminal, ready to overcome any obstacles and prove that he was invincible. After a daring escape from prison, James Harrington and his team hid in one of the safest shelters prepared in advance. But despite the victory, James felt that his health was beginning to seriously fail. Constant tension, injuries, and stress took their toll. He began to experience severe pain and weakness, which gradually intensified. The team, noticing the deterioration of their leader's condition, insisted that he consult a doctor. James was taken to a secret clinic where he was given a terrible diagnosis, an incurable disease that was rapidly progressing. The doctors made it clear that he had very little time left. James, realizing the inevitable, decided it was time to end his criminal career and secure the future of his team. He gathered all his associates and gave his final orders. He instructed Marcus to use the remaining funds and resources to ensure the safe escape of the team members from America. The team acted quickly and harmoniously. Marcus hacked security systems and created fake documents for all team members. Clara and Frank, along with the others, began to leave the country along pre-prepared routes. They managed to leave America and start a new life in different parts of the world, under new names and with new documents. Each of them began to settle in a new place, far from their previous life. Clara became a successful businesswoman in Europe. Frank opened a small restaurant in Asia, and Marcus continued his activities in the cybersecurity field, using his knowledge to work legally. James, who remained in his hideout, watched as his team successfully escaped their pursuers and began a new life. He felt satisfied that he was able to secure their future and save them from prison and death. Despite his illness, he remained strong and determined to the end. In the last days of his life, James left a note expressing his gratitude and appreciation to everyone who had been with him during these years. He asked the team to continue to live, remember his covenants, and not forget that they have always been the best. James Harrington died quietly and peacefully, surrounded by his remaining loyal comrades. His death marked the end of an era in the world of crime, but his legend lived on. Stories about his daring robberies and elusiveness became true myths, told in criminal circles around the world. The team, continuing their new life, always kept James's memory alive. They knew that thanks to his leadership and genius, they were able to survive and start over. His legacy lived on in their hearts, inspiring them to new achievements and reminding them that even in the darkest world, light can be found. James Harrington's story may have ended, but his influence and lessons lived on in those who knew him and were around him. He will forever remain a legend, an example of an elusive genius and leader who was able to challenge the whole world and emerge victorious, even in the face of an inevitable end. Second story of the criminal. Since childhood, Johnny Walker has felt a certain dark force within himself. Born in a poor area of New York, he grew up surrounded by cruelty and violence. His father was an alcoholic, and his mother worked 2 jobs to make ends meet. School for Johnny was a place of bullying and fighting. He often got into trouble and was soon expelled for his constant conflicts with his classmates and teachers. Over the years, his ability to fight and desire to protect himself led him into the world of crime. At the age of 15, he became involved with a local gang, where he quickly established himself as a fearless and merciless fighter. Soon he was noticed by more influential criminal structures. Johnny quickly grew in their eyes, and he was invited to join the dangerous mafia, where he began to carry out the dirtiest assignments. His first assassination order came when he was only 18 years old. No doubts or remorse. Johnny completed the task calmly and ruthlessly. This was only the first victim of many, and with each new murder his reputation became more and more terrifying. For a long time, the police could not understand who was behind the series of brutal murders. Traces were always carefully covered, and witnesses disappeared. However, as the number of victims grew, law enforcement began to suspect the existence of an elusive killer who acted without the slightest trace. Johnny Walker stopped at nothing. Every step he took was carefully thought out, and he never left evidence. He had a clear methodology that made his murders virtually unsolved. However, despite all the precautions, the fame of his crimes grew, and Johnny's name became known in criminal circles as the most dangerous and unpredictable. Investigators began to find connections between his victims. They found out that most of them were related to criminal organizations and were probably part of some major conflict. With each new murder, the picture became clearer. Johnny did not just kill for money. He eliminated competitors and traitors. More than 10 years have passed since Johnny began his bloody career. During this time, he left behind more than 20 victims. His name became a legend among criminologists and police officers who never stopped trying to catch him. But Johnny Walker was always one step ahead. Over the years, Johnny Walker became more and more sophisticated in his methods. He didn't just kill. He studied his victims, their habits, roots, and weaknesses. Each murder was carefully planned, like a chess game in which Johnny was always several moves ahead. The NYPD was desperately trying to find any leads. The best detectives and analysts were involved in the investigation, but Johnny continued to remain elusive. His underground name became synonymous with fear and inevitability for everyone who crossed paths with him in the criminal arena. One day, a few years into his career, Johnny received an order that changed everything. The target was a high-ranking member of the mafia, known for his brutality and influence. This order promised not only a huge amount of money, but also significant growth in the hierarchy of the criminal world. Johnny began to carefully prepare to fulfill the order. He watched his target, studied its weaknesses and habits. Finally, choosing the perfect moment, he committed one of the most daring and difficult murders of his career. This murder became a sensation in the criminal world, and the name of Johnny Walker became even more famous. However, success brought not only glory, but also new dangers. Johnny's competitors and enemies began to unite to eliminate him. The hunt for the most dangerous killer in America has begun in the criminal world. But Johnny was ready for this. He knew that sooner or later his pursuers would try to strike. Meanwhile, the police intensified their efforts to capture Johnny. New evidence discovered at the scene of the latest murder has allowed investigators to get closer to the solution. They began to connect the threads between various crimes and realized that one person was behind all these murders. The war between Johnny and his enemies has reached its climax. He faced betrayal and danger at every turn, but his composure and prudence always helped him emerge victorious. Johnny knew that the only way to survive was to stay one step ahead of all his enemies. Years passed and Johnny became a legend in the criminal world. His name evoked fear and respect. But despite all the efforts of the police and his enemies, he remained elusive. Each new order, each new murder confirmed his status as the most dangerous killer in America. The story of Johnny Walker continued, and no one knew when or where he would strike next. But one thing was clear: he would never stop and would go to the end, defending his reputation and life. Despite all the difficulties, Johnny continued to commit murders with impeccable accuracy. His life turned into an endless game of cat and mouse, where the stakes became increasingly higher. The police increased their pressure, and his enemies looked for any opportunity to eliminate him. One day, Johnny received an unusual order. He needed to eliminate a high-ranking politician who was planning to expose corruption schemes connecting the mafia and the government. This order was complex and dangerous, since the target was under 24-hour security. But Johnny loved a challenge and knew this order would take his reputation to the next level. He began to prepare for the murder with unprecedented care. Weeks of surveillance, analyzing routes and security, developing the perfect plan. All this became part of his daily life. Johnny understood that any mistake could cost him his life, but that didn't stop him. On the day the murder was planned, he was ready. Johnny infiltrated a secure building using his skills and cunning. He moved like a shadow, avoiding cameras and guards. Having found his target, he committed the murder in cold blood and also left the building unnoticed. The whole operation went perfectly, and Johnny once again confirmed his reputation as the best killer. However, this murder caused an unprecedented stir. The police and intelligence agencies intensified their efforts to capture Johnny, using all possible resources. The operation to capture him became priority number one, and a real hunt began on the streets of the city. Johnny realized that his situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. He began to change his habits and places of residence, avoiding any permanent connections. At the same time, his enemies were also not asleep. Crime bosses, fearing for their lives, banded together to strike against Johnny. Despite all these difficulties, Johnny continued his activities. He became increasingly secretive and unpredictable. Each new order was carried out with the highest precision, and his name continued to evoke fear and respect in the criminal world. One day, after another successfully completed task, Johnny received information that shocked him to the core. It turned out that his mother, whom he had not seen for many years, was seriously ill and needed help. This made Johnny think about his past and how his life could have turned out differently. Despite all the dangers, he decided to visit his mother. It was a risky decision, but he couldn't do otherwise. Having found a safe path and protection, Johnny went to the small town where his mother lived. The meeting was touching and emotional. The mother, having learned who her son had become, tried to convince him to change his life. Johnny began to think that it was time to change his destiny. But he knew it wouldn't be easy to get out of the game. His enemies won't let him just leave, and the police will continue the hunt. However, he began to look for ways to find a way out of this endless cycle of violence. The story of Johnny Walker continued, and no one knew how it would end. He was at a crossroads in his life, and his future depended on every next step. But one thing was clear: Johnny would never give up without a fight. Returning to his mother changed Johnny's inner world. Her words that life can always be changed hooked him. He began to think about the future, but his past would not let him go. Soon after visiting his mother, he received an unexpected proposal. Johnny contacted a former member of his gang, who now worked for a large international corporation. He offered Johnny a job to eliminate a dangerous competitor who threatened the corporation's business. In return, they promised big money and the opportunity to disappear from the radar for some time. Johnny took on this order, considering it his last before starting a new life. He began collecting information about his new target, a businessman named Victor Novak, who conducted illegal operations around the world. Novak was well protected and extremely cautious, but Johnny was confident in his abilities. Following his usual pattern, Johnny began to carefully plan the operation. He studied every aspect of Novak's life, his movements and security. However, this time things did not go so smoothly. One night, while making his way to Novak's hideout, he was ambushed. This was the first serious failure in a long time. In the ambush, Johnny realized that someone had leaked information about his mission. He miraculously escaped death, but now he knew that not only the police and the mafia were hunting him, but also new, more powerful enemies. He was betrayed, and he decided to find out who was behind it. Johnny began his investigation, following the trail of those who set up the ambush. He learned that among the members of his former gang there was a traitor who was leaking information to competitors. Johnny decided to find and punish this man. At the same time, he began to develop a plan for revenge against Novak, who not only turned out to be his target, but also the employer of the traitor. Johnny went on the offensive. He used his skills to gradually eliminate everyone who helped Novak and the traitor. His actions became even more ruthless and precise. He regained control of the situation while simultaneously thwarting the plans of his enemies. One night he entered the house of the traitor, where he was hiding, and finally met him face to face. The traitor tried to justify himself, but Johnny didn't give him a chance. This was a warning to anyone who would dare betray him. With his revenge complete, Johnny turned his attention back to Novak. He learned that he was planning to leave the country and decided that he would not allow him to escape. Johnny organized a complex operation to intercept Novak at the airport. Everything was ready for the final meeting. That day, Johnny entered the closed area of the airport. He used all his cunning and skill to sneak up on Novak's private jet. The moment Novak approached the ramp, Johnny struck his killing blow. However, after killing Novak, Johnny realized that now he had no way back. He is too deeply mired in a world of violence and betrayal. Despite his desire to start a new life, he realized that his shadow would follow him everywhere. Johnny disappeared from the radar again, knowing that his enemies would be looking for him. But now he had a goal: to find a way to get out of this game without being noticed. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his future remained uncertain, but he was ready for whatever challenges fate would bring. Johnny Walker lurked in the shadows, continuing his life on the run. He knew that now he was being pursued not only by enemies from the criminal world, but also by intelligence agencies who wanted to catch or eliminate him. Johnny decided to change his strategy. He no longer sought new orders, but focused on protecting himself and his family. After Novak's murder, Johnny went to South America, where he had old connections. He knew that there he could find refuge and help in creating a new identity. Hiding in a small town, he began to plan his future life. He had to be extremely careful not to attract attention. Meanwhile, Investigators and intelligence agents have stepped up their efforts to find him. They understood that Johnny would not stop, and every mistake could be his last. In a desperate attempt to find him, they began tracking down all possible contacts and connections that could lead to his location. One night, Johnny received a message from an old friend who worked in intelligence. He said that he was being hunted and that he urgently needed to disappear. Johnny knew he needed to leave South America and find a safer place. Using his old connections, he arranged false documents and a ticket on a cargo ship bound for Asia. Johnny planned to start a new life in Hong Kong, where he hoped to get lost among millions of people. Upon arrival in Hong Kong, Johnny quickly adapted to his new environment. He found work in a small auto repair shop where his skills were useful. Under a new name and with a changed appearance, he tried not to attract attention. But despite his quiet life, he always remained on guard, ready for any turn of events. However, the past would not let him go. One night, while returning home, he noticed that he was being followed. Johnny realized that he had been discovered. He quickly developed an escape plan using his skills and knowledge. He managed to escape his pursuers, but this incident reminded him that he would never be able to completely get rid of his past. Johnny began to look for a safer shelter. He turned to old contacts who could help him hide in more remote and less controlled places. He was advised to go to a mountain village in northern Vietnam, where there were few people and virtually no strangers. He accepted this advice and went on his way. The road was long and difficult, but Johnny knew that this was his only chance for a quiet life. Vietnam greeted him with silence and solitude. In the village, he was mistaken for a stranger who wanted to find peace and quiet. Johnny started a new life working on a farm and helping local residents. He learned to speak the local language and gradually became part of the community. Here, far from the hustle and bustle, he found what he dreamed of: peace and the opportunity to start over. But despite all this, Johnny knew that his story was not over. He was ready for any turn of events and was always on the alert. His life became an endless game of survival, where every new morning could be the beginning of a new challenge. Johnny Walker's story continued, and no one knew where his next step would lead. But one thing was clear: he would never give up without a fight and would always be ready for new challenges. Living in a mountain village in northern Vietnam became a kind of refuge for Johnny Walker. He found peace and stability, but his instincts were always on guard. It seemed that here, in silence and distance from his former life, he could finally forget about the past, but the shadow of his crimes continued to haunt him. One evening, as the sun was setting behind the horizon, Johnny was approached by a young local guy named Lon. He said that strangers had appeared in the village asking about the recently arrived foreigner. Johnny realized that he had been found again. He thanked Lon for the information and quickly began to prepare for another escape. That same night, he packed his things and left the village, leaving behind everything that he had managed to create during this time. His path lay deep into the jungle, where he hoped to hide from his pursuers. Johnny knew that this time he needed to find a place where neither people nor modern technology could detect him. Making his way through dense thickets, he came across an old, abandoned base from the war. This place was so secluded and forgotten that Johnny decided to stay here for a while. He equipped himself with a shelter and began to settle down, hoping that this place would become his new refuge. However, despite all his caution, his enemies did not give up trying to find him. Soon he noticed traces of strangers near the base. Johnny realized that someone had managed to track him even here. But now he was ready for the meeting. He set traps around the base and prepared for defense. One night, when a barely audible rustling sound broke the silence of the jungle, Johnny knew it was time to act. The strangers came closer, and soon a fight began. Thanks to his training and skill, Johnny was able to defeat his enemies and remain unharmed. But he understood that this was only a small part of those who wanted him dead. After that night, Johnny decided to change tactics. He realized that constant flight would not give him peace and decided to go on the offensive. He began to collect information about his pursuers, trying to understand who was behind all this. He soon learned that he was being hunted by an international criminal organization interested in his elimination. Johnny decided to strike first. He began his hunt, using his skills and experience to eliminate key members of the organization. Each successful operation brought him closer to the leaders who were behind this whole hunt. He moved quickly and silently, like a shadow, leaving only fear and destruction in his wake. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Vietnamese jungle, he found a new ally. Lon, the same guy from the village who warned him about the strangers, decided to help Johnny. Lon was young but brave, and his knowledge of the area and culture proved invaluable. Together they became a team that challenged a powerful organization. In one of the operations, Johnny and Lan stumbled upon information that pointed to a hidden enemy camp, where important data about all the organization's operations was stored. Johnny knew this was his chance to deliver the killer blow. They planned a raid on the camp, hoping not only to destroy their enemies, but also to gather information that would help them get rid of their pursuers forever. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his path became more and more dangerous. But now he had an ally and a goal worth fighting for. He knew there were many challenges ahead, but he was ready for them, determined to end this game on his own terms. With important documents in hand, Johnny and Lan began their campaign to destroy the international criminal organization. The documents contained detailed information about key figures, their locations, and operations. Johnny decided to act quickly and decisively, striking his enemies before they had time to recover from the last attack. The first step was to eliminate one of the leaders of the organization, based in Bangkok. Johnny and Lon carefully prepared for this operation, studying the routes and daily routine of the target. Using their camouflage and stealth skills, they infiltrated the guarded building and neutralized the enemy. This strike caused panic among other leaders, and they began to take additional security measures. The next target was Li Chen, the second most important leader who was in Shanghai. Johnny and Lon decided to take advantage of the chaos created by the previous attack and struck Li Chen in his own mansion. This operation was particularly difficult as security was tight, but Johnny and Lan pulled it off thanks to their training and tactical thinking. At this time, Vietnamese intelligence services began to receive reports of strange events and deaths of key criminal figures in Asia. They could not understand who was behind these attacks, but began to suspect that it was the work of one person. Johnny knew his time was limited, and he needed to act quickly. With each new blow, their mission became more and more dangerous. The organization realized that an experienced and ruthless enemy was acting against them. They launched a counter-offensive, sending their best men to find Johnny and Lon. But Johnny was always one step ahead, using his skills and knowledge to avoid traps and counterattacks. Their campaign culminated in a strike against the leader of the organization, a man known as Master Shadow. This mysterious leader ran the entire network from a hideout in Hong Kong. Johnny and Lon collected all the information to infiltrate this heavily guarded hideout. They knew that this would be their most difficult and dangerous mission, but they were ready for anything. At night, when the city was asleep, they entered the Shadow Master's hideout. They moved quickly and silently, eliminating guards and avoiding traps. When they reached the main hall, an unexpected turn awaited them. Master Shadow was not alone. His best fighters were with him, ready for battle. The fight was brutal and life or death. Johnny and Lan fought with all their might, using all their experience and skills. Finally, after a long and grueling battle, they defeated all their enemies. Johnny found himself face to face with Master Shadow. This man was old and wise, but no less dangerous. In the last fight, Johnny won, putting an end to the terror that this organization spread. The death of the Shadow Master meant the end of an international criminal network. Johnny and Lon knew that now even more enemies would be hunting them, but they also realized that they had made the world a little safer. They decided to hide for a while to wait out the wave of retaliation. Together, they went to remote corners of Asia where no one could find them. Johnny continued to look for ways to start a new life, but always remained prepared for any surprises. He knew that his story was not over yet, and the future would bring new challenges and adventures. After the destruction of the international criminal network, Johnny and Lon were able to hide and relax for some time in one of the remote corners of Thailand. But their peace did not last long. One night, Johnny received a message through an old contact, a new order. This was an unusual order that required his specific skills and experience. The order concerned the elimination of one of the most powerful criminal leaders in the world, Ivan Romanov. Romanov was the leader of the Russian mafia, which controlled a huge network of illegal operations around the world. He was known for his cruelty and elusiveness, and until now, no one had been able to get close to him. Johnny realized that this would be one of the most difficult and dangerous orders of his career. But he also realized that successful completion of this task could give him and Lon freedom from persecution and the opportunity to start a new life. They began preparing for the new mission, gathering information and developing a plan. The first step was to find out where Romanov was. Through his connections, Johnny learned that Romanov was hiding in London under the guise of a legal business. He lived in a luxurious mansion in the heart of the city, surrounded by guards and modern security systems. Johnny and Lan traveled to London using false documents. They began to monitor the mansion and study all possible ways of entry. At this time, they also assembled a team of several trusted people who could help them in this complex operation. The operation began at night. Johnny, Lan, and their team infiltrated the mansion, neutralizing security and avoiding surveillance cameras. They moved quickly and silently, like shadows, approaching their target. They soon found themselves inside the mansion, where they met unexpected resistance. Romanov was not just a criminal leader. He was an experienced fighter surrounded by the best bodyguards. A fierce battle began, in which Johnny and his team showed all their skills. Lon fought alongside Johnny, protecting his back and helping him defeat his enemies. Finally, Johnny found himself face to face with Romanov. It was a brutal and intense fight in which both opponents used all their experience and strength. Johnny was able to defeat Romanov, but it cost him a lot of effort. He understood that with each such order, his life became more and more dangerous. After successfully completing the task, Johnny and Lan decided that it was time to disappear completely. They used the money and resources they received from the mission to change their identities and hide in one of the small coastal towns of South America. There they began a new life, hoping that they could finally leave their bloody past behind. Johnny opened a small workshop where he repaired old cars, and Lan took up fishing. They lived quietly and peacefully, trying not to attract attention to themselves. But despite this, Johnny always remained on guard, knowing that his enemies could find him at any moment. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life became an endless game of survival, where every mistake could cost him his life. But he was ready for any test, because he knew that this was the only way he could protect himself and his friend. Life in a small coastal town in South America seemed calm and measured to Johnny and Lon. They found their place in the sun, hiding from their pursuers and enemies. But despite his outward calm, Johnny was always on his guard. His killer instincts never let him relax completely. One day, a stranger came to his workshop. The man was dressed simply, but in his eyes Johnny saw something familiar, determination, and hidden threat. The stranger introduced himself as Jorge and asked him to fix the old car. During the conversation, Jorge hinted that he knew about Johnny's past. He didn't threaten, but made it clear that he didn't come by chance. Johnny realized that this could be a signal for a new round of events. He did not show his worries and agreed to fix the car. The next day, Jorge returned and they started talking. It turned out that Jorge was working for one of Johnny's former enemies, who now needed his help. The enemy turned out to be Raul Morales, a powerful drug lord who controls most of the drug trade in the region. Raul was in despair. Another criminal leader had invaded his territory and started a war for control of the business. Raul knew about Johnny's reputation and wanted to hire him to eliminate a new competitor. Johnny knew that accepting this task could return him to the world he was trying to escape from. But refusal could lead to Raul starting a hunt for him and Lon. After much thought and discussion with Lon, they decided to agree, but on their own terms. Johnny insisted that this would be his last task, and that after completing it, Raul would have to leave them alone. They began to prepare for the mission. Johnny learned that his target was Victorio Santana, a former military man turned criminal leader. Santana was known for his cruelty and skill in war. His base was deep in the jungle, and reaching him was extremely difficult. Johnny and Lan gathered all the necessary information and began to develop a plan. They decided to strike at night, when security would be minimal. Using their skills and knowledge, they made their way into Santana's camp. Johnny, as always, acted quickly and silently, eliminating the guards and paving the way to the main goal. When they reached Santana, a fierce fight began. Santana turned out to be a worthy opponent, but Johnny was more experienced and cunning. After a long and intense fight, Johnny was able to defeat Santana, completing the task. However, despite the victory, he realized that the return to the world of violence left a deep mark. After completing the task, Johnny and Lan returned to the town. Raul kept his promise and left them alone. But Johnny knew that the world of crime would not let him go so easily. He decided that he needed to look for an even more remote and safe place to live. Together with Lon, they went to the mountains, to the border between Argentina and Chile. There, they found a small village, hidden from prying eyes. Johnny decided that here they could finally start a new life. He built a house and started farming, and Lon helped him and fished. But despite his quiet life, Johnny was always ready for new challenges. He knew his story was not over yet and was ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. The story of Johnny Walker continued, and his life remained full of dangers and adventures. But he was confident in himself and his friend, and knew that together they could overcome all difficulties. Living in a small mountain village on the border between Argentina and Chile was a new beginning for Johnny and Lon. They lived peacefully, far from the old world of violence and crime. However, despite his outward calm, Johnny always remained on his guard. He knew that his past could catch up with him at any moment. One day, news came to the village about mysterious incidents in the region. Several local farmers have disappeared, and residents have become afraid to go out into the streets after sunset. Johnny decided to find out what was going on and help the locals. He knew his skills could come in handy. After starting an investigation, Johnny and Lan discovered that behind the disappearances was a group of armed men who were trying to seize control of the region. These people worked for a former military man known for his cruelty and mercilessness. Johnny realized that he would have to face danger again to protect his new life and friends. He gathered a small group of locals who were willing to fight for their homes. Together, they began to develop a plan to drive the invaders out of the region. Johnny used his tactical knowledge and combat experience to train the locals, and soon they were ready to fight. One night they ambushed one of the groups of invaders. The fight was quick and decisive. Johnny and his team were able to defeat their enemies, capturing one of them for interrogation. Under torture, the captured confessed that their leader, Colonel Sergio Mendoza, was planning a large-scale operation to capture the entire region. Johnny realized he had to act quickly. He decided to strike Mendoza's camp before he could implement his plan. With the help of the locals and Lan, he developed a daring plan of attack. They knew that the success of this operation would depend on their ability to act covertly and quickly. On the night of the attack, Johnny and his team infiltrated Mendoza's camp. They moved silently, eliminating the guards and paving the way to the main goal. Johnny and Lan found themselves face to face with Mendoza and his closest henchmen. A fierce battle began in which every battle was worth its weight in gold. Mendoza turned out to be a strong opponent, but Johnny was not inferior to him in skills and experience. After a long and grueling battle, Johnny was able to defeat Mendoza, ending his plans to take over the region. The victory was difficult, but local residents felt relieved and grateful. After this operation, Johnny and Lan became local heroes. The villagers respected and valued them for their protection and help. But despite this, Johnny understood that danger could come at any moment. He decided to continue to live quietly and secretly, not drawing attention to his personality. The story of Johnny Walker continued. He knew that new trials and challenges awaited him, but he was ready for them. Together with Lan, they continued to build their new life, finding peace and happiness in simple things. But the past was always there, and Johnny was ready to face it if necessary. After defeating Colonel Mendoza, Johnny and Lan received a short break. But Johnny knew that calm could be deceptive and was always ready for new challenges. Life in the village improved, people returned to their usual activities, and it seemed that the danger had passed. However, Johnny never ceased to be on guard. One morning, a stranger arrived in the village. He was dressed in expensive clothes and looked like a businessman. The stranger introduced himself as Diego Alvarez and said that he came with peaceful intentions. He announced that he represented a large mining corporation and that his company was interested in developing local lands. The villagers greeted Diego with wariness, but not hostility. Johnny, sensing something was wrong, decided to keep an eye on him and his people. He knew that beautiful words often hide dangerous intentions. He soon learned that Alvarez was connected to an international criminal organization that wanted to use local resources for its illegal operations. Johnny knew he had to act quickly. He gathered local residents and told them about his suspicions. Together, they decided to confront Alvarez and his men. They began to prepare for a possible confrontation by fortifying their homes and establishing surveillance. One night, while Johnny was patrolling the area, he noticed several of Alvarez's men sneaking into the village. He realized that this was the beginning of hostilities. Johnny quickly gathered his men and they prepared for defense. The fight began suddenly. Alvarez's men tried to capture several key points in the village, but the locals, under the leadership of Johnny and Lan, were able to repel the attack. Johnny has personally fought several mercenaries, using his skills and experience to protect his friends. After several hours of fierce fighting, Alvarez's men retreated. Johnny and his team won, but they knew that this was just the beginning. Alvarez wasn't going to give up that easily. He sent an ultimatum to the village, demanding submission and threatening destruction. Johnny decided to strike back. He, along with Lan and several of the bravest local residents, went to Alvarez's base. Using guerrilla warfare tactics, they entered enemy territory and began to destroy the corporation's infrastructure. They destroyed equipment and supplies, disrupting Alvarez's plans. During this operation, Johnny encountered Alvarez himself. It was an intense and deadly battle in which each of them used all their strength and skills. Johnny, despite being tired and wounded, managed to defeat Alvarez, delivering the decisive blow. After defeating Alvarez and his men, Johnny and Lan returned to the village. Residents greeted them as heroes, but Johnny knew that this victory did not mean the end of danger. His past continued to haunt him, and he was ready for new challenges. Now the village lived in peace, but Johnny always remained on his guard. He continued to train local residents, preparing them for possible new threats. He knew that peace and security are not a given, but the result of constant struggle and preparation. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life was full of dangers and challenges, but he was ready for them. Along with Lan and his new friends, he continued to seek ways to a peaceful and quiet life, but was always ready to face any challenge that the future might bring. Several months after defeating Alvarez, life in the village gradually returned to normal. Johnny and Lan became local heroes, but they knew that peace could be imaginary. Johnny continued to train locals in self-defense tactics and intelligence to prepare them for any eventuality. One day, Johnny received a letter. The letter was signed by a man named Victor Marquez, who claimed to know a secret from Johnny's past that could ruin his new life. Marquez was a well-known international smuggler and information broker, and his name often surfaced in criminal circles. He invited Johnny to meet in a small cafe on the outskirts of the nearest town to discuss the terms. Johnny decided to meet with Marquez, but he was not naive. Together with Lan, they carefully prepared for the meeting, taking with them the necessary equipment for reconnaissance and defense. At the appointed time, they arrived at the cafe and took a table from where they could watch the entrance and exit. Marquez turned out to be a charismatic and cunning man. He started the conversation with hints about Johnny's dark past, mentioning affairs that Johnny hoped to forget forever. Marquez then proposed a deal. Johnny would help him in one risky operation, and in return, Marquez would promise to destroy all incriminating materials and leave Johnny alone forever. The operation involved the theft of valuable artifacts from a heavily guarded museum in Buenos Aires. Marquez explained that these artifacts have enormous historical and financial value, and their sale will bring in millions. Johnny understood that this task was dangerous, but he had no other choice. He agreed to help Marquez, but on his own terms. The operation had to take place with minimal casualties and without disturbing public order. Johnny and Lan began to prepare for the operation. They carefully studied the museum's layout, security system, and security guard schedules. Marquez provided the necessary equipment and information, but Johnny remained cautious and always had a plan B in case of betrayal. On the night of the operation, Johnny and Lan infiltrated the museum using all their skills and knowledge. They moved quickly and silently, disabling security systems and avoiding cameras. Soon they reached the hall with artifacts. But as soon as they started packing the valuables, the alarm went off. Marquez apparently betrayed them, hoping Johnny would fall into the trap. The situation quickly got out of control. Johnny and Lan found themselves surrounded by security and police. They fought with all their tactics and skills, but knew that their chances of escape were diminishing. Johnny decided to use his last trump card. He activated a previously prepared distraction device. An explosion in one part of the museum created chaos and panic, giving Johnny and Lan a chance to escape. They managed to take away some of the artifacts and disappear into the night. Returning to safety, Johnny contacted Marquez. He realized that he now had leverage, the artifacts that Marquez wanted to get. Johnny arranged a meeting with Marquez on his own terms. He returned some of the artifacts to him, but kept the most valuable at his disposal. Marquez, seeing that his plan had failed, agreed to Johnny's terms. He destroyed all incriminating materials and promised not to interfere in Johnny's life anymore. Now that the danger was over, Johnny and Lan returned to their village. They knew the calm might be temporary, but they were prepared for anything. Johnny continued to teach and help local people, knowing that his life would always be full of surprises and challenges. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his path was full of dangers, but he was ready to face any challenge. Together with Lan and new friends, he continued to look for ways to a peaceful and calm life, but was always ready for new challenges. Life in the village returned to normal after the incident with Marquez. Johnny and Lan continued to set up their new hideout, enjoying the peace and quiet. But Johnny's past wouldn't let him go. One evening, as they sat by the fire, a stranger approached them, dressed in simple but high-quality clothes. He introduced himself as Carlos Morales, brother of the murdered Colonel Sergio Mendoza. Carlos said that he learned about Johnny's role in the death of his brother and came not for revenge, but for help. He explained that Sergio's former men now controlled a large part of the drug trade in the region and terrorized the local population. Carlos wanted to put an end to this, but he lacked the resources and skills. Johnny listened carefully to Carlos's story. He understood that intervention in another conflict could be dangerous, but he saw this as an opportunity to atone for his past sins and help people. After much thought and discussion with Lon, Johnny agreed to help Carlos, but set the condition that they act on their own terms and with minimal civilian casualties. They began to prepare for a new mission. Carlos provided information about the location of drug traffickers' bases and their numbers. Johnny and Lon developed a plan using their skills and experience. They decided to start by destroying key enemy infrastructure to weaken their position and cause panic. This was only the first step in their campaign. With each new blow, the positions of the drug traffickers weakened. Johnny and his team acted decisively, using guerrilla warfare tactics. They attacked at night, disrupting supply chains and eliminating key leaders. Carlos and Lon proved to be excellent allies, and their work together brought results. However, the enemies were not going to give up without a fight. They began hunting Johnny and his team using all available resources. One night, when Johnny and Lan were returning from another mission, they were ambushed. A fierce firefight ensued, and Johnny had to use all his skills to get his team out of danger. After this attack, they realized that the enemies were becoming more and more dangerous. Johnny decided it was time to strike the finishing blow. He developed a plan to capture the main base of drug traffickers, where the remaining leaders were hiding. This operation was supposed to be the final chord in their struggle. On the night of the decisive attack, Johnny, Lon, and Carlos made their way to the main base. They moved like shadows, avoiding traps and neutralizing guards. A fierce battle ensued, in which each of them fought to the limit of their capabilities. Johnny and Carlos were able to sneak into the main hall where they met the last leader of the drug traffickers. The fight was brutal and intense. Johnny and Carlos fought the enemy using all their experience and strength. Finally, after a long battle, Johnny struck the decisive blow, ending the drug traffickers' reign in the region. After the victory, Johnny and his team returned to the village. The locals greeted them as heroes, and Carlos thanked Johnny for his help. Johnny knew that his path was difficult and dangerous, but he also knew that he made the right choice. Life in the village has improved again. Johnny and Lon continued to help local residents and build their new life. But despite all the trials and dangers, Johnny always remained on his guard. He knew his story was not over yet and was ready to face whatever challenges the future brought. A few months after the successful operation against drug dealers, life in the village became calm and measured. Johnny and Lon helped local residents, spent time in friendly conversations, and enjoyed a peaceful life. However, Johnny knew that peace could not last forever. One morning, Johnny received an unexpected message through an old communication channel that he had used in the past. It was a coded message from an old ally in the world of crime, whom Johnny thought was long dead. The message contained coordinates and a request for a meeting. Johnny decided he couldn't ignore it and went to the meeting, taking Lan with him. The coordinates led them to an abandoned factory in the mountains. There, they met their old friend and ally, Mark. He was greatly changed, but Johnny still recognized him. Mark said that he survived the attack in which he was believed to be dead, and that he now works for an international organization involved in the fight against terrorism and large criminal networks. Mark said he had important information. He spoke about a new threat, an international terrorist group that is planning a series of major attacks around the world. This group seized control of Johnny's old network and used its resources and contacts. Mark asked Johnny to help expose and destroy this organization. Johnny and Lan accepted the offer. They knew that this mission would be dangerous, but they also knew that they could not refuse. Together with Mark, They began to develop a plan to destroy the terrorist group. The first step was to find out who was behind this group and where they were located. They began with an investigation using Johnny's old connections and contacts. They soon learned that the leader of the group was a mysterious man named Elias, who was known for his cruelty and cunning. Elias planned to use Johnny's network for his own purposes, and his base was located in one of the most fortified buildings in Eastern Europe. Johnny, Lon, and Mark went to Eastern Europe. They began with reconnaissance, studying all aspects of the defense and security of Elias's base. It was difficult, but Johnny used all his experience and skills to find weak spots. One night they snuck into Elias's base. Using guerrilla warfare tactics, they began to destroy infrastructure and eliminate key members of the group. This caused panic and chaos among the terrorists. However, Elias turned out to be much more cunning than they expected. He prepared in advance for a possible attack and activated the base's self-destruct system. Johnny and his team realized that they only had a few minutes to get out of the base. They fought with enemies, making their way to the exit. At the last moment, they were able to leave the building when it exploded, destroying all evidence and resources of the group. After this operation, they returned to a safe place and began to analyze the data obtained. It turned out that Elias had survived and was now planning to strike back. Johnny knew that the fight was not over yet, and they must prepare for the final fight. They began to assemble a team of the best specialists who could help them in the fight against Elias. Johnny used his old connections to find people who were willing to fight for what was right. Soon they had a team ready for new challenges. The final battle was approaching. Johnny, Lon, Mark, and their new team prepared for the final blow. They knew that this mission would be the most difficult and dangerous, but they also understood that the safety of many people depended on its success. Johnny and his team knew that the final battle with Elias would be the most difficult and dangerous mission of their lives. They carefully prepared for this operation, collecting information, developing strategies, and training to the point of exhaustion. Johnny understood that their success depended on the precision and coordination of all actions. Elias took refuge in a high-tech bunker deep underground in the Carpathian Mountains. Access to the bunker was severely limited, and the guards consisted of elite mercenaries equipped with the most modern weapons. But Johnny and his team were up for the challenge. They began the operation at night, using all available means to penetrate enemy territory. The first task was to neutralize the external guards and penetrate the bunker. Johnny and Lon moved like shadows, eliminating guards and bypassing security systems. Mark coordinated the team's actions, providing them with information support. When they reached the entrance to the bunker, the real battle began. Elias was ready for their arrival and set a trap. A fierce firefight ensued, in which each team member used all his skills and experience. Johnny and Lon made their way inside the bunker, leaving the guards behind. New challenges awaited them inside the bunker. Elias activated the defense systems, and they had to fight not only people, but also high-tech traps and automatic turrets. Johnny and his team moved forward slowly but surely, destroying all obstacles in their path. Finally, they reached the central hall of the bunker, where Elias was located. He greeted them with mockery, confident in his invincibility. The final battle ensued. Elias was a skilled fighter and used every trick he could to defeat Johnny. But Johnny was no less prepared. The battle lasted a long time and each of them received many wounds. But in the end, Johnny prevailed. He was able to defeat Elias and put an end to his plans. Elias died and his terrorist group was destroyed. After the victory, Johnny and his team returned to the surface. They knew their mission was successful, but the cost was high. Many of them were wounded, and they understood that such operations leave deep marks on the soul and body. Returning to the village, Johnny and Lon decided that it was time to finally leave the past behind. They decided to build a new life by helping local residents and teaching them self-defense. Mark, who was also seeking peace after years of struggle, joined them. Johnny began to build a school for children where they could learn and develop. Lan took up farming and helped his neighbors. Together they created a new, peaceful life, finding joy in simple things and mutual assistance. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life had been full of dangers and trials, but now he knew that he had found his place. Along with his friends and associates, he was ready to face whatever challenges the future might bring. But now, his heart was filled with peace and hope for the best. A few months later, when life in the village had returned to normal, Johnny, Lan, and Mark began to think about new projects to improve the local community. Their school for children flourished, their farms produced ample harvests, and the people felt safe. But one day they received news that alarmed Johnny again. A group of scientists and researchers arrived in the village to study the local natural resources. They were led by Dr. Allison Keene, a renowned ecologist and geologist. They claimed to have found unique minerals in the surrounding mountains that could change the course of scientific research. However, Johnny was wary. He knew that any major discovery could attract unwanted attention. Dr. Keene invited Johnny to a meeting to discuss her research and plans. She said minerals found in the mountains could be used to create new energy technologies that could bring huge benefits to the local economy. But Johnny felt there was something more behind it. Several weeks passed, and Johnny began to notice that strangers began to appear around the village. They explored the area and took photographs of the surroundings. Johnny decided it was time to do his own investigation. Together with Lan and Mark, they went to the mountains to find out what was happening. They discovered that a group of unknown people were building a hidden base in the mountains, equipped with advanced technology. Johnny realized that this might be due to newly discovered minerals. He decided to infiltrate the base and find out what kind of people are behind this project. At night, they sneaked into the base. Inside, they found laboratories and equipment for mining and processing minerals. Johnny found documents confirming that a large international corporation, known for its shadow operations and connections with crime, is behind the project. The corporation planned to use the minerals to create new types of weapons and technologies, which could lead to catastrophic consequences. Johnny and his team decided they had to stop this project. They collected evidence and headed back to the village to discuss their next course of action. Johnny contacted his old allies in government agencies and journalists to bring attention to this threat. The operation to expose the corporation has begun. Johnny, Lan, and Mark, together with local residents and their new allies, prepared a series of actions to attract the attention of the world community. They organized peaceful protests, press conferences, and meetings to tell the truth about what was happening in the mountains. International media began to cover the situation and, under public pressure, the government launched an investigation. The corporation tried to hush up the matter, but thanks to the efforts of Johnny and his team, the truth came out. The base in the mountains was closed and the minerals were recognized as a national treasure. After a successful operation, Johnny and his team returned to their peaceful lives. Dr. Keene joined their efforts to develop the local economy by using her knowledge for environmentally friendly and sustainable projects. Johnny realized that his fight for justice could take many forms, and that he would always be ready to protect his new family and friends. The story of Johnny Walker continued. His life was full of new challenges, but now he knew that he could cope with any threat. Together with Lan, Mark, and new allies, he continued to build a better future for his community, knowing that peace and justice always require effort and courage. Despite his success in exposing the corporation and finding a new life in the village, Johnny knew that he still had many enemies around the world. The people he once crossed never forgot him. One such enemy, Viktor Kowalski, a former Russian oligarch with criminal connections, began plotting revenge. Viktor lost a lot because of Johnny: money, power, and influence. He decided it was time for payback. Victor hired a group of mercenaries to find Johnny and destroy him. These mercenaries were professionals of the highest class, and their goal was clear: to destroy Johnny and everyone dear to him. One evening, as the village settled into its usual calm, Johnny received a warning from one of his old allies that Victor was preparing an attack. He realized that they had little time to prepare. Johnny gathered his friends and villagers, explaining the situation to them and proposing a defense plan. They fortified the village, created hidden shelters, and prepared traps for the mercenaries. Lan and Mark helped organize the defense, and Dr. Keene took care of medical supplies and shelter for the women and children. Johnny knew the battle would be tough, but he was ready to protect his new family. The next day, the mercenaries launched an attack. They were well equipped and prepared, but Johnny and his team were ready. The battle was fierce and intense. Johnny and Lan fought side by side, using their skills and tactics to fend off their enemies' attacks. The mercenaries were surprised by the resistance they encountered. Johnny and his team used every means possible to protect the village. Traps, hidden shelters, and coordinated attacks by the locals allowed them to hold their own against a numerically superior enemy. At the climax of the battle, Johnny found himself face to face with the mercenary leader. He was an experienced and brutal fighter, but Johnny was not inferior to him in skill. A fierce battle ensued, in which each of them fought to the limit of his strength. Finally, Johnny was able to defeat the mercenary leader, but it cost him a lot of effort and wounds. After the death of their leader, the mercenaries began to retreat. Johnny and his team were victorious, but the village suffered significant losses. Several houses were destroyed and many local residents were injured. However, they were able to protect their village and save their new life. After the battle, Johnny realized that his enemies would not stop as long as he lived. He decided it was time to end the threats for good. He contacted his old allies around the world and began planning an operation to eliminate all remaining enemies. He knew it would be a long and dangerous journey, but he was willing to do anything to protect his new family and friends. Johnny, Lan, and Mark began traveling around the world, destroying threats one by one. They acted quickly and decisively, leaving no chance for their enemies. In every country, in every city, they faced new challenges, but always emerged victorious. Johnny used all his experience and skills to protect those he loved. And although the road was difficult and dangerous, Johnny knew that this was the only way he could ensure peace and security for his village and his new family. Johnny Walker's story continued, and his life was full of adventures and dangers, but he was always ready to meet any challenge. In the end, Johnny and his team were able to destroy all of their enemies. They returned to the village knowing that they could now live in peace and security. Johnny knew he had found his place in this world and was ready to begin the next chapter of his life, surrounded by friends and family. After Johnny and his team successfully eliminated all their enemies, a long-awaited calm reigned in the village. People began to restore destroyed houses and return to normal life. However, Johnny felt that his mission was not yet completed. He wanted to do something more for his new home and its inhabitants. One day, Johnny received an unexpected visitor, an old friend and former intelligence agent, Michael Green. Michael told Johnny is about a large international criminal organization called Phoenix, which has begun to expand its influence in South America. This organization was known for its ruthless methods and cruelty. Michael offered Johnny help in the fight against Phoenix, knowing that his experience and skills could be decisive in this fight. Johnny agreed to help. He understood that fighting the Phoenix would not only protect his village, but also prevent the further spread of evil. Together with Michael, Lan, and Mark, they began planning an operation to destroy this criminal network. The first step was to gather information about the Phoenix. Johnny and Michael traveled to major cities in South America to meet with informants and gather intelligence. They learned that the organization had several key bases scattered throughout the continent and that its leader was a mysterious man named Rafael Cortez. Rafael Cortez was a former military man known for his brutality and tactical genius. Johnny realized that to successfully complete the mission, it would be necessary to neutralize all bases and eliminate Cortez. They started from the weakest points, destroying one base after another. Each mission was carefully planned. Johnny and his team used all their skills and resources to infiltrate bases, neutralize security, and destroy Phoenix infrastructure. With each new victory, their confidence grew, but they also realized that the final battle with Cortez would be the most difficult. Finally, they received information about the location of Cortez's main base, an abandoned military complex in the Amazon jungle. Johnny and his team began preparing for the decisive operation. They knew this mission would be dangerous, but they were willing to risk everything to win. The operation began at night. Johnny, Lon, Michael, and Mark made their way through the dense jungle, avoiding traps and patrols. When they reached the base, a fierce battle ensued. Cortez's security was well prepared, but Johnny and his team were determined. Once inside the complex, they found that Cortez was awaiting their arrival. The final battle began in the central hall. Cortez turned out to be a strong and experienced fighter, but Johnny was ready for this. The battle was long and grueling, but in the end, Johnny was able to defeat Cortez, ending his criminal empire. After the victory, Johnny and his team returned to their village. Residents greeted them as heroes. At that moment, Johnny realized that his mission was truly complete. Now he could devote himself to restoring the village and creating a bright future for its inhabitants. They began working on new projects such as improving infrastructure and building new schools and hospitals. Johnny and his team became leaders in their community, helping it grow and prosper. Together with friends and new allies, they created a safe and happy future for everyone. After defeating the Phoenix organization, Johnny Walker, Lan, Mark, and Michael returned to their village, hoping that they could now live a quiet life. Johnny decided that it was time to finally leave crime and devote himself to ordinary life. He wanted to be useful to his community, help people, and build a peaceful future. But Johnny's past did not leave him alone. Despite his best efforts to start a new life, many enemies from his past continued to haunt him. Each of them had their own reasons for revenge and were ready to do anything to destroy Johnny. One night, as Johnny and Lon were sitting by the fire, they heard muffled sounds in the distance. Johnny immediately realized that these were not ordinary sounds of the forest. He got up and went to investigate. Soon he discovered traces of a group of armed men heading towards the village. Johnny realized that his enemies had found him. He immediately returned to the village and gathered all the inhabitants. They began to prepare for defense, strengthening their positions and setting traps. Johnny knew that the enemies would not stop until they reached their goal. At night, the village was attacked. They were a group of mercenaries hired by one of Johnny's old enemies, Ricardo Santos, a notorious crime boss who had lost power due to Johnny's actions. The fight was brutal and intense. Johnny and his team fought to protect the village and their people. Thanks to preparation and tactics, they managed to repel the attack, but this was only the first step in a long struggle. The next morning, Johnny realized that if he wanted to protect his new life and his friends, he needed to take drastic action. He contacted Michael to get information about other enemies who might threaten them. Together, they compiled a list of Johnny's most dangerous enemies. Johnny, Lon, and Mark began their actions to neutralize these threats. They went to different parts of the world to find and eliminate those who tried to destroy them. Each new enemy was more insidious and dangerous than the previous one, but Johnny was determined. He knew that this was his only chance to find a peaceful life. During these operations, they faced many challenges. In Paris, they encountered a mafia boss who controlled the illegal arms trade. In Tokyo, they neutralized the Yakuza, which was planning large-scale crimes. In Moscow, they exposed a network of human traffickers. Each mission was dangerous and required maximum concentration and skill. But Johnny and his team acted quickly and decisively, eliminating the threats one by one. Despite all the difficulties, they always emerged victorious. However, every new success brought new challenges. Johnny began to realize that his enemies would not disappear completely while he was alive. He made a decision. He needed to fake his death in order to get rid of persecution forever and give his village and friends a chance at a peaceful life. Johnny, Lon, Mark, and Michael carefully planned the operation. They staged an explosion at one of the enemy bases, leaving traces indicating Johnny's death. This operation was successful, and the world believed that Johnny Walker was dead. After faking his death, Johnny and his team fled to a remote corner of South America, where no one knew them. They started a new life under new names. Johnny became a farmer, Lan opened a small craft shop, Mark began teaching martial arts, and Michael began working in the security industry. In his new life, Johnny found peace and quiet. He knew that his past would never completely disappear, but now he was ready for any challenge. He built a new future for himself and his friends, free from fear and violence. The story of Johnny Walker continued, but now it was the story of a man who found his true purpose and was able to find a peaceful life, despite all the trials and dangers that came his way. Despite his newfound peace and new life, Johnny Walker's past comes back to haunt him. One of his close comrades, Michael, turned out to be a traitor. Tempted by a large sum of money offered by Johnny's enemies, Michael gave up their location. Johnny's enemies, having learned that he was still alive, decided to strike to get rid of him once and for all. One evening, as Johnny, Lan, and Mark gathered for dinner, they heard the drone of helicopters and the muffled sounds of approaching equipment. Johnny immediately realized that they had been found. He quickly stood up and gave orders. Lan was to ensure the evacuation of the villagers, and Mark was to defend the perimeter. Johnny and Mark took up positions, preparing to defend. At this point, Johnny noticed that Michael was missing. His suspicions were confirmed when he saw Michael next to the enemies who surrounded the village. Johnny realized that they had been turned in by someone he considered a friend. The enemies turned out to be a group of mercenaries led by Johnny's old enemy, Victor Kowalski. Victor wanted to personally verify Johnny's death. The battle has begun. Johnny and Mark fought fiercely to protect the village and their friends. Lon successfully evacuated the residents, but the danger did not diminish. Johnny and Victor came face to face. Victor taunted Johnny, claiming that no one can hide from their fate. The battle between them was fierce and intense. Johnny knew this was his last chance to end the threat once and for all. At this time, Lon returned to help Johnny. They fought together against superior enemy forces. Michael, seeing how his betrayal led to destruction, began to doubt his choice. He understood that money was not worth betraying his friends. At a time when the situation seemed hopeless, Michael decided to correct his mistake. He secretly approached Victor and suddenly attacked him, diverting his attention. Johnny took advantage of this. He reacted quickly and dealt Victor a fatal blow. Victor fell, and his mercenaries, seeing the death of their leader, began to retreat. Johnny, Lon, and Mark, along with Michael, who realized his mistake, were able to defeat the remaining enemies and protect the village. After the fight, Johnny approached Michael. There were tears of remorse in Michael's eyes. He apologized to Johnny and admitted his mistake, realizing that he could never fully atone for his guilt. Johnny, despite the betrayal, could not leave his friend in trouble. He forgave Michael, but said that trust would need to be restored long and hard. Johnny's enemies were destroyed, but he knew there would always be new threats. He decided that it was necessary to further strengthen the defense of the village and train all residents in self-defense. Together with Lan and Mark, They began working on creating a security system that could protect them from any future attacks. Several years have passed since Johnny, Lan, Mark, and Michael successfully defended their village from attack. During this time, they strengthened their community, trained locals in self-defense, and created a security system to prevent future threats. Johnny seemed to have finally found peace and stability. However, despite all their efforts, Johnny's enemies have not forgotten about him. On the other side of the world, in Moscow, was one of the most powerful criminal leaders, Dmitry Ivanov, known as the Shadow. Ivanov lost a lot because of Johnny's actions and decided it was time for revenge. Ivanov hired a group of elite mercenaries, led by an experienced assassin named Alexei Volkov. Volkov was known for his ruthlessness and ability to find the most elusive targets. Ivanov gave him one task: to find and kill Johnny Walker. Volkov began his search with thorough reconnaissance. He studied all the available data, used old contacts, and was eventually able to find out Johnny's location. He knew that Johnny now lived in a fortified village and that approaching him would not be easy. One night, Volkov and his team infiltrated the village using modern technology to bypass security systems. They knew that their target was Johnny Walker and that they would have to act quickly and decisively. Johnny woke up from a strange noise outside the window. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Rising to his feet, he took the weapon and headed towards the door. At that moment, Volkov and his men burst into the house. A fierce firefight began. Johnny, despite his age, was still an excellent fighter and managed to fight off the first attack. Lan and Mark, hearing the shots, quickly arrived to help. The situation was critical, and each of them understood that their lives were hanging by a thread. They fought desperately to protect each other and their home. Michael, feeling guilty for his past betrayal, fought with particular rage. Volkov, seeing the resistance, realized that there would be no easy victory. He decided to use intimidation and distraction tactics. He ordered his men to set a fire on the outskirts of the village to cause panic among the villagers and distract Johnny and his team. The plan worked. Johnny, seeing the fire and hearing the screams of the residents, realized that it was urgent to save people. He divided the command. Lan and Mark went to help evacuate the residents while Johnny and Michael remained to fight Volkov and his men. The situation was heating up. Volkov used the chaos to get closer to Johnny. In the end, they found themselves face to face. The fight was unequal, and despite Johnny's best efforts, Volkov turned out to be too strong and prepared. In the last, desperate battle, Johnny was mortally wounded. Michael, seeing Johnny falling, rushed to help, but it was too late. Volkov, having completed his mission, ordered his men to retreat. He knew that he had completed the task and that Ivanov would be pleased. Johnny, dying, looked at Michael and said his last words: "Defend the village. Don't let them. Destroy our home." Michael, holding back tears, vowed to carry out his will. Lan and Mark returned to see their friend on the ground and realized that their lives had changed forever. Johnny's death was a huge loss for the village. Residents gathered to honor the memory of their hero. They decided to continue his work, strengthen the community, and protect it from any threats. Lan, Mark, and Michael became the new leaders, following Johnny's precepts. And although Johnny Walker left this world, his legacy lived on. The story of his courage, dedication, and fight for justice inspired people around the world. He became a legend, a symbol of perseverance and hope in a world full of danger and injustice. Third criminal story. Jackson Reed, the future most dangerous robber in America, was born in the dark quarters of New York. Even as a child, Jackson was an unusual child. He could spend hours looking at precious stones in the windows of jewelry stores, and his eyes would light up when he saw the sparkle of diamonds. At school, Jackson did not find friends for himself. He was always drawn to something inaccessible and luxurious. At the age of 10, while walking with his parents in Manhattan, Jackson accidentally wandered into a jewelry store. He held his breath when he saw a huge diamond on display. At that moment, a dream arose in his head: to own the rarest and most beautiful diamonds, but not as an ordinary buyer, but as a thief, capable of entering any place and taking what he considers his own. Already a teenager, Jackson began to study how security systems work, how safes and locks are broken. He read books and watched films about famous thieves and analyzed their methods. But most importantly, he developed his cunning and ingenuity. His first crime occurred at the age of 17. It was a small store on the outskirts of the city. Jackson prepared carefully. He studied the guard schedule, checked the security system. At night, when everyone was sleeping, he got inside and took several small diamonds. This was his first real feeling of victory. Every year his crimes became bolder and more sophisticated. He stole exclusively diamonds, each time proving to himself that he was the best in his field. Jackson became a legend in the underworld, respected and feared. He was crazy about diamonds, and this obsession led him further into new, risky endeavors. One day he heard about the legendary blue diamond, one of the most expensive and rare stones in the world, located in the private collection of one of the most protected mansions in America. Jackson decided that this diamond would become his main trophy. Thus began the story of America's most dangerous robber who lived for one single purpose: to possess all the most valuable diamonds in the world. Jackson Reed continued to hone his skills, becoming a true master of theft. He studied the latest technologies, hired the best security experts to understand their weak points, and was always one step ahead of the police. His name became synonymous with mystery and danger, and each new diamond stolen added another chapter to his legend. One day, in one of the prestigious jewelry stores on Fifth Avenue, a presentation of a new collection of rare diamonds took place. Among the exhibits was the famous Starlight, a unique blue diamond, the cost of which was estimated at millions of dollars. Jackson couldn't miss this chance. He carefully prepared for this case, collecting all the information about the store's security system. He studied the guards' work schedules, the location of the cells, and even the type of safe in which the jewelry was kept. The night before the presentation, Jackson, dressed in a black suit and mask, entered the building. He moved silently, avoiding cameras and using special devices to disable alarms. Having entered the main hall, Jackson discovered a safe, which by all measures should have been impenetrable. But he knew that every castle has its own weakness. After a few minutes of intense work, the safe was opened and Starlight was in his hands. The success of this theft made Jackson even more famous in the criminal world. He became the target of a hunt for all law enforcement agencies in the country, but thanks to his caution and ability to camouflage, he always remained elusive. Each new case was thought out to the smallest detail, and no one could predict his next step. Over time, Jackson began to work alone, relying entirely on his knowledge and experience. He continued to rob jewelry stores, museums, and private collections, always choosing only the rarest and most valuable diamonds. One day, he decided to leave New York and go west, where a new goal awaited him: the legendary Royal Diamond, kept in one of the most guarded mansions in Los Angeles. Jackson carefully prepared for this case, studying the plans of the mansion and the security system. He knew this would be one of the toughest challenges of his career, but his obsession with diamonds left him no choice. Having entered the mansion, he encountered unexpected difficulties: new security systems, increased security, and unforeseen circumstances. However, his ability to improvise and find a way out of the most difficult situations helped him emerge victorious again. With each diamond he stole, Jackson felt his obsession grow. He could no longer imagine his life without the shine of precious stones. They became his meaning and curse at the same time. Each new case was not only a test for him, but also a confirmation of his skill and uniqueness. Jackson Reed continued his dangerous game, challenging the whole world. His name became a legend, and his thefts became the most daring and sophisticated in history. He knew that one day it might end, but while the diamonds beckoned him with their brilliance, he was not going to stop. Jackson Reed has long realized that large, luxurious jewelry stores attract too much attention. He had many high-profile cases in his arsenal, but now he wanted something quieter, but no less valuable. He heard about a small jewelry store on the outskirts of Chicago that stocked rare and unique diamonds brought from different parts of the world. The shop belonged to an old man who was not only an experienced jeweler, but also a collector of rare stones. Jackson began preparations with a detailed study of the object. He visited the store several times under the guise of an ordinary customer, studying the arrangement of display cases, cameras, and locks. It became clear to him that, despite the small size of the store, the security was quite serious, which made the theft interesting and exciting. Having chosen the night to do the deed, Jackson began to implement his plan. He knew that the store's security system was old but still quite effective. Jackson cut off the power to the area to deactivate the alarms and cameras. In complete darkness, he, using his skills, silently entered inside. It was quiet and dark inside the store. Jackson knew he didn't have much time before the backup power came on. He quickly went to the safe where the most valuable stones were kept. Using his experience and special tools, he opened the lock in a matter of minutes. The picture he had dreamed of opened before him, dozens of rare diamonds, each of which was unique. His eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly gathered the stones into a small bag, trying not to leave any traces. However, before leaving the store, Jackson heard a noise outside. It turned out that the old jeweler had a habit of walking around his shop even at night. Jackson quickly hid behind the display window, trying not to give away his presence. The old man entered the store suspecting something was wrong due to the power being out. Jackson watched the old man slowly approach the safe and knew he had to act quickly. He rushed to the exit, trying not to make noise, and passing the old man, ran out into the street. The backup lights outside had already turned on, and Jackson wasted no time in disappearing into the shadows. Making sure that he was not being followed, he walked away from the crime scene, disappearing into the night. In his hands was a bag of diamonds, which became another trophy in his collection. Jackson once again proved to himself that he was invincible, and each new theft only strengthened his reputation. So continued the life of Jackson Reed, a man who knew no bounds in his obsession with diamonds. Every new day brought him new challenges, and he met every new challenge with unwavering determination and skill. His legend grew as cops across the country scratched their heads trying to catch America's most elusive burglar. After successfully robbing a jewelry store in Chicago, Jackson Reed lay low for a while to avoid unwanted attention. But his obsession with diamonds did not allow him to remain idle for long. He continued to study the jewelry market, look for new goals, and plan his actions with even greater care. One day, while flipping through rare jewelry magazines, he came across an article about the famous fire diamond, which was kept in a small private museum in Savannah, Georgia. This diamond was known for its unique red hue and was one of the rarest in the world. Jackson decided that this stone should be his next trophy. He traveled to Savannah, exploring the city and museum. The museum was old but equipped with modern security systems. Jackson knew that this time he would have to use all his experience and knowledge to avoid getting caught. Over the course of several weeks, he carefully planned the robbery, visiting the museum under the guise of a tourist, taking notes and photographs. He discovered that each night the museum was guarded by only one guard and a few cameras. Jackson decided to act on the night when there was going to be a big celebration in the city, distracting the attention of most people and the police. At night, when the streets were filled with celebrating people, Jackson got down to business. He entered the museum through a window on the second floor, having previously turned off the electricity in the building. In complete darkness, he made his way to the main hall where the fire diamond was kept. The security guard, hearing the noise, headed towards the hall, but Jackson was already ready. He used a sedative to subdue the guard without harming him. He then broke open the glass box containing the diamond. Taking the gem in his hands, Jackson could not help but be amazed. He had never seen anything like it, but his joy was short-lived. At the exit from the museum, an unpleasant surprise awaited him: a police patrol attracted by a power outage. Jackson knew the only way out was to run. He got out of the building through the back entrance and rushed into the maze of narrow streets of the city. The chase was intense. Jackson used all his skills to escape his pursuers, jumping over fences and hiding in dark alleys. He managed to escape, but he understood that now the police would hunt him with redoubled force. Taking the fire diamond with him, he decided to temporarily leave America. With false documents and a new look, he went to Europe, where he planned to lie low and enjoy his trophy. In Paris, he rented a small apartment and began a new life, continuing to study precious stones and seek new goals. But his reputation preceded him. Even in Europe, his name evoked awe and respect in criminal circles. Jackson Reed remained a legend, the most dangerous and elusive diamond robber, for whom there were no insurmountable obstacles. His obsession continued to lead him forward to new heights and new adventures. Paris greeted Jackson Reed with foggy mornings and narrow streets full of history and secrets. Here he could blend in with the crowd, hide from the attention of the police, and plan his new adventures. His obsession with diamonds continued unabated, and he devoted every day to searching for information about the rarest stones in the world. One day, while walking around Montmartre, he accidentally overheard a conversation between two collectors about the legendary Black Diamond. This stone was said to be cursed, but had incredible beauty and power. It was kept in an old castle in the south of France, which belonged to an ancient aristocratic family. Jackson could not miss this chance. He was attracted not only by the value of the stone, but also by the mysticism that surrounded it. He began to collect information about the castle and its owners, finding out everything about the security system and the location of the rooms. The castle was protected and ancient, but vulnerable due to its age-related deficiencies. Jackson decided to act during the annual ball when most of the guests and security would be busy celebrating. On the night of the ball, dressed in an elegant tuxedo, Jackson entered the castle disguised as one of the invited guests. He moved confidently, mingling with the crowd, and headed towards the main staircase leading to the treasury. He knew he wouldn't have much time, and every minute counted. Having penetrated the treasury, he discovered that the Black Diamond was stored in a massive safe, equipped with a complex security system. But for Jackson, it was just another challenge. Using his tools and skills, he opened the safe and took the stone in his hands. The Black Diamond shimmered in the dim light, and Jackson felt a strange excitement, as if the stone really had some kind of power. But when he tried to leave the treasury, the alarm suddenly went off. Jackson realized that he had almost no time left. He rushed to the exit but collided with a security guard who, to his surprise, turned out to be an old friend, Vincent, with whom he began his criminal career together. Vincent didn't recognize Jackson right away, but seeing the Black Diamond in his hands, he guessed who was in front of him. They exchanged brief glances, full of understanding and memories. Vincent, not wanting to betray his old friend, allowed him to leave, warning him of the path to a safe exit. Jackson ran out of the castle and disappeared into the forest, hearing sirens and screams of guards in the distance. He managed to escape, but he knew that now not only the police would be hunting for him, but also the owners of the castle, who had significant connections and resources. In Paris, he changed his appearance again and went to Amsterdam to lay low. His collection now included the Black Diamond, which became not only a trophy, but also a symbol of his unyielding will and skill. His life continued to be filled with danger and adrenaline. Jackson understood that each new theft brought him closer to an inevitable fight with the law, but he could not stop. His obsession with diamonds led him further, to new heights and new adventures. And no one knew what his next step would be, except for Jackson Reed himself, the man whose legend lived with him. In Amsterdam, Jackson Reed found temporary refuge in an old house on the outskirts of the city. He knew that his name had become too famous, and every step had to be carefully thought out. His obsession with diamonds haunted him, and new plans were brewing in his head. One of these plans was the robbery of the famous De Beers jewelry store in the center of Amsterdam. The store was famous for its collection of rare diamonds, among which stood out the Moonlight, a unique blue diamond that was considered one of the most beautiful in the world. Jackson knew it would be a difficult undertaking, but the risk and challenge only fueled his interest. He began his preparations, carefully studying the store and its security system. De Beers was protected by the latest technology, including laser sensors, armored glass, and constant video surveillance. Jackson realized that for a successful robbery, he would need not only his experience but also help. He turned to old acquaintances from the criminal world of Amsterdam and soon found two ready to help: Leo, a safe-cracking master, and Ingrid, an electronics specialist. They carefully planned every detail of the robbery, knowing that the slightest mistake could cost them their freedom. At night, when the streets of Amsterdam were empty, they got down to business. Jackson and his team entered the store through the roof, using special equipment to avoid laser sensors. Ingrid set about disabling the alarms and cameras, while Leo began opening the safe. There was tense silence inside the store. Each of them knew their role and performed it flawlessly. Soon the safe opened in front of them, and Jackson picked up Moonlight. The diamond shimmered in the semi-darkness, and Jackson could not help but admire its beauty. But just as they were ready to leave, the backup alarm system suddenly went off. The store was filled with bright light, and they heard the guards' footsteps approaching. Jackson quickly assessed the situation and made a decision. He handed the diamond to Ingrid and told her and Leo to leave through the emergency exit, while he stayed behind to distract the guards. He darted to the side, making noise and causing the guards to follow him. Jackson knew his chances of getting out were slim, but he was willing to take the risk for the sake of his friends and Moonlight. At the last moment, he found a loophole and disappeared into the sewer tunnel leading to the river. A few hours later, exhausted and wounded, he emerged on the outskirts of the city. Ingrid and Leo were waiting for him at the appointed place, and Jackson felt relieved when he saw that the diamond was safe. They decided to go their separate ways for a while so as not to attract attention, and agreed to meet later to share the spoils. Jackson changed his appearance again and moved to a small town in the south of France, where he planned to relax and lay low. But his obsession with diamonds continued to flare, and he knew he would soon be back in the game. Each new robbery strengthened his legend, making him even more dangerous and elusive. Jackson Reed continued his journey, leaving behind him a trail of the world's most valuable diamonds and leaving everyone asking themselves, what will be his next move? In a small town in the south of France, hidden from the spotlight, Jackson Reed found temporary refuge. But even here, in a quiet and peaceful place, his obsession with diamonds haunted him. Every night he thought about new possibilities, studied maps and plans, looked for information about rare and valuable stones. One day, while leafing through local newspapers, he came across an article about the Golden Diamond, a unique stone that was to be exhibited in the famous Louvre Museum in Paris. This diamond was known for its unusual history and rare golden hue. Jackson knew that robbing the Louvre would be one of the most daring and difficult cases of his career, but that was exactly what attracted him. He went to Paris, carefully preparing for the matter. This time he decided to work alone, relying only on his skills and intuition. Jackson knew that the security system at the Louvre was one of the most advanced in the world, and every move had to be carefully thought out. On the night of the robbery, Jackson was ready. He used his climbing skills to climb to the roof of the museum and entered through a ventilation shaft. Moving silently, he made his way to the hall where the golden diamond was kept. After disabling several security systems, he found himself in front of a display case with a stone. Jackson carefully opened the glass, being careful not to set off the alarm. His heart beat faster as he took the diamond in his hands. At that moment, he felt that his whole life, all his efforts and risks were worth it. But his joy was short-lived. A hidden alarm, which he did not know about, suddenly went off. The museum's red lights began flashing, signaling an intrusion. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He quickly hid the diamond and headed towards the exit. Guards stood in his way, but he managed to use smoke bombs to divert their attention and escape. Having got out of the Louvre, he knew that a hunt would begin for him. Jackson hid in an abandoned building on the outskirts of Paris, contemplating his next steps. He understood that he now needed to act quickly and decisively so as not to fall into the hands of the police. Having hidden the golden diamond in a safe place, Jackson decided to temporarily hide in one of his old hideouts on the Mediterranean coast. There, he could hide until passion subsided. He knew that his name would again be on the front pages of the newspapers, but this did not frighten him. He was used to life on the edge. In the quiet and solitude of the coast, Jackson planned his next steps. His obsession with diamonds led him further, forcing him to seek new challenges and adventures. He knew that as long as he lived, his legend would live with him, and every new diamond would become part of his great story. On the Mediterranean coast, Jackson Reed found temporary refuge in an old fisherman's cottage, where he could rest and think about his future actions. Time passed, but his passion for diamonds did not fade. He continued to study rare stones, look for information about new targets, and prepare for the next heists. One quiet evening, Jackson received an unexpected message through an encrypted channel. An old friend, Vincent, with whom they crossed paths in one of the previous robberies, reported an important meeting in Monaco. Vincent hinted that this would not be just a meeting but an opportunity that should not be missed. Jackson decided to go to Monaco. He knew Vincent wouldn't call him just like that. Upon arrival in Monaco, Jackson met Vincent at a luxury hotel on the Côte d'Azur. Vincent told him about the Emperor's Diamond, one of the rarest and most expensive diamonds in the world, which belonged to an old aristocratic family and was kept in their family mansion in the center of Monaco. This diamond was not only incredibly valuable but also surrounded by mysticism and legends. Vincent invited Jackson to join forces to steal it, knowing that only with his skills this matter could succeed. Jackson agreed, realizing that this would not be just a robbery but a real challenge to his skill. They began to carefully plan the operation, studying the mansion and its security system. The mansion was equipped with the latest security systems, including laser sensors, hidden cameras, and armed guards. Every detail of the plan was thought out to the smallest detail, and Jackson knew that this time there could be no mistake. On the night of the robbery, Jackson and Vincent acted as a unit. They entered the mansion through an underground tunnel that was once used for secret exits. Making their way to the main gallery, they encountered their first problem: unexpected changes in the security system that they were not aware of. But Jackson was prepared for such surprises. Using his skills, he quickly adapted to the situation, bypassing laser sensors and deactivating hidden cameras. Vincent broke into the safe in which the Emperor's diamond was kept. When they finally took the diamond in their hands, a feeling of triumph washed over them both. But another test awaited them at the exit. One of the guards noticed them and raised the alarm. Jackson and Vincent were forced to improvise, fighting the guards and making their way to the exit. They managed to escape at the last second, but the police were already on their trail. In the following days, Jackson and Vincent hid in different parts of Monaco, avoiding the police and trying not to attract attention. They divided the spoils and agreed to temporarily disperse in order to get lost in different countries. Jackson went to Italy, hoping to find temporary refuge there. In Italy, he found a quiet place in a small village on the Amalfi Coast. Here he lay low again, analyzing his past mistakes and preparing for new adventures. His obsession with diamonds continued to grow, and he knew that new challenges and dangers lay ahead. Each new robbery made him even more experienced and elusive. Jackson Reed continued his journey, leaving behind him a trail of the world's rarest and most valuable diamonds, and leaving everyone who heard about him wondering, what will be his next move? On the Amalfi Coast, among picturesque houses and narrow streets, Jackson Reed found a temporary refuge where he could hide from the attention of the police and criminal circles. However, his obsession with diamonds did not subside, and he again began searching for information about new targets. Every day he studied news, rare collections, and rumors to find his next victim. One day, while walking along the embankment, Jackson overheard local fishermen talking about a rich American who had recently moved into one of the luxurious mansions on the hillsides. It was said that he had a collection of rare diamonds brought from the most remote corners of the world. This information interested Jackson, and he decided to find out more. For several days, Jackson observed the mansion, studying its security and the owner's routine. He learned that the American, Mr. Harrison, was a collector of precious stones and often threw private parties for selected guests. Jackson realized this was his chance. In the evening, when one of these parties was taking place at the mansion, Jackson decided to act. He changed into an elegant suit that would not attract attention, and mingling with the crowd of guests, entered inside. An atmosphere of luxury and sophistication reigned inside the mansion. Jackson noticed that security was tight, but that didn't stop him. Walking into the main hall where Mr. Harrison's collection was displayed, Jackson saw diamonds that took his breath away. Among them, the imperial diamond stood out, one of the rarest and most valuable stones in the world. Jackson knew that this stone had to be his trophy. He cautiously approached the display case, assessing the security system. Using his skills and equipment, he began to disable the alarm and open the display case. But at that moment, one of the guards noticed him. Wasting no time, Jackson acted quickly and decisively. He disarmed the guard and took the imperial diamond in his hands. The alarm went off and the house became alarmed. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He ran out of the main hall, making his way through the crowd of guests and headed towards the back exit. But several more guards stood in his way. Using smoke bombs, Jackson created a distraction and, taking advantage of the panic, ran out into the street. The escape through the wooded slopes of Amalfi was difficult and dangerous. Jackson knew the police would be on his trail, but his experience and instincts helped him escape. He reached his hidden boat, hidden on the coast, and sailed under the cover of darkness. Sailing along the Italian coast, Jackson felt his heart racing with adrenaline. The imperial diamond was with him, and it was another triumph in his career. He knew that now his name would be even more famous, and every new day would bring new dangers. Arriving to safety on a Greek island, Jackson changed his appearance again and went into hiding. He knew his obsession with diamonds continued to lead him down a dangerous path, but he couldn't stop. Each new diamond became part of his legend, and while he was alive, his story continued. On the Greek island of Jackson, Reed spent several months in solitude, recuperating and developing new plans. But even here, far from the bustle and persecution, he could not remain idle for long. His obsession with diamonds and thirst for adrenaline did not allow him to stop. One day, while walking through a market in a small coastal town, Jackson heard a story about a mysterious diamond known as Atlantis. This diamond was unique not only for its beauty, but also for the legend that it was found on a sunken ship that was believed to be part of the lost city of Atlantis. The stone belonged to a wealthy collector from Athens who was planning to put it up for auction. Jackson immediately knew that this diamond should be his next trophy. He went to Athens, where he began collecting information about the owner of the diamond and the location of the auction. The auction was to be held in one of the most prestigious halls in the city, and security measures were at the highest level. Jackson developed a bold plan. He decided to enter the auction under the guise of a wealthy collector, which would allow him to be in close proximity to Atlantis. With the help of false documents and elaborate makeup, he turned into a respectable businessman. On the day of the auction, Jackson walked into the room with the confidence he had developed over the years. He mingled with the crowd of rich and influential people, watching the progress of the auction. When the time came to exhibit Atlantis, the hall was filled with whispers and sighs of admiration. Diamond was truly magnificent. Jackson acted quickly. While the attention of everyone present was focused on the diamond, he quietly entered the utility room where the keys to the display cases were kept. Using his experience and special tools, he opened the locks and replaced Atlantis with a skillful fake, which he had prepared in advance. Returning to the hall, he watched as the fake was sold for a fabulous sum, and then left the auction holding a real diamond in his hands. But as soon as he stepped outside, he was surrounded by security officers. Jackson realized that his plan had been exposed. He ran away, using all his experience and skills to escape his pursuers. Running through the narrow streets of Athens was tense and dangerous. Jackson used every possible cover to get away from his pursuers. Finally, he managed to hide in one of the abandoned buildings on the outskirts of the city. Inside the building, he paused to catch his breath and consider his next steps. He knew that the hunt had begun for him, and he urgently needed to leave Athens. Jackson contacted old friends who helped him organize his escape on a private yacht. After leaving Athens, Jackson went to the Caribbean, where he hoped to find temporary refuge and escape persecution. On board the yacht, he looked at Atlantis, realizing that this diamond had become another pearl in his collection. But his obsession knew no bounds, and he knew that new challenges and dangers awaited him ahead. In the Caribbean, Jackson found a secluded place on one of the uninhabited islands. Here, among the palm trees and white sandy beaches, he began to plan his next steps. His life continued to be filled with danger and adventure, and each new day brought new opportunities and challenges. In the Caribbean, among lush greenery and crystal-clear waters, Jackson Reed tried to find a little peace. But the inner fire that attracted him to diamonds did not go away. He took refuge in a small house on the beach owned by an old friend named Pablo. Pablo was a former smuggler who knew how to hide valuables and remain undetected. One morning, while enjoying the peace and view of the ocean, Jackson heard from Pablo a story about an old diamond mine on one of the nearby islands. Rare blue diamonds were once mined there, but the mine was abandoned after a series of accidents. Legend has it that the last owner of the mine hid a huge diamond, known as the Heart of the Ocean, in one of the underground tunnels. Interested, Jackson decided to go exploring. Pablo provided him with a map of the island and old equipment for underground work. The next day, Jackson took a small boat to an abandoned mine. The island was covered with dense jungle, and the mine was hidden in its depths. When Jackson reached the entrance, he felt a cold wind coming from the dark tunnels. He turned on the flashlight and, after checking his equipment, began to climb down. The tunnels were damp and gloomy, with stalactites hanging everywhere. Jackson moved slowly, guided by the old map and his instincts. Deep in the tunnel, he found an old wooden door that was closed with a massive rusty lock. Using his tools, Jackson picked the lock and went inside. The room behind the door was filled with old boxes and tools, and there was a large safe in the corner. Jackson began to open the safe using all his experience and skill. A few minutes later, he opened the safe and saw inside a brilliant blue diamond, the Heart of the Ocean. The stone was incredibly beautiful, and Jackson felt his heart beat faster. But at that moment he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw a group of people, armed and clearly not intending to have a friendly conversation. At the head of the group stood a tall man with a scar on his face. It was a local crime boss named Raoul, who also knew about the heart of the ocean and had been hunting for this diamond for a long time. Raoul demanded that Jackson give him the stone, but Jackson knew that the chances of a peaceful resolution to the conflict were slim. He sharply darted to the side, trying to take cover behind the boxes, and a shootout began. Shots echoed in the narrow tunnel, and Jackson, using every opportunity, made his way to the exit. He managed to wound several of his pursuers and finally ran to the surface. The chase continued through the jungle, and Jackson knew he needed to find a way to his boat. He used all his survival skills to hide and lead his pursuers astray. Finally reaching the shore, he jumped into the boat and sailed away, leaving his enemies far behind. Returning to Pablo, Jackson hid the heart of the ocean and thanked his friend for his help. He knew that it was no longer safe to remain in the Caribbean and decided to move on to South America, where he hoped to find new adventures and challenges. Plans for new robberies were already maturing in his head, and he knew that many more dangers and unexpected turns awaited him ahead. Jackson Reed continued his path, leaving behind legends and the rarest diamonds, making his name more and more famous and mysterious. Each new step was even more risky and daring, but Jackson could not stop. His passion for diamonds and thirst for adrenaline led him forward to new heights and adventures. After the events in the Caribbean, Jackson Reed headed to South America, choosing Brazil as his new base. He decided to settle in Rio de Janeiro, one of the most colorful and vibrant cities in the world. In Rio, he could get lost among many tourists and locals, remaining unnoticed. Jackson found a cozy retreat in an old colonial house in the historic Santa Teresa neighborhood. The house was hidden among narrow streets and surrounded by dense vegetation, making it an ideal place for stealth. Here he could calmly plan his next steps and recuperate after his latest adventures. Jackson soon learned about a local legend, about the Crown Diamond, which was kept in an ancient monastery located in the Amazon jungle. It was said that this diamond once belonged to an ancient civilization and was part of a royal treasure. Legend claimed that the diamond had mystical properties and brought its owner good luck and power. Jackson couldn't resist this challenge. He began to collect information about the monastery, which was carefully guarded and difficult to access. Through his new acquaintances in Rio, he learned of an old guide named Miguel, who knew the Amazon jungle like the back of his hand. Miguel agreed to help Jackson for a generous reward. They set off, making their way through dense forests and crossing raging rivers. The journey was dangerous and exhausting, but Miguel confidently led them to their goal. Finally, after a few days, they reached an ancient monastery hidden deep in the jungle. The monastery was a majestic building, surrounded by a high wall and guarded by monks who were unaware of the treasures stored inside. Jackson and Miguel developed an infiltration plan. They decided to operate at night when security would be minimal. In the silence of the night, they made their way to the walls of the monastery and climbed them with the help of ropes and hooks. It was quiet inside, only the faint flickering of candles illuminating the corridors. They moved towards the central hall where, according to Jackson, the diamond was kept. When they reached the hall, Jackson saw the diamond on the altar surrounded by relics and ancient symbols. He carefully approached the diamond, but suddenly, a hidden trap was triggered. Alarm bells began to sound in the hall. Monks armed with ancient weapons rushed towards them. Jackson and Miguel were forced to act quickly. Miguel neutralized the monks while Jackson tried to turn off the alarm and take the diamond. Finally, he managed to grab the crown diamond and they rushed to the exit. The chase was tense, but they managed to escape from the monastery and hide in the jungle. After returning to Rio, Jackson and Miguel decided to temporarily separate. Jackson hid the crown diamond in a safe place and thanked Miguel for his help. He understood that now his name would be associated with yet another legend, and he would have to find a new refuge to avoid persecution. This time he decided to go to Argentina, where he hoped to find a quiet place to relax and plan new adventures. Jackson knew that his journey was not over yet, and new challenges and trials awaited him. His obsession with diamonds continued to lead him around the world, leaving behind him a trail of the rarest and most valuable treasures. In Argentina, he found a quiet house in the mountains where he could enjoy the beauty of nature and tranquility. But his inner fire never died down, and he began to think about the next daring heist that would be the next chapter in his legendary career. In Argentina, Jackson Reed found refuge in a quiet mountain house, but his obsession with diamonds continued. He began researching local news and rumors to find a new target. He soon learned of a wealthy businessman named Alejandro Valdez, known for his love of diamonds. Valdez often appeared at social events in Buenos Aires, showing off his luxurious collection of jewelry. Alejandro Valdez was the owner of a large construction company and was influential in business circles. He lived in a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a high fence and protected by private security. Jackson realized that robbing such a man would not only be risky but also exciting. He began preparing for the robbery by studying Valdez's daily routine and the mansion's security system. Jackson knew that during one of his upcoming events, Valdez would wear his favorite diamond pendant, which had become a symbol of his wealth and status. This pendant was supposed to be Jackson's target. On the day of the event, Jackson changed into a smart suit so as not to attract attention. He mingled with the crowd of guests arriving at the party, which took place in one of the luxury hotels in Buenos Aires. A festive atmosphere reigned inside the hall. Guests enjoyed champagne and live music. Jackson watched Valdez closely, waiting for the right moment. He noticed that Valdez often went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air and talk on the phone. This was his chance. When Valdez once again went out onto the balcony, Jackson followed him. He used his experience and skills to silently approach the businessman. As Valdez turned to return to the court, Jackson quickly struck him with a punch that knocked him out for several minutes. Jackson took the diamond pendant from Valdez and quickly disappeared, leaving the businessman on the balcony. He knew that time was short and he needed to leave the hotel as soon as possible. Using his knowledge of the building's structure, he found a service exit and left the scene undetected. Going outside, Jackson headed to a pre-prepared car and quickly drove away towards his refuge in the mountains. His heart was beating with adrenaline as he held the precious pendant in his hands. This robbery was daring and risky, but success brought him another valuable treasure. He hid the pendant in his house and began to think about his further actions. He understood that now the police and Valdez's security would be hunting for him, and he needed to act quickly and decisively. Jackson decided to temporarily leave Argentina and go to a safer place where he could hide and plan his next steps. Jackson headed to Chile, where he hoped to find a peaceful refuge in the Andes. There, among the majestic mountains and clean air, he could rethink his actions and prepare for new challenges. His obsession with diamonds continued unabated, and he knew that more daring robberies and dangerous adventures awaited him. In Chile, Jackson found an old cabin in the mountains where he could enjoy peace and solitude. But even here he could not forget about his passion for diamonds. Plans for new robberies were already brewing in his head, and he knew that as long as he was alive, his story would continue, leaving behind a trail of the rarest and most valuable treasures. In the seclusion of a mountain cabin in Chile, Jackson Reed enjoyed the lull. His refuge was hidden among snow-capped peaks and dense forests, where he could feel safe. But his mind knew no peace. Diamonds continued to beckon to him, and he knew that he could not stay away for long. One day, while reading local newspapers, Jackson came across news about the famous Heart of Fire diamond, which was to be exhibited in the Santiago Museum. The diamond was found in a long-abandoned mine and was known for its bright red hue. The exhibition attracted the attention of not only art connoisseurs, but also influential people from all over the world. Jackson decided that this diamond would be his next target. He began planning the heist by studying the museum and its security system. Jackson knew this would be one of the most difficult cases of his career. The museum was equipped with modern security systems, including laser sensors, surveillance cameras, and 24-hour security. He spent several days visiting the museum under the guise of an ordinary tourist, studying the layout of display cases, guards, and patrol routes. Jackson developed a detailed plan and prepared the necessary equipment for the break-in. At night, when the museum was closed to visitors, Jackson began to carry out his plan. He made his way through the ventilation shafts, avoiding laser sensors and cameras. Every movement was carefully planned and calculated. Having reached the room where the fire heart was kept, Jackson began to open the protective glass. But at that moment, a hidden alarm went off, and the museum was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he only had a few minutes before security arrived. He quickly grabbed the diamond and headed towards the exit. But guards stood in his way, ready to detain him at any cost. Using smoke bombs and distractions, Jackson made his way through the guards and ran outside. The chase was intense and dangerous, but his skills and experience helped him escape into the dark streets of the city. He got to a pre-prepared car and rushed towards the mountains, leaving his pursuers far behind. Returning to his hideout, Jackson hid the heart of fire and felt a rush of adrenaline. This robbery was one of the most daring and difficult in his career, but the success brought him a new valuable treasure. He knew that the police would now be looking for him with renewed vigor, and he needed to tread carefully. Jackson decided to temporarily hide in the mountains and consider his next steps. He understood that each new theft brought him closer to an inevitable fight with the law, but he could not stop. His obsession with diamonds continued to take him around the world, and he knew that new challenges and dangers lay ahead. One day, while walking along a mountain ridge, Jackson heard about a legend that had been passed down by local residents from generation to generation. Legend spoke of an ancient temple hidden in the jungles of Bolivia that housed Incan jewels, including a huge emerald known as the Eye of God. This emerald was a symbol of power and might, and Jackson could not resist the temptation. He began to prepare for a new expedition, collecting all the necessary maps and equipment. The journey to the temple was long and dangerous, but Jackson knew the reward was worth the risk. He left his refuge for Bolivia, where another exciting chapter in his legendary career awaited him. Making his way through the dense jungle, Jackson followed ancient signs and clues left by the Incas. The journey was full of dangers, including wild animals, poisonous plants, and impassable swamps. But Jackson was ready for anything. Finally, after several days of travel, he reached a temple hidden in the heart of the jungle. The temple was covered with moss and vines, but its grandeur and antiquity amazed the imagination. Jackson found the entrance and carefully stepped inside. It was dark and damp inside, but he felt that his goal was close. After passing through several halls and corridors, he reached the central room, where the Eye of God lay on a pedestal. Jackson carefully removed the emerald from the pedestal, but this activated hidden traps. The floor began to cave in, the walls began to shift, and Jackson realized that he only had a few seconds to get out. Using all his skills, he ran through the falling debris and escaped from the temple at the last moment. With the emerald in his hands, he rushed back through the jungle, knowing that now he would be hunted not only by the police, but also by those who knew about the Inca treasures. Returning to civilization, Jackson hid the Eye of God and thought about new plans. He understood that his career was becoming more and more dangerous, but he could not stop. His passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure continued to lead him forward. After returning to civilization with the precious Eye of God, Jackson Reed decided to hide for a while and rethink his next steps. He found refuge in a small settlement on the border of Bolivia and Peru, where no one knew him. Here he was able to regain his strength and develop new plans. Time passed, and Jackson again felt the itch for adventure. He became aware of an unusual businessman named Ricardo Estrada, who lived in Lima, Peru. Ricardo was known for his love of jewelry and rare diamonds, which he wore to public events. One day, Jackson learned that Estrada was going to take part in a charity ball, which would be held in his own luxurious mansion. Jackson realized that this was the perfect opportunity for another daring robbery. Jackson carefully prepared for this case, studying the mansion's security and Ricardo's daily routine. He knew he had to act quickly and accurately. On the eve of the ball, Jackson dressed in an elegant suit and went to the event under the guise of a wealthy philanthropist. His goal was simple: to steal the unique diamond that Ricardo wore around his neck as a pendant. When the ball began, Jackson mingled with the crowd of guests, watching Ricardo. The businessman was surrounded by security and attention, but Jackson was patient. He was waiting for the moment when Ricardo would retire, or at least lower his guard. After some time, Ricardo went out onto the terrace to talk on the phone. Jackson followed him, keeping at hand a special device that could temporarily jam the signals and turn off communications. He used this device to incapacitate Ricardo for a few seconds. Walking closer, Jackson quietly but decisively removed the diamond pendant from the businessman's neck. Ricardo came to his senses, but Jackson had already disappeared into the shadows. He quickly found his way to the exit, avoiding the guards. Once outside, Jackson headed to a previously prepared vehicle and left the crime scene. Returning to his refuge, Jackson felt a mixture of relief and satisfaction. He managed to pull off another successful heist and now had another rare diamond in his collection. However, he understood that now the hunt would begin for him, and he needed to be even more careful. He spent the next few weeks in silence and solitude, analyzing his steps and preparing for the possible consequences. Jackson knew that his career was becoming increasingly dangerous, and every new step brought him closer to an inevitable collision with the law. But his passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure continued to lead him forward. One day, on a quiet evening, Jackson received an encrypted message from an old friend, Vincent. Vincent talked about a mysterious artifact known as the Dragon's Tear, which was kept in one of the most protected museums in Hong Kong. This artifact was not only incredibly valuable but also rich in history and legend. Jackson knew that this would be one of the most difficult and risky undertakings of his career, but the challenge was too attractive to refuse. He began to prepare for a new adventure, gathering all the necessary resources and information. Hong Kong was waiting for him, a city full of dangers and opportunities, where a new, exciting robbery awaited him. The trip to Hong Kong began with a flight, where Jackson was hiding under the guise of a businessman traveling on business. Arriving in the city, he rented an apartment in one of the crowded areas in order to get lost among the residents and tourists. He began studying the museum where the Dragon's Tear was kept, analyzing the security system and the guards' routes. Every day, Jackson visited the museum under the guise of an ordinary visitor, memorizing details and drawing up a robbery plan. He knew that he would have to act quickly and accurately to avoid falling into the hands of the police and security guards. Finally, he was ready to carry out his plan. At night, when the museum was closed to visitors, Jackson got down to business. He used his skills to disable the alarm and get inside through the ventilation shafts. Moving silently and confidently, he reached the hall where the Dragon's Tear was kept. Using special equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the artifact in his hands. But as in previous times, a hidden alarm went off, and the museum was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He quickly left the hall and headed for the exit, but guards stood in his way. Using smoke bombs and distractions, Jackson made his way through the guards and ran outside. The chase was intense, but his skills and experience helped him escape into the narrow streets of Hong Kong. He got to a pre-prepared car and rushed to his shelter. Returning to the apartment, Jackson hid the dragon's tear and felt a rush of adrenaline and satisfaction. He again managed to pull off a daring robbery and avoid capture. Now Jackson knew that his name would be even more famous, and a new hunt would begin for him. But his passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure continued to lead him forward. He was ready for new challenges and dangers, knowing that his legendary career was far from over. After a successful robbery in Hong Kong, Jackson Reed realized that with each new trophy, not only his collection was growing, but also the number of enemies and pursuers. Time spent in the shadows became increasingly dangerous. Jackson knew he needed to find a new refuge where he could calmly plan his next steps. He decided to travel to Japan, a country where tradition and technology harmoniously intertwine, creating unique opportunities for a man of his skills. Jackson chose a small mountain town known for its solitude and natural beauty. Here he found a small house where he could hide from unnecessary attention. But even in this calm place, Jackson could not forget about his calling. He began to study local legends and rumors about the jewelry stored in Japan. One story in particular caught his attention, the story of the samurai ruby, which once belonged to one of the most famous samurai of the Edo era. This ruby was a symbol of strength and power, and it was stolen many years ago. It was said to be kept in the private collection of a wealthy Japanese tycoon living in Tokyo. Jackson decided that this ruby should be his next trophy. He began preparing for the robbery by studying the life of the tycoon and the security system of his mansion. Jackson knew it wouldn't be easy, but the risk and challenge only fueled his interest. Having moved to Tokyo, Jackson rented an apartment near the tycoon's mansion and began watching him. He found out that the tycoon organizes an annual reception in his house, where he invites famous and influential people. Jackson realized this was the perfect opportunity to get inside. On the day of the reception, Jackson changed into a traditional Japanese costume and entered the mansion under the guise of a high-ranking guest. There was an atmosphere of luxury and sophistication inside. Jackson watched the tycoon closely, waiting for the moment when he would leave the guests. When the tycoon retreated to his private gallery, Jackson followed him. In the gallery, among many other jewels, the samurai ruby lay on a pedestal. Jackson acted quickly and decisively. Using his skills and equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the ruby in his hands. But at that moment, the alarm went off. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs to create a distraction and made his way to the exit. The security was already on its feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the gallery and hide in the crowd of guests. He got to a pre-prepared car and rushed to his refuge in the mountains. This time the chase was especially intense, but his skills and experience helped him escape his pursuers. Returning to his house, Jackson hid the samurai ruby and felt the usual satisfaction. Now Jackson knew that a new hunt would begin for him, and he needed to be even more careful. He decided to go into hiding temporarily and start planning his next steps. Each new trophy made him even more famous and dangerous, but Jackson could not stop. His passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure continued to drive him forward. One day, while sitting by the window and enjoying the view of the mountains, Jackson received an encrypted message from an old acquaintance who once helped him evade capture in Europe. The message was about an incredibly rare black diamond that was part of the collection of one of the richest men in the world and was kept in a private residence in Switzerland. Jackson knew this would be one of the hardest things he would ever do, but the challenge was too appealing. He began to prepare for a new journey, collecting information and resources. New adventures and dangers awaited him, but Jackson was ready for anything. His journey to Switzerland began with a flight, where he again hid under the guise of an ordinary tourist. Arriving in Zurich, he rented an apartment in the city center and began studying the residence where the Black Diamond was kept. Jackson knew that the security system would be one of the most complex, but he was ready for the challenge. He spent several weeks studying the owner's daily routine, guard routes, and camera locations. Finally, he was ready to carry out his plan. On the night of the robbery, Jackson entered the residence through an underground tunnel he found in old plans for the building. Having got inside, he began to turn off the alarm and make his way to the main hall where the Black Diamond was kept. Every step was carefully planned, and Jackson acted quickly and confidently. When he reached the hall, he saw a diamond on a pedestal surrounded by laser sensors. Using his equipment, Jackson carefully removed the diamond from its pedestal, avoiding activating the sensors. But just as he was ready to leave, the backup alarm system suddenly went off. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He rushed for the exit, using smoke bombs and distractions to get past the guards. The chase was particularly intense, but Jackson managed to get out of the building and disappear into the darkness. He reached the pre-prepared transport and rushed to his shelter. Returning to his apartment in Zurich, Jackson hid the Black Diamond and felt a rush of adrenaline and satisfaction. After a successful robbery in Switzerland and the capture of the Black Diamond, Jackson Reed knew that his pursuers would become even more persistent. Each new trophy made his name more famous, and the hunt for him became more and more intense. He knew he had to be even more careful and find new ways to remain elusive. After leaving Switzerland, Jackson decided to head to Asia, where he hoped to find a new refuge and another goal. He chose Taiwan, a country with a rich history and unique opportunities for those who know how to hide and act unnoticed. In Taipei, the capital of Taiwan, Jackson found a small apartment in a busy area where he could blend in with the crowd and not attract too much attention. Several months passed, and Jackson began researching local news and rumors about the jewelry. He soon learned about a rare artifact, the Dragon Pearl, which was kept in an ancient temple on Penghu Island. This artifact was part of an ancient vault, protected by numerous traps and guards. Jackson realized that this would be one of the most difficult and interesting cases of his career. He began his preparations by studying the history of the temple and the security system. Penghu Island was known for its difficult weather conditions and remote location, making the task even more difficult. After leaving Taipei, Jackson went to Penghu Island. He found a local fisherman named Lee who knew everything about the temple and its surroundings. Lee agreed to help Jackson for a generous reward, and they began to develop a plan to infiltrate the temple. The night Jackson and Lee decided to act, a storm broke out on the island. This created additional complications, but also helped to conceal their approach to the temple. Using the maps and clues Lee provided, they made their way to the main entrance and began searching for a way inside. Inside the temple, it was dark and damp. They walked through several halls, avoiding traps and avoiding guards. Jackson felt adrenaline pumping through his veins as they approached the room where the Dragon Pearl was kept. When they reached the central hall, Jackson saw the artifact, illuminated by the dim light of the lamps. He carefully turned off the defense mechanisms and took the pearl in his hands. But suddenly, an ancient trap was triggered. The walls began to move and the floor began to collapse. Jackson and Lee rushed to the exit, trying to avoid falling into the abyss. Their path was full of obstacles, but coordinated work and skills helped them get out of the temple at the last moment. The storm was still raging, and they headed to Lee's boat to leave the island. On the way back, Jackson realized that the storm was not only an obstacle, but also their salvation. It helped hide their tracks and confuse their pursuers. Returning to Taipei, Jackson hid the Dragon Pearl and thanked Lee for his help. Now, with a new trophy in his collection, Jackson knew his adventures were far from over. Each new step made his legend more exciting and dangerous. He was ready for new challenges and dangers, knowing that even more complex and interesting things awaited him. But even in Taipei, he could not stay long. Word of the Dragon Ball quickly spread, and Jackson decided it was time to change locations again. His next destination was Singapore, a city known for its technology and security, making it an ideal place for new challenges. In Singapore, Jackson found refuge in one of the city's most modern and vibrant areas. He began to study local legends and stories about jewelry, and soon his attention was drawn to the story of the Star of Southeast Asia, a unique diamond that was kept in the private collection of a famous jewelry collector living in one of the most guarded skyscrapers in the city. Jackson knew this would be one of the most difficult heists of his career. He began to carefully prepare, studying the skyscraper's security system and the collector's daily routine. He had to overcome modern technology and many obstacles, but the challenge was too attractive to refuse. On the night of the robbery, Jackson made his way into the building using his skills and equipment. He bypassed numerous cameras and laser sensors, made his way through several floors, and reached the penthouse where the Southeast Asian Star was kept. Every step was carefully planned, and Jackson acted confidently and quickly. Having reached the display case with the diamond, he used special tools to open the protective glass. At that moment, a hidden alarm went off and the building was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He quickly grabbed the diamond and rushed to the exit. The chase was intense and dangerous. Jackson used all his skills to evade security and leave the building. He knew that every step could be his last, but his experience and intuition helped him avoid capture. Finally, he reached the pre-prepared transport and rushed to his shelter. Returning to his hideout, Jackson hid the Southeast Asian Star and felt his usual satisfaction. He knew his legend continued to grow, and each new trophy made his story even more exciting. But even in Singapore, Jackson understood that he could not stay in one place for long. His pursuers became more and more persistent, and he needed to find new ways for his adventures. He decided to travel to Africa, where he heard about rare and unique jewelry stored in ancient temples and treasuries. Jackson Reed continued his legendary career, leaving behind him a trail of some of the world's rarest and most valuable jewels. His passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure drove him forward, and he knew that even more complex and interesting things awaited him. After a successful robbery in Singapore and the capture of the Southeast Asian Star, Jackson Reed decided it was time to head to Africa, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. He chose South Africa, a country famous for its diamonds and gold mines. Jackson knew that here he could find new targets for his daring robberies. Arriving in Johannesburg, Jackson found shelter in one of the quiet areas of the city. He began researching local legends and rumors about the jewels. He soon learned about the famous Crown of Africa, a rare diamond that was kept in a gold mining museum located in an old mining town. This diamond was known for its unique history and enormous value. Jackson realized that this would be one of the most difficult cases of his career. He began preparing for the robbery by studying the museum and its security system. The museum was equipped with modern security systems, including cameras, motion sensors, and 24-hour security. Jackson knew he had to act quickly and accurately. He decided to act at night when the museum was closed to visitors. Jackson made his way through the ventilation system, avoiding laser sensors and cameras. Moving silently, he reached the hall where the Crown of Africa was kept. Using his skills and equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the diamond in his hands. But at that moment, a hidden alarm went off, and the museum was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs to create a distraction and made his way to the exit. The guards were already on their feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the building and disappear into the darkness. The chase was intense and dangerous, but his skills and experience helped him escape his pursuers. He reached a pre-arranged transport and rushed to his hideout in Johannesburg. Returning home, Jackson hid the crown of Africa and felt a rush of adrenaline and satisfaction. But Jackson knew that he couldn't stay in one place for long. The pursuers became more and more persistent, and he needed to look for new ways for his adventures. He decided to travel to Namibia, where he heard about rare and unique jewelry stored in ancient caves and treasuries. Arriving in Windhoek, the capital of Namibia, Jackson found shelter in one of the remote areas of the city. He began studying local legends and stories about jewelry. Soon his attention was drawn to the story of the Star of Namibia, a unique diamond that was kept in an ancient cave in the north of the country. This diamond was known for its beauty and mystical properties. Jackson decided that this diamond should be his next trophy. He began preparing for the expedition, collecting maps and equipment. The path to the cave was long and dangerous, but Jackson was ready for the challenge. He hired a local guide named Kofi, who knew everything about the caves and their surroundings. The journey through the desert landscapes of Namibia was grueling, but Jackson and Kofi pressed forward, following ancient signs and clues. Finally, after several days of travel, they reached a cave hidden in the mountains. The entrance was narrow and dark, but Jackson was prepared for what awaited him inside. After passing through narrow corridors and avoiding ancient traps, they reached the central room, where the Star of Namibia lay on a pedestal. Jackson carefully removed the diamond from its pedestal, but this activated a hidden trap. The floor began to cave in, the walls began to shift, and Jackson realized that he only had a few seconds to get out. Using his skills and teamwork with Kofi, Jackson ran through the falling debris and escaped the cave at the last moment. With the diamond in their hands, they rushed back through the desert, knowing that now they would be hunted not only by the police, but also by those who knew about the treasures of the cave. Returning to Windhoek, Jackson hid the Star of Namibia and thanked Kofi for his help. He understood that his name would again be on the front pages of the newspapers, and he would have to find a new refuge to avoid persecution. Jackson decided to travel to Morocco, where he heard about rare jewelry and ancient treasures hidden in desert cities and oases. Arriving in Marrakesh, Jackson found refuge in one of the ancient ryads in the Medina. He began studying local legends and stories about jewelry. Soon his attention was drawn to the story of the Heart of the Sahara, a rare emerald which, according to rumors, was kept in an ancient underground city lost in the desert. Jackson decided that this emerald should be his next trophy. He began preparations for the expedition, collecting information and equipment. The path to the underground city was full of dangers, but Jackson was ready for anything. He knew that new adventures and challenges lay ahead of him, and he was ready to face them. In Marrakech, Jackson Reed spent several weeks studying local legends and collecting information about the Heart of the Sahara. He learned that the ancient underground city where the emerald was kept had been forgotten for many generations and was considered a myth even among the locals. But rumors of untold treasures continued to exist, and Jackson was confident that he would find them. He contacted a local historian named Amir, who was one of the few who believed in the existence of an underground city. Amir provided Jackson with old maps and legends that helped him plan the route. They agreed to meet in the desert to go in search of treasure together. On the day of departure, Jackson and Amir met on the outskirts of the city. They took with them all the necessary equipment, including water, provisions, and maps. Their path lay through the hot and merciless sands of the Sahara. Jackson knew the journey would be difficult, but his obsession with jewelry and thirst for adventure carried him forward. The journey through the desert was grueling. They crossed dunes, fought sandstorms, and suffered from the scorching sun. But their determination did not allow them to stop. Finally, after several days of travel, they reached an oasis that served as a landmark on their map. Amir confirmed that they were on the right track, and they continued their journey to the supposed site of the underground city. When they reached the point on the map, It turned out that the entrance to the city was hidden under a massive layer of sand and stones. Jackson and Amir began digging, and after several hours of hard work, they discovered an ancient stone door leading down. Inside the underground city, it was dark and cool. They lit torches and began to explore the narrow corridors and halls decorated with ancient frescoes and relics. Jackson felt that the goal was close. They walked through several halls, avoiding old traps and avoiding collapses. In the central hall, illuminated by dim light, they saw an altar on which lay the heart of the Sahara emerald. The stone glowed green, reflecting the magic and mystery of an ancient civilization. Jackson carefully removed the emerald from the altar, but as soon as he did, the floor began to shift and the walls began to crumble. They rushed to the exit, trying to avoid falling debris and shifting walls. Jackson and Amir fled through narrow corridors, escaping the traps activated by the removal of the emerald. Finally, they broke out, covered in dust and sand, but with the heart of the Sahara in their hands. The return to Marrakech was no less difficult. They crossed the desert again, fighting the heat and fatigue. But Jackson knew they had achieved their goal. Returning to the city, he hid the emerald in a safe place and thanked Amir for his help. Jackson understood that his adventures did not end there. His passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure drove him forward. He knew that he could not stay in Morocco for long and decided to go to Europe, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. Arriving in London, Jackson found shelter in one of the old houses on the outskirts of the city. Here he began to study local legends and stories about jewelry. Soon his attention was drawn to the story of the Celtic heart, a unique ruby that was part of the royal treasures and was kept in one of the oldest castles in Scotland. Jackson knew this would be one of the most difficult cases of his career. The castle was equipped with modern security systems and was guarded around the clock, but the challenge was too attractive to refuse. He began carefully preparing for the robbery, collecting information and planning every step. On the night he decided to act, Jackson made his way into the castle through underground passages that he found in old maps. He avoided cameras and motion sensors as he made his way to the central hall where the Celtic heart was kept. Using his skills and equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the ruby in his hands. But at that moment, a hidden alarm went off, and the castle was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs and diversions to get to the exit. The guards were already on their feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the castle and disappear into the darkness. The chase was intense and dangerous, but his skills and experience helped him escape his pursuers. He reached a pre-arranged transport and rushed to his hideout in London. Returning home, Jackson hid the Celtic heart and felt a rush of adrenaline and satisfaction. Jackson Reed was not only a master of robbery, but also a virtuoso in the ability to cover his tracks. His ability to remain elusive after each case made him an almost mythical figure in the eyes of the police and the public. Every time the police tried to track him down, Jackson slipped away, leaving behind only mysterious evidence that did not provide any clues. After a successful robbery in Scotland and the capture of the Celtic heart, Jackson knew he had to leave Britain urgently. He left false trails that led in several different directions to confuse his pursuers. He also used his contacts to create false documents and identities, allowing him to cross the border unhindered. Arriving in continental Europe, Jackson decided to head to Italy, where new challenges and opportunities awaited him. He chose Florence, a city of art and culture that was also famous for its historical treasures and jewelry collections. Jackson knew that here he could find new targets for his daring robberies. In Florence, Jackson found shelter in one of the old mansions in the city center. He began studying local legends and stories about jewelry. His attention was soon drawn to the story of the Medici Radiance, a unique sapphire that was part of the collection of one of the richest families in Italian history. This sapphire was kept in a private gallery belonging to the descendants of the Medici. Jackson carefully prepared for the robbery, studying the gallery and its security system. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but the challenge was too appealing. On the night he decided to act, Jackson snuck into the gallery through a secret passage that only he knew about. He avoided cameras and laser sensors, making his way to the hall where the Medici radiance was kept. Using his skills and equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the sapphire in his hands. But at that moment, a hidden alarm went off, and the gallery was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs and diversions to get to the exit. The guards were already on their feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the gallery and disappear into the darkness. Returning to his hideout, Jackson used his track-covering skills. He left behind false evidence that pointed in several different directions, confusing the police. He also used special chemicals to destroy possible DNA and fingerprints left at the crime scene. Jackson hid the Medici radiance in his apartment and felt a rush of adrenaline and satisfaction. He knew his legend continued to grow, and each new trophy made his story even more exciting. But even in Florence, he understood that he would not be able to stay in one place for long. His pursuers became more and more persistent, and he needed to find new ways for his adventures. Jackson decided to travel to Spain, where he heard about rare jewelry and historical treasures stored in ancient castles and monasteries. Arriving in Madrid, he found shelter in one of the ancient quarters of the city. Here he began to study local legends and stories about jewelry. Soon his attention was drawn to the story of the Royal Star, a unique diamond that was part of the royal collection of Spain. This diamond was kept in the royal palace, protected by the most modern security systems and numerous guards. Jackson knew this would be one of the most difficult cases of his career. He began carefully preparing for the robbery, collecting information, and planning every step. On the night he decided to act, Jackson made his way into the palace through underground passages that he found in old maps. He avoided cameras and motion sensors as he made his way to the central hall where the Royal Star was kept. Using his skills and equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the diamond in his hands. But as soon as he did this, a hidden alarm went off. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs and diversions to get to the exit. The guards were already on their feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the palace and disappear into the darkness. Returning to his hideout, Jackson used his track-covering skills. He left behind false evidence that pointed in several different directions, confusing the police. He also used special chemicals to destroy possible DNA and fingerprints left at the crime scene. After a successful heist in Spain and the capture of the Royal Star, Jackson Reed knew that his pursuers would become increasingly persistent. Each new trophy made his name more and more famous, and the hunt for him continued to heat up. But despite all the difficulties, Jackson could not stop. His passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure led him forward. His next destination was Paris, a city Jackson knew and loved for its rich history and art. He decided that it was here that he could carry out one of his most daring robberies, which would cement his name in the history of the criminal world. In Paris, Jackson found refuge in one of the old apartments in Montmartre, where he could quietly plan his next steps. Soon his attention was drawn to the story of the Napoleon diamond, which was kept in the private collection of a famous French aristocrat. This diamond was known for its rarity and historical value. Jackson began to prepare for this case, studying the aristocrat's daily routine and the security system of his mansion. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but the challenge was too attractive. The night he decided to take action, Jackson sneaked into the mansion through the garden using his skills and equipment. Once inside, he avoided cameras and laser sensors, making his way to the central hall where the Napoleon diamond was kept. Using his skills, Jackson opened the protective glass and took the diamond in his hands. At that moment, a hidden alarm went off and the mansion was filled with alarming sounds. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs and diversions to get to the exit. The guards were already on their feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the building and disappear into the darkness. Returning to his hideout in Montmartre, he hid the Napoleon diamond and felt a rush of adrenaline and satisfaction. But even in Paris, Jackson understood that he could not stay in one place for long. His pursuers became more and more persistent, and he needed to find new ways for his adventures. He decided to travel to Russia, where he heard about rare jewelry and historical treasures kept in ancient palaces and monasteries. Arriving in St. Petersburg, Jackson found shelter in one of the old houses on the Neva embankment. Here he began to study local legends and stories about jewelry. Soon his attention was drawn to the story of the imperial emerald, a unique stone that was part of the Romanov treasury and was kept in one of the oldest museums in the city. Jackson knew this would be one of the most difficult cases of his career. The museum was equipped with modern security systems and was guarded around the clock, but the challenge was too attractive to refuse. He began carefully preparing for the robbery, collecting information and planning every step. The night he decided to act, Jackson made his way into the museum through underground passages he found in old maps. He avoided cameras and motion sensors as he made his way to the central hall where the imperial emerald was kept. Using his skills and equipment, he opened the protective glass and took the emerald in his hands. But as soon as he did this, a hidden alarm went off. Jackson knew he didn't have much time. He used smoke bombs and diversions to get to the exit. The guards were already on their feet, but Jackson managed to get out of the museum and disappear into the darkness. Returning to his hideout, Jackson used his track-covering skills. He left behind false evidence that pointed in several different directions, confusing the police. He also used special chemicals to destroy possible DNA and fingerprints left at the crime scene. Now, having hidden the imperial emerald in a safe place, Jackson knew that his name would be even more famous, and a new hunt for him would begin. But his passion for jewelry and thirst for adventure continued to lead him forward. He was ready for new challenges and dangers, knowing that his legendary career was far from over. Each new robbery strengthened his reputation as the most skillful and elusive robber in the world. He knew that one day his luck might change, but for now his skill and cunning allowed him to stay one step ahead of his pursuers. Jackson Reed continued his journey, leaving behind him a trail of the rarest and most valuable jewels, turning his life into an exciting and dangerous game in which everything was at stake. Jackson Reed, the world's most elusive jewel heist, was at the peak of his career. Every successful raid, every daring robbery strengthened his legend. However, his elusiveness and skill began to attract the attention of not only the police, but also international agencies. His pursuers joined forces, and ultimately his capture became their main goal. After a successful robbery in St. Petersburg, Jackson headed to Japan, where he planned to take a break and develop a plan for the next heist. He chose Kyoto, a city rich in history and culture, where he could hide among many tourists and locals. But it was in this ancient city that his last game began. Jackson rented a small, traditional Japanese apartment in a quiet area of Kyoto. He enjoyed the peace and quiet, but could not completely relax. He felt that the hunt for him continued and that his pursuers would not retreat. His gut instinct was that something was coming. An international agency, combining the efforts of law enforcement agencies from several countries, developed a plan to capture him. They knew that Jackson was carefully hiding his tracks, so they decided to use his passion for jewelry as bait. An exhibition of rare jewels was to take place in Tokyo, including the legendary Phoenix Ruby, which, according to legend, was part of the treasures of an ancient Chinese emperor. This ruby was incredibly valuable, and the agency knew it would attract Jackson's attention. Jackson couldn't resist this challenge. He carefully studied the exhibition plan, security, and daily routine. He realized that this would be one of his most difficult robberies, but his thirst for adventure and passion for jewelry overcame caution. The night before the exhibit opened, Jackson snuck into the museum using his skills and equipment. He avoided cameras and laser sensors, making his way to the hall where the Phoenix ruby was kept. Everything went according to plan, and Jackson had already picked up the ruby when the alarm suddenly went off. He didn't know that they were waiting for him. A team of special agents surrounded the museum, blocking all exits. Jackson tried to use his usual maneuvers, smoke bombs and diversions, but this time it was all in vain. The agency studied all of his past robberies and prepared for his tricks. The chase inside the museum was intense. Jackson rushed through the corridors, trying to find a way out, but every time he ran into agents. His heart was pounding, his adrenaline was pumping, but he knew his time was up. At the last moment, when he had almost reached the emergency exit, he was surrounded by special agents. Jackson understood that there was nowhere else to run. He raised his hands, holding the Phoenix ruby in one of them, and surrendered. His arrest became a sensation. Jackson Reed, the world's most elusive jewel thief, has finally been caught. Police and international agencies celebrated the victory, and Jackson knew his legendary career was over. Jackson Reed, while behind bars, realized that his freedom was temporarily lost, but his mind continued to work, planning for the future. His arrest became a sensation, and for months the news was filled with stories of his daring robberies and elusiveness. Time passed and Jackson began to get used to life in prison, but he did not lose hope and continued to work on his escape plan. He knew that the best were watching him, and that the slightest mistake could cost him his life. However, his determination was unshakable. One day, during a planned visit, Jackson managed to transmit an encrypted message to his old allies. The message contained instructions and a request for help in organizing an escape. His team, loyal and experienced, sprang into action. They developed a complex plan that involved bribing several guards and using underground tunnels left over from previous centuries. The day of the escape was scheduled at a time when prison security was expected to be minimal due to a major event in the city. On the night of the escape, using all his skills and knowledge, Jackson began to act. He worked harmoniously with the guards who were on his side and moved towards the pre-prepared exit. The whole process took several hours, but he managed to make his way through the maze of tunnels and emerge to freedom. A team was waiting for him on the surface with transport ready to take him to safety. They quickly left the area and headed for a previously prepared shelter in another country. Jackson Reed is free again. Despite all the difficulties and dangers, he proved that his skill and determination are unsurpassed. He knew that now he would have to act even more carefully to avoid rearrest, but his spirit was unbroken. In a secret refuge, far from his former pursuers, Jackson began a new life. He decided that he would no longer engage in robberies, but his passion for jewelry remained. He used his knowledge and experience to become a consultant and jewelry expert, working with collectors and museums who valued his unique skills and intuition. The legend of Jackson Reed lived on, but now it became the story of a man who was able to change his destiny and find a new path. His adventures and daring heists became part of history, but Jackson himself found a way to take his talents in a new direction while remaining free and undefeated. The story of the fourth criminal. Since childhood, Liam Hudson has shown incredible resourcefulness and ingenuity. He was born in a small town in Colorado, where his family lived in poverty. Already in his early years, Liam began stealing small items from local stores to help his family make ends meet. But his real talents showed when he accidentally stumbled upon an old train station. Liam grew up in a home full of love but devoid of material goods. His father worked in a mine, and his mother was a cleaner at a local school. Money was tight, and Liam often wore old, threadbare clothes to school, making him a target for ridicule from his classmates. but this only strengthened his spirit. One of his favorite pastimes was listening to the stories of the old engineer, Mr. Jenkins, who sometimes sat on a bench near the station and smoked his pipe. Mr. Jenkins told stories of long journeys, adventures, and, of course, trains. These stories captivated Liam and fueled his dreams of a different life. Liam often stayed at the station after school, watching the trains and studying their routes. He noticed that trains carrying cargo were particularly interesting. Their security was weaker, and the cargo was often valuable. Liam began to develop a plan to steal something from these trains. His first real raid happened when he was 18 years old. Liam gathered a small team of his friends who also wanted to escape poverty. They chose a coal train and planned everything down to the last detail. At night, they made their way to the train and successfully hijacked several wagons full of coal. Selling coal brought them a good amount of money, and this was just the beginning. Buoyed by their success, Liam and his friends began planning their next raid. They realized that coal, although profitable, was not as valuable as other cargoes. Liam began looking for trains carrying more valuable goods such as gold, silver, and precious stones. With each new raid, their plans became more sophisticated and bold. Liam developed a system for tracking train schedules to select the most profitable targets. He also learned to bribe railroad workers to obtain information about the routes and contents of the cars. However, as their success grew, so did their danger. The police are hunting for a mysterious train robber, and security on trains has been tightened. Liam knew they needed to be even more careful and thoughtful. One of the most dangerous and complex raids was a raid on a train carrying a shipment of gold from the mines of California. Liam carefully prepared for this raid. He developed a plan that included distracting the guards, bribing the driver, and using special tools to open the cars. At night, as the train passed through a narrow canyon, Liam's team staged a fake accident to stop the train. At this time, Liam and his men quickly and silently entered the freight cars and began unloading boxes of gold. Everything went smoothly, and they managed to escape before the police arrived. This raid made Liam and his team even richer and more famous. But with wealth came new problems. The police stepped up their efforts to catch the robbers, and Liam had to go into hiding even more and change his methods. Despite all the difficulties, Liam was not going to stop. He continued to plan and carry out raids, constantly improving his skills and expanding his team. His name became a legend, and each new raid became a topic for discussion and speculation. With each new success, Liam became more and more convinced that his place was at the top. He continued to look for new, more complex and dangerous goals, not knowing that the biggest test of his life lay ahead of him. Liam Hudson and his team have become true masters of their craft. Their raids became more and more daring, and they acquired a reputation as elusive robbers. However, fame and fortune attracted the attention not only of the police, but also of rival gangs who wanted to get a piece of Liam's loot. One day, Liam learned about a train that was carrying not only gold, but also rare gems for New York jewelry houses. This was a rare opportunity, and Liam couldn't pass it up. He began to carefully prepare for this raid, realizing that this would be one of his most difficult and risky undertakings. Liam has assembled a team that has been tested by time and many successful operations. They developed a detailed plan, including bribing station workers and creating a distraction for the guards. The raid was planned for a dark, moonless night when visibility was minimal. When the day of the operation arrived, everything went according to plan. Liam and his men infiltrated the station and mined several tracks to distract the guards. While the guards were busy with the false alarm, Liam and his crew quietly made their way onto the train and began unloading the gems and gold. But this time, their luck changed. Suddenly, a police squad arrived at the station, having received a tip from one of the rival bandits. A shootout began. Liam understood that there was little chance of getting out without losses, but he was not going to give up. They began to retreat, shooting as they went and trying to carry away as much loot as possible. Liam and his men managed to escape into the forest, but the losses were significant. Several crew members were wounded, and some of the spoils had to be abandoned. Liam knew that now they would be persecuted even more actively. Despite the difficulties, Liam did not lose heart. He knew he had to change his methods and become even more careful. They took refuge in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the city, where they healed their wounds and made new plans. Liam knew there would be even greater challenges ahead, but he was prepared for them. He understood that every new raid was a step towards the top, and he was not going to stop. There was a new, even more ambitious plan ahead, which was supposed to make them the richest train robbers in history. Liam and his team continued to rebuild in the abandoned house. They knew that they could not stay in one place for long, and they needed to figure out how to escape persecution. Liam realized they needed to change tactics and raid locations to confuse the police. He decided to temporarily leave his native Colorado and move east to densely populated states, where it was easier to get lost among the crowds and find new, less guarded targets. The next target was a train transporting valuable goods from Boston to New York. Liam carefully studied the route and developed a plan that would go without a hitch. They reached Boston and lay low, collecting information about the train. Liam used old connections to gain access to train schedules and contents. He hired several new people to strengthen the team to compensate for the losses incurred in the previous operation. When the day of the new raid arrived, Liam's team was more prepared than ever. They positioned themselves along the route, preparing everything necessary for the quick and silent capture of the train. At night, when the train was traveling along an abandoned section of the track, the team quickly and smoothly took control of several cars, taking away all the valuable cargo. They left no trace and disappeared into the darkness like shadows. This raid became one of the most successful in Liam's career. The loot was huge, and they were able to escape without a single clue for the police. This strengthened their reputation and allowed them to continue their business with even greater confidence. Meanwhile, the police intensified their efforts to catch Liam's gang. They assembled a special group that studied every step of the robbers, hoping to find at least some clue. But Liam was too smart to leave any traces. Despite the successful raids, Liam felt tensions rising. He knew that their luck could not last forever, and they must find new ways to avoid capture. Liam began to think about leaving America and starting a new life in another country where they would not be looked for. But for now, his team was full of enthusiasm and ready for new adventures. Liam decided that their next step would be to raid a train carrying valuable works of art from New York museums to Washington. This raid required even more careful preparation, but also promised a huge reward. Liam and his team began to develop a plan that was to become their most notorious and daring crime. Liam and his team began careful preparations for the raid on the art train. They collected all available information about the route, security, and contents of the cars. This raid required not only courage, but also a high degree of precision. A mistake could cost them their freedom or even their lives. To prepare, Liam decided to involve specialists. He found an experienced safecracker and an electronics expert to ensure successful entry into the secure carriages. The team developed several contingency scenarios to minimize risks. That night, as the train headed from New York to Washington, Liam and his crew were ready. They chose a section of track where the train had to slow down on a steep descent. This was the perfect place to attack. A burglar and an electronics expert entered the train, disarming the alarms and breaking the locks on the cars. Liam's team worked quickly and efficiently. They unloaded valuable paintings, sculptures, and other works of art, carefully packed in protective containers. Everything went according to plan, and they managed to escape before security arrived. After this raid, Liam and his team became even richer and more famous. The works of art were sold on the black market for huge sums, which allowed Liam to think about his next step. He understood that with each new success, the danger increases, and it is necessary to look for ways to minimize risks. Liam decided it was time to change tactics and scene. He suggested that his team go to Europe, where the opportunities for such raids were no less extensive. It was a risky decision, but the team supported it. They began to prepare for the move, collecting all the necessary documents and preparing a plan for transporting the production. Liam chose Paris as his new base. The city was famous for its rich museums and galleries, as well as its extensive railway network, which opened up new opportunities for raids. They rented a luxurious mansion on the outskirts of the city, which became their headquarters. The first target in Europe was a train carrying a collection of rare jewelry from London to Rome. Liam developed a detailed plan that included not only seizing the cargo, but also quickly transporting it across borders. This required coordination and cooperation with local criminal elements, but Liam was confident of success. When the night of the operation arrived, Liam and his team acted with their usual precision and coordination. They hijacked the train on a section of track in the Alps where traffic was slow and conditions favored secrecy. The operation was successful and they were able to transport the loot to Paris without a single blemish. This raid strengthened their reputation in Europe and opened up new opportunities. Liam knew there was still a lot of work and danger ahead, but he was ready for anything. His team remained loyal and united, and they were ready for new adventures and challenges on the way to greater wealth and fame. Liam and his team enjoyed success and a new, luxurious lifestyle in Paris. However, Liam did not forget that their safety depended on constantly moving forward. He decided that the next step would be to raid one of the most guarded trains in Europe, a train carrying a collection of Vatican memorabilia from Rome to Berlin for a major exhibition. Preparations for this raid took several months. Liam has assembled a team of experts in various areas, from hacking complex security systems to document forgery professionals. He knew that this raid would be the most difficult of his career and required impeccable coordination of all participants. The first step was to obtain accurate information about the route and security of the train. Liam used his contacts in the criminal world to find out all the details. He learned that the train would be accompanied by heavy security, including armed guards and the latest security systems. Liam and his team came up with a plan that included several red herrings. On the day of the operation, they caused an accident on one of the bridges, which forced the train to change route and move through a less secure area. This maneuver gave the team the necessary time to prepare and set traps. When the train arrived, Liam's team was already ready. They used special devices to disable security systems and enter protected carriages. Inside, they found not only valuable relics, but also the latest technology used to protect them. It was a real challenge, but Liam and his team were up to the challenge. They managed to complete the operation and escape, leaving the guards at a loss. The loot turned out to be huge, and its sale brought Liam and his team incredible wealth. However, the fame of this raid attracted the attention of not only the police, but also international intelligence agencies. Liam realized they had to be even more careful now. He began to think about leaving Europe and going to Asia, where they would not be so actively searched for. But first, he decided to spend time in the shadows to calm down interest in their activities. They chose a small town in the south of France, where they enjoyed a well-deserved vacation. However, Liam couldn't stay quiet for long. Soon he began to develop a new plan, the most ambitious and risky raid of his life. Liam learned about a special train that was supposed to transport a huge shipment of gold from Moscow to Beijing. This train was surrounded by legends and was considered impregnable. But nothing was impossible for Liam and his team. Preparations for this raid included not only studying the route and security, but also working with local criminal groups to provide support on the ground. Liam understood that this raid would be a test for all team members, and he carefully selected people for this task. When the day of the operation arrived, everything was ready. Liam and his team arrived in Moscow and positioned themselves along the route. The raid was planned down to the smallest detail, and the team acted coherently and confidently. They were able to hijack the train and take out the gold, leaving the guards at a loss. This raid was the most notorious in Liam's career and brought him incredible wealth. However, now not only the intelligence services of Europe, but also Asia were hunting for him. Liam realized that their path was becoming more and more dangerous and began to think about leaving the criminal world forever. But for now, Liam and his team enjoyed success and continued to look for new opportunities for enrichment. Their stories became legends, and Liam himself became a living legend, the richest and most elusive train robber in the world. Liam and his team realized that they had reached unprecedented heights in their craft, but with success came increasing danger. They decided to lie low to avoid increased attention from the authorities. Liam knew they needed to temporarily stop the raids and change their tactics. They chose a quiet city on the coast of Thailand to hide and think about their further actions. For several months, they enjoyed a luxurious life, investing part of their funds in legal businesses to create a legal cover for their activities. Liam opened several restaurants and hotels, which not only generated income but also served as a meeting place for new partners. But Liam couldn't stay idle for long. He soon learned that rare antiques and treasures were being transported from a museum in Hong Kong to a private collection in Shanghai. This was a unique opportunity that could make them a lot of money. Liam decided that this raid would be their farewell before they left the criminal world completely. The team reassembled to prepare for the operation. Liam knew they had to act quickly and accurately to avoid any attention. They carefully studied the route, schedule, and security of the train, developing a plan that would run flawlessly. On the night of the raid, Liam and his team arrived on the scene. They used their old tricks, diversionary maneuvers, hacking security systems, and quickly entering the carriages. However, this time the guards were more prepared, and a fierce firefight began. Liam knew the stakes were high and they had to act decisively. Despite the difficulty, they managed to capture valuable treasures and escape. But this raid turned out to be much riskier than they expected. The police and intelligence agencies launched a massive operation to capture them, and Liam realized that now they really had to go into hiding. The team decided to split up and leave Asia. Liam headed to South America, choosing a small country with little international cooperation on extradition matters. He changed his appearance, used fake documents, and started a new life under a different name. The rest of the team also scattered around the world, each choosing their own path. They continued to communicate through encrypted channels, sharing news and information about their new lives. Liam started a new life in Brazil where he opened a small hotel on the coast. He enjoyed the peace and anonymity, but at heart he always remained the same Liam Hudson who was not afraid to take risks for huge rewards. Despite all the precautions, Liam Hudson could not completely escape his past. His new life in Brazil seemed calm, but inside he felt empty. The adrenaline and thrill he experienced during the raids became part of his being, and without them, life seemed incomplete. One day, while sitting on the terrace of his hotel and watching the ocean, Liam received an encrypted message from one of the old team members. It was Marcus, his longtime colleague and friend. The message spoke of a huge opportunity that could take them back to the top. In Europe, plans were made to transport a unique collection of precious artifacts from a private museum in Spain to the Louvre in Paris. It was a convoy that included not only trains, but also armored trucks and heavy security. Marcus proposed to meet and discuss the details of a plan that could be their last great thing. Liam thought about this proposal for a long time. He understood that returning to the criminal world carried enormous risks, but the desire to feel the taste of adrenaline again was too strong. He decided to meet Marcus in Barcelona and discuss the details of the operation. The meeting in Barcelona was successful. Marcus explained his plan: hire the best people, use cutting-edge technology, and proceed with the utmost caution. They assembled a team of old proven members and several new faces with unique skills. Preparations for the raid were in full swing. Liam and Marcus worked out every detail, taking into account all possible scenarios. They chose the ideal location for an attack, a narrow mountain pass where the convoy would be forced to slow down. The day of the operation arrived. Liam and his team were ready. They positioned their forces along the pass, preparing everything necessary for a quick and effective capture. The convoy showed up right on schedule, and the team got down to business. The first step was to create an artificial landslide that blocked the path. The convoy guards were forced to stop and try to clear the road. At that moment, Liam and his men attacked. They used smoke bombs and ultrasonic devices to disorient the guards. Soon, Liam's team made their way to the trucks and began unloading the artifacts. Everything went like clockwork, but suddenly, police helicopters appeared on the horizon. Liam realized they had very little time left. They collected their loot and fled in pre-prepared vehicles, leaving the police far behind. This raid became the most daring and successful of their careers. Liam and his team divided the spoils and went to different parts of the world. Liam returned to Brazil, where he continued to lead a quiet life, enjoying luxury and anonymity. Liam enjoyed his quiet existence in Brazil, but he knew that even in this paradise he could not completely hide from his past. One hot tropical day he received an unexpected letter without a return address. Inside was only a piece of paper with coordinates and a laconic message. Last chance. The reward is huge. Liam couldn't resist the temptation. He decided to go to the specified coordinates, which led him to a place lost in the jungle. There he met an old acquaintance, Victor, a famous international smuggler with whom Liam had crossed paths several years ago. Victor told Liam about an incredible opportunity. A cargo ship carrying unique and rare artifacts from museums around the world was about to pass through the Panama Canal. This ship was not only heavily guarded, but also hidden from most of the world's cartels, making it an ideal target for Liam and his crew. Liam agreed to Victor's proposal, but understood that for such a task he needed to assemble the best team. He contacted Marcus and the rest of his old team again, offering them one last great job. They began preparations, carefully studying the ship's route and developing a capture plan. Liam decided to act at night when the guards would be less vigilant. They rented several speedboats and hired local fishermen who knew the waters of the Panama Canal well. The night of the operation arrived. Liam and his team were ready. They waited until the ship entered a narrow section of the canal and began their attack. Using boats and underwater vehicles, they quietly approached the ship. Liam and Marcus led the group to board the ship. Inside the ship, the crew encountered unexpected difficulties. The security turned out to be more prepared than they expected. A fierce firefight ensued, and Liam realized that time was running out. They had to act quickly and decisively. Liam and his men reached the cargo bays where the artifacts were stored. They began to unload valuable items, but at that moment, patrol boats entered the canal, raising the alarm. Liam realized they only had a few minutes to leave the ship. With incredible speed, they completed the operation and returned to their boats, carrying away the loot. Patrol boats gave chase, and Liam's crew found themselves in a tense race through the waters of the Panama Canal. Using their skills and knowledge of the area, they managed to escape into the maze of canals and rivers. When they finally reached safety, Liam felt a huge sense of relief. This raid turned out to be the most difficult and risky in his career, but also the most profitable. The loot included priceless artifacts that could be sold for huge sums of money. Liam and his team shared the reward and went to different parts of the world. Liam returned to Brazil, where he could finally enjoy a well-deserved break. He knew that his name would go down in history not only as the richest train robber, but also as a legend in the criminal world. Liam Hudson returned to Brazil, now even richer, but also more cautious and cautious. He knew his reputation could attract unwanted attention, so he decided to delve even deeper into legitimate business, masking his activities behind the facade of a successful entrepreneur. His hotel on the coast began to flourish, attracting wealthy tourists from all over the world. Liam invested part of his funds in the construction of a luxury resort complex, which quickly gained popularity among the rich and famous. Outwardly, he led the life of a respectable businessman, but within him, the fire of an adventurer still burned. One day, while enjoying an evening at his new resort, Liam received an unexpected visit. A middle-aged woman approached him with a mysterious sparkle in her eyes. She introduced herself as Evelyn, an agent for a private collection who needed Liam's help. Evelyn knew about his past and offered a deal that was hard to refuse. She talked about an incredible collection of precious stones hidden in an ancient castle in Switzerland. The collection belonged to one of the richest families in Europe, but access to it was almost impossible due to complex security systems. Evelyn offered Liam not only a generous reward, but also the opportunity to re-experience the adrenaline that he had been looking for so long. Liam, despite all his caution, could not resist the challenge. He began preparing for a new operation, enlisting the help of old friends and security experts. The team traveled to Switzerland, where they began to carefully study the castle and its security. The building was a real bastion, equipped with the latest technology and guarded along the perimeter. Liam and his team spent several weeks studying every detail and developing an infiltration plan. They knew that success depended on precision and coordination. On the night of the operation, the team acted quickly and decisively. They used the latest devices to hack security systems and silently entered the castle. A real maze awaited them inside, but Liam did not lose confidence. They reached the vault where the collection was kept and began removing the jewelry. But suddenly, the alarm went off. The castle guards responded quickly, and an intense battle began. Liam and his team worked together, but time was against them. At the last moment, they managed to take the main part of the collection and escape through a secret passage, which they learned about in advance. Returning to Brazil, Liam felt satisfied and proud of another successful operation. His life regained brightness and meaning. He realized that he would never be able to completely abandon his past. Liam now lived a double life, a successful entrepreneur by day and an elusive burglar by night. His legend continued to grow as stories of his exploits spread throughout the world, inspiring a new generation of adventurers. Outwardly, Liam's life in Brazil continued to be calm and successful. His resort complex flourished, attracting the elite from all over the world. But Liam still had the adventurer's fire inside him, and thoughts of new challenges haunted him. He spent his evenings in thought, studying maps and drawings, looking for new opportunities for adventure. One of these evenings he received a strange letter, delivered personally by courier. The letter was written on thick paper and contained a riddle hinting at a treasure hidden in the Amazon jungle. At the bottom was the signature, Evelyn. She found him again. Liam couldn't resist this challenge. He knew that searching for treasure in the jungle would involve huge risks, but he also knew that this was his chance to experience the adrenaline again and open a new chapter in his life. He contacted Evelyn, and they agreed to meet at one of his hotels. Evelyn told Liam about an ancient legend associated with the lost city of the Incas, where untold riches were hidden. Many tried to find him, but the Amazon jungle proved too dangerous for most explorers. Evelyn invited Liam to become the leader of the expedition, promising not only material rewards, but also glory that one could only dream of. Liam assembled a team of the best specialists, archaeologists, geologists, guides, and experienced mercenaries. They ventured into the heart of the Amazon, armed with the latest equipment and maps found in old archives. The path was difficult, and the jungle presented many surprises, from dangerous predators to treacherous swamps. As the expedition progressed, they encountered various obstacles, but with their experience and skills, Liam and his team overcame them. One day, after several weeks of travel, they came across traces of an ancient civilization. Stone buildings overgrown with vines and moss indicated that they were on the right path. However, as they approached the goal, the team began to feel not only physical fatigue, but also growing tension. Legend said that the treasures were guarded by the spirits of ancestors, and events soon began to confirm this. Sudden collapses, disappearances of team members, and mysterious sounds at night made everyone wary. Eventually, they reached the center of the lost city. Inside the ancient temple, they found a huge amount of gold, precious stones, and artifacts that exceeded all their expectations. But along with the treasures, they also discovered ancient traps that were activated when they tried to take the jewelry. Liam, using all his skills and experience, managed to bypass the traps and lead the team out of the temple with part of the treasure. However, at the exit from the city, another danger awaited them. A group of mercenaries hired by Evelyn's competitors tried to seize the treasures by force. In the ensuing firefight, Liam and his team managed to repel the attack and escape into the jungle. Returning to civilization, Liam and his team became legends. Their discovery caused a sensation, and Liam himself was again in the spotlight. But he understood that the real reward was not in gold and jewelry, but in the adventure itself and the experience. Liam Hudson, the richest train robber, also became the greatest treasure hunter of his time. And although his life had returned to normal, he knew that new challenges and adventures awaited him, which he would look forward to. Despite all the fame and fortune, Liam Hudson knew his thirst for adventure had not quenched. His exploits made him a legend, and his fame spread far beyond America and Europe. One evening, while sitting on the terrace of his hotel and watching the sunset over the ocean, Liam received another mysterious message. This letter was unusual, a thin silk envelope sealed with a gold wax seal. Inside was a small map and a laconic message. The eternal city awaits you. The secret of eternal youth will be your reward. The letter was signed by a familiar name, Evelyn. Liam knew this invitation could not be ignored. He gathered his team and went to Italy, to the heart of Rome. Here, among the ancient ruins and historical monuments, were hidden mysteries that could lead them to another incredible adventure. Evelyn met them in an ancient villa on the outskirts of Rome. She said that she had found ancient manuscripts that mentioned an ancient temple hidden under Rome. This temple supposedly held the secret of eternal youth, and many seekers have tried to find it over the centuries, but no one has returned. Liam's team was ready for any challenge. They began by exploring the catacombs of Rome, making their way through the labyrinthine tunnels and underground passages that ran deep beneath the city. The path was difficult, but Liam and his people did not give up. Various obstacles arose on their way: collapsed passages, traps left by ancient builders, and even competitors who learned about the search for Liam and his team. But thanks to experience and ingenuity, they moved forward. Finally, after weeks of intense searching, the team discovered a hidden entrance to the temple. It was a stunning sight: ancient columns decorated with mosaics and altars covered with gold decorations. In the center of the temple, there was a large stone sarcophagus decorated with mystical symbols. They knew that the solution was inside the sarcophagus. Liam and his team carefully opened it to reveal an incredible sight: ancient manuscripts, crystals, and vials of unknown liquids. It was a treasure of knowledge preserved for centuries. But as soon as they touched the treasures, the temple began to collapse. The walls shook and debris began to fall from the ceiling. Liam knew he had to act quickly. He took several of the most valuable artifacts and ordered the team to urgently leave the temple. They barely managed to get out of the catacombs when the temple completely collapsed. Returning to the surface, Liam and his team realized that they had found not only material treasures, but also knowledge that could change their lives. After studying the manuscripts they found, they realized that the secret of eternal youth was more than just a legend. It was a whole complex of knowledge about ancient medical and alchemical practices that could prolong life and maintain health. Liam returned to Brazil, where he opened a new center for the study of ancient knowledge. He decided to dedicate his life not only to adventure, but also to exploring these ancient secrets in order to make the world a better place. His reputation as a great adventurer and explorer was further strengthened. Now Liam Hudson is not only the richest train robber and treasure hunter, but also a man who has dedicated his life to finding and preserving ancient knowledge. His stories continued to inspire a new generation of adventurers and explorers, and Liam himself knew that many more incredible discoveries and adventures lay ahead of him. After returning to Brazil, Liam focused on studying the ancient knowledge found in a Roman temple. His new research center attracted the best scientists and researchers from around the world, but Liam knew that his fate would not give him peace, and soon a new adventure loomed on the horizon. One evening, Liam received an unexpected invitation to an international conference on ancient artifacts in Tokyo. He accepted the invitation, knowing that he might meet people there who would help him in his quest. In Tokyo, Liam met Professor Hiroshi Saito, a renowned expert on ancient Japanese artifacts and myths. Professor Saito told Liam about the legend associated with the mysterious island of Ryugu, which supposedly holds the secrets of immortality and incredible wealth. Legend said that this island appeared and disappeared in the ocean, and only a select few could find it. Hiroshi invited Liam to go in search of the island together, using ancient maps and modern technology. Liam agreed, realizing that this would be one of the most challenging and exciting adventures of his life. They assembled a team of the best explorers, sailors, and scientists, and set sail across the Pacific Ocean. The journey was long and dangerous, but Liam and his team were determined. Finally, after several weeks of searching, they came across a strange phenomenon. An island appeared on the horizon in the distance, which was not listed on any map. They approached it and saw that it was a real piece of paradise: dense forests, crystal-clear lakes, and ancient temples hidden in the thickets. They went ashore and began to explore the island. The team discovered many artifacts and ancient manuscripts that support legends of immortality. But the most surprising discovery was that the island was inhabited by a small tribe that lived in harmony with nature and kept ancient knowledge. Liam and Professor Saito spent a lot of time with the local people, learning about their culture and traditions. They learned that the secret of immortality lay not only in ancient medical practices, but also in spiritual harmony with nature and the world around. Ryugu Island became a real discovery and source of inspiration for them. However, signs of danger soon appeared on the horizon. International corporations learned of the island's existence and its secrets and sent expeditions to seize wealth and resources. Liam knew he had to protect the island and its people. He joined forces with the locals and Professor Sato's team to create a defense plan. They used ancient traps and knowledge to stop the intruders. After several intense battles, they managed to defend the island and preserve its secrets. Returning to Brazil, Liam knew his life had changed forever. He not only found a new source of knowledge, but also realized that true wealth lies not in gold and jewelry, but in harmony with the world and oneself. Its research center has become one of the most famous in the world, attracting scientists and researchers from all over the world. Liam Hudson continued to live life to the fullest, exploring the world and discovering new secrets. His adventures became a legend, and his name became a symbol of courage, knowledge, and the desire for harmony. And although his travels were full of dangers, Liam knew that many more amazing discoveries and adventures awaited him ahead. After returning from Japan, Liam Hudson and his research center in Brazil became known throughout the world. He organized many expeditions, studying ancient civilizations and revealing their secrets. But his thirst for adventure did not fade. One day, having received an invitation from an old archaeologist friend, Liam went to a conference in Cairo. There he met Dr. Amira Hassan, a renowned expert on ancient Egyptian artifacts. Amira told Liam about the legend surrounding a secret tomb supposedly hidden beneath the Great Pyramids. Legend has it that this tomb contains the pharaoh's stone, which has incredible magical properties. Liam couldn't resist this challenge. He and Amira decided to join forces and go in search of the tomb. They assembled a team of the best archaeologists and engineers to penetrate the underground tunnels and labyrinths hidden under the pyramids. The expedition began with a careful study of ancient texts and maps. Liam's team spent several weeks exploring caves and catacombs, encountering various traps and obstacles. Their path was full of dangers, but they moved forward, full of determination. One day, delving deeper into the dark tunnels, they came across a massive door decorated with hieroglyphs and symbols. This was the entrance to a secret tomb. Liam's team began to carefully open the door using modern technology and ancient knowledge. Inside the tomb, they discovered a stunning sight: walls covered with gold decorations and many ancient artifacts. In the center of the hall, on a pedestal, lay the pharaoh's stone, a huge crystal emitting a mysterious glow. However, as soon as they approached the stone, the tomb's ancient defenses activated. The walls began to move, and ancient mechanisms appeared from secret holes aimed at protecting the treasure. Liam and his team had to act quickly and coordinatedly to avoid the traps and get out alive. Using all their skills and knowledge, they managed to disable the mechanisms and take the pharaoh's stone. But their trials did not end there. The exit from the tomb was blocked and they were trapped inside. Liam knew he had to find another way. The team began exploring the tomb in search of a secret passage. They discovered a hidden tunnel that led to another part of the pyramid. Making their way through narrow passages and avoiding dangers, they finally came to the surface, holding an ancient artifact in their hands. Returning to Cairo, Liam and Amira realized that the pharaoh's stone truly had incredible properties. They decided that the stone should be preserved for science and study, and not used for personal gain. Together, they organized a research project, attracting the best minds from around the world. The secrets of the pharaoh's stone began to be revealed, and this discovery led to new scientific breakthroughs. Liam and Amira became known as heroes who not only found an ancient artifact, but were able to use it for the benefit of humanity. However, Liam knew that his adventures were not over. There were still unexplored secrets and treasures in the world that were waiting to be discovered. He continued to travel, opening new horizons and leaving behind him a trail of great discoveries. Liam Hudson is back in Brazil, but his thoughts are back to the good old days when he and his crew pulled off daring train robberies. In the evenings, sitting on the terrace of his hotel and watching the ocean, Liam again began to develop plans for new raids. He felt that the old fire had not gone out, and his team was ready for new challenges. One evening, he received an encrypted message from Marcus, who reported a new train carrying a large shipment of precious stones from the mines of South Africa to the port of Cape Town. This train was known by the code name Sapphire Express, and the security on it was incredibly tight. But it was precisely these kinds of challenges that attracted Liam. He contacted Marcus and the rest of the team, inviting them to return to the old business. The team responded enthusiastically to the proposal, and they began to carefully develop a plan. They knew that the raid on the Sapphire Express would require the utmost precision and coordination. The first step was to obtain information about the route and schedule of the train. Liam used his old connections in the criminal world to find out all the details. They studied every kilometer of the route, choosing the ideal place for an attack, a narrow mountain pass where the train would be forced to slow down. On the night of the operation, Liam's team was ready. They positioned themselves along the pass, preparing everything necessary for a quick and silent capture. Liam and his men used the latest technology to hack security systems and disable alarms. They made their way to the train, acting quickly and smoothly. After breaking into the freight cars, they discovered precious stones, carefully packed and guarded. Liam and his team began to unload the treasure, but suddenly the alarm went off. The train security reacted quickly and a fierce firefight began. Liam knew they didn't have much time, but he wasn't going to give up. Using smoke bombs and ultrasonic devices to confuse the guards, Liam's team managed to complete the unloading and escape. They loaded the loot into prepared vehicles and quickly left the raid site, leaving the guards at a loss. Returning to base, Liam and his team assessed the loot. The gems were worth a fortune. This raid became one of the most successful in their careers. They divided the reward and agreed to temporarily lie low to avoid increased police attention. But Liam knew this was just the beginning. New raids and tests lay ahead of them. He continued to develop plans and seek new goals, realizing that his team was always ready for new adventures and challenges. Despite the success of the raid on the Sapphire Express, Liam knew that they were only dreaming of peace. Soon he received information about another large cargo. A train carrying rare antiques and historical relics was supposed to leave Prague for Paris. Liam understood that such cargo would be under heavy security, but that didn't stop him. He reassembled the team and began developing a plan. They knew that the train's route would pass through dense forests and mountains, providing them with ideal conditions for a sneak attack. The team studied schedules and security, developing several contingency scenarios. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team were positioned along a narrow section of track where the train had to slow down on a sharp bend. They set several traps and prepared equipment to break into the carriages. When the train appeared on the horizon, the team began to act. Using powerful lasers, they cut through the armor of the carriages and entered. The train security resisted, but Liam and his men were ready. A quick and accurate attack allowed them to neutralize the guards and begin unloading the antiques. In the carriage, they found ancient paintings, sculptures, and precious artifacts valued at millions of dollars. However, as soon as they began to unload the loot, additional security arrived at the site, called by an alarm. Liam and his team were trapped, but not at a loss. Using smoke grenades and distraction devices, they managed to confuse the guards and complete the operation. The team quickly loaded the antiques into trucks and disappeared into the forest, leaving the guards far behind. Returning to base, they realized that this raid was not only successful, but also extremely risky. The booty turned out to be priceless, and they divided the reward, deciding to lie low for a while. Liam understood that each new raid required more and more caution and careful preparation. But his thirst for adventure did not fade, and he began to look for new goals. Soon he came across information about a train transporting rare minerals and precious stones from Siberia to Moscow. This cargo was as valuable as it was dangerous to capture. Liam reassembled the team and began preparing for a new raid. They studied routes, guards, and possible attack points, knowing that every detail mattered. The team was determined and ready for new challenges. On the day of the operation, they positioned themselves along the route, preparing everything necessary for a quick capture. The train, loaded with rare minerals and gems, slowed down a steep descent, and Liam's team launched an attack. They cut through the armored carriages and began to unload the valuable cargo, but suddenly encountered unexpected resistance. The train guards were prepared for a possible attack, and a fierce firefight ensued. Liam and his team acted quickly and decisively, using all their skills and knowledge. They managed to complete the unloading and escape, but not without losses. Returning to base, they realized that this raid was one of the most difficult and risky in their careers, but the extraction was worth all the effort. Liam knew that new challenges lay ahead, but he was ready for them. His team continued to prepare for new raids, knowing that their leader would always find a way to cope with any difficulties. Liam Hudson and his team continued to enjoy their successes, but Liam knew they needed to up the ante and create something truly big. He knew their reputation was already legendary, but now it was time to do something that would go down in history as the biggest heist of all time. One evening, Liam received information about a train that was supposed to transport the treasures of one of the largest banks in Europe from Berlin to London. This cargo included not only gold and precious stones, but also valuable documents, works of art, and rare antiques. Such a train attracted the attention of everyone who had ever thought about a major raid. Liam knew that such a plan would require the utmost preparation and coordination. He gathered the whole team and proposed an idea to them. They began to carefully develop a plan, taking into account all possible risks and difficulties. Liam decided that this raid should be not only the largest, but also the safest for his team. The first step was to obtain accurate information about the route and security of the train. Liam used his contacts to find out all the details. They found out that the train would travel through several countries, and each of them would provide its own security. This made the raid even more difficult, but Liam was confident in himself and his team. The team began preparations using the latest technologies and methods. They developed several diversionary maneuvers that would confuse the guards and allow them to act quickly and effectively. Each team member knew his role and was prepared for any eventuality. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team positioned themselves along key sections of the route, preparing everything needed for the raid. They chose a moment when the train would be crossing the border between Germany and Belgium, where security might be less vigilant. At that moment, their plan began. Using powerful lasers and explosive devices, they cut through the armor of the cars and began to penetrate inside. The train security offered resistance, but Liam and his men were ready for it. A quick and accurate attack allowed them to disarm the guards and begin unloading the treasure. Liam's team acted smoothly and professionally. They quickly loaded the loot into prepared vehicles, but were suddenly confronted by additional security arriving on the scene. A fierce firefight ensued, and Liam realized that time was running out. Using smoke grenades and distraction devices, they managed to complete the unloading and escape. The team split into several groups, each of which headed to pre-prepared shelters. Liam and his closest associates disappeared into the forest, leaving the guards far behind. Returning to base, they assessed the loot: gold, precious stones, works of art, and rare documents. This raid became the largest and most successful in their career. The haul was worth billions of dollars, and Liam's team knew they had made history. But Liam knew that such success would attract a lot of attention, and now they had to be even more careful. They decided to temporarily lay low and rest, but deep down, each of them knew that new grandiose raids and adventures awaited them. After a grand robbery, Liam and his team decided to lay low. They dispersed to different parts of the world to avoid the attention of authorities and competitors. However, Liam couldn't sit idle for long. Soon he began to develop a plan for a new, even larger-scale raid. One day, Liam received information about a train that was supposed to transport rare minerals and gems from the mines of South Africa to a large bank in Zurich. Codenamed the Diamond Express, the train was heavily guarded and an ideal target for a new daring operation. Liam gathered his team and gave them a plan. They understood that the success of this raid would require not only skill and ingenuity, but also impeccable coordination. The team began to carefully prepare, studying the train's route, its security, and possible vulnerabilities. The first step was to obtain accurate information about the train's schedule and security. Liam used his old connections in the criminal world to find out all the details. They found out that the train would travel through several countries, and each of them would provide its own security. This made the raid even more difficult, but Liam was confident of success. The team began preparations using the latest technologies and methods. They developed several diversionary maneuvers to confuse the guards and allow them to act quickly and effectively. Each team member knew his role and was prepared for any eventuality. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team positioned themselves along key sections of the route, preparing everything needed for the raid. They chose a moment when the train would be passing through a deserted area in Namibia, where security might be less vigilant. At that moment, their plan began. Using powerful lasers and explosive devices, they cut through the armor of the cars and began to penetrate inside. The train's security offered resistance, but Liam and his men were ready for it. A quick and precise attack allowed them to disarm the guards and begin unloading precious minerals and stones. Liam's team acted smoothly and professionally. They quickly loaded the loot into prepared vehicles, but were suddenly confronted by additional security arriving on the scene. A fierce firefight ensued, and Liam realized that time was running out. Using smoke grenades and distraction devices, they managed to complete the unloading and escape. The team split into several groups, each of which headed to pre-prepared shelters. Liam and his closest associates disappeared into the desert, leaving the guards far behind. Returning to base, they assessed the loot, precious minerals and stones valued at billions of dollars. This raid became the largest and most successful in their career. Liam and his team knew that they had gone down in history as the most daring and elusive robbers. However, Liam knew that such success would attract a lot of attention, and now they had to be even more careful. They decided to temporarily lay low and rest, but deep down, each of them knew that new grandiose raids and adventures awaited them. A few months passed, and Liam began to think about the next big thing. He learned about a train that was supposed to transport not only precious stones, but also rare works of art from St. Petersburg to Paris. This was a unique opportunity that could not be missed. Liam reassembled the team and began developing a plan. They knew that the success of this raid would require maximum preparation and coordination. The team began studying the route, schedule, and security of the train, developing several contingency scenarios. When the day of the operation arrived, Liam and his team positioned themselves along key sections of the route, preparing everything they needed for the raid. They chose a moment when the train would be passing through a forested area in Poland, where security might be less vigilant. Using powerful lasers and explosive devices, they cut through the armor of the carriages and began to penetrate inside. The train's security offered resistance, but Liam and his men were ready for it. A quick and precise attack allowed them to neutralize the guards and begin unloading gems and works of art. Liam's team acted smoothly and professionally. They quickly loaded the loot into prepared vehicles, but were suddenly confronted by additional security arriving on the scene. A fierce firefight ensued, and Liam realized that time was running out. Using smoke grenades and distraction devices, they managed to complete the unloading and escape. The team split into several groups, each of which headed to pre-prepared shelters. Liam and his closest associates disappeared into the forest, leaving the guards far behind. Returning to base, they appraised the loot, gems and works of art valued at billions of dollars. This raid became the largest and most successful in their career. Liam and his team knew that they had gone down in history as the most daring and elusive robbers. However, Liam knew that such success would attract a lot of attention, and now they had to be even more careful. They decided to temporarily lay low and rest, but deep down, each of them knew that new grandiose raids and adventures awaited them. Liam and his team decided that for their next heist, They needed something truly unexpected and innovative. They learned about a train that was supposed to transport cryptocurrency servers and mining equipment from Dubai to Frankfurt. This cargo was extremely valuable given the growing popularity of cryptocurrencies. Liam and his team began to develop a plan that involved using new technology and methods to infiltrate the train and seize the equipment undetected. They understood that the success of this raid would require maximum coordination and innovation. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team were positioned along a key section of the desert route. They chose the moment when the train would pass through a deserted area. Instead of using standard distraction methods, the team decided to use their latest developments. Instead of traditional smoke grenades, they used drones equipped with communication jamming systems and visual deception. The drones created the illusion that the train was surrounded by fog and mirages, confusing security. Liam and his men, dressed in thermal camouflage suits, made their way onto the train and used powerful electromagnetic pulses to temporarily disable the security systems. They got inside and began unloading mining equipment. The operation went according to plan, but suddenly the team was faced with an unexpected problem. One of the servers was mined in case of hacking. Liam reacted quickly and, using the knowledge of his specialists, defused the explosive device. Meanwhile, the train guards began to suspect something was wrong. Instead of a regular firefight, Liam's team used sonic weapons, creating powerful sound waves that stunned the guards and temporarily incapacitated them. Liam's team acted quickly and professionally. They loaded all the equipment into prepared vehicles and began to retreat. This time, they used underground tunnels, dug in advance using special equipment to hide from possible persecution. Returning to base, they assessed the loot and realized that this raid was the most innovative and risky in their careers. Mining equipment and cryptocurrency servers cost billions of dollars. However, their adventures did not end there. Liam learned about a new project, a train that was supposed to transport not only valuable cargo, but also the best scientists and researchers from around the world to a secret conference in Geneva. This train represented not only financial but also intellectual value. Liam and his team began developing a plan, realizing that this time they would face unprecedented challenges. They knew that the success of this raid would require maximum coordination and innovation. The team was determined and ready for new challenges. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team positioned themselves along key sections of the route, preparing everything needed for the raid. They chose a moment when the train would pass through a dense forest area where the guards might be less vigilant. Using jamming drones and acoustic weapons, they cut through the armored carriages and began to penetrate. The train's security offered resistance, but Liam and his men were ready for it. A quick and precise attack allowed them to neutralize the guards and begin unloading valuable cargo and scientists. Liam's team acted smoothly and professionally. They quickly loaded the loot into prepared vehicles, but were suddenly confronted by additional security arriving on the scene. A fierce fight ensued, and Liam realized that time was running out. Using pre-prepared routes and hiding places, Liam and his team were able to escape pursuit. Returning to base, they assessed the spoils, valuable technologies, developments, and intellectual data, the value of which was estimated at billions of dollars. This raid became the largest and most successful in their career. Liam and his team knew that they had gone down in history as the most daring and elusive robbers. After a string of successful and innovative heists, Liam Hudson and his team were enjoying a well-deserved break, confident in their elusiveness. But their self-confidence soon faced a new challenge. One of the best detectives in the world, Elias Carter, known for his unsurpassed insight and ability to solve the most difficult cases, joined the case. Elias Carter had long heard about the daring raids of Liam and his team. He was intrigued by their ability to evade capture and decided that he could be the one to stop them. Carter began his investigation by carefully studying each robbery, analyzing the techniques and traces left behind. Meanwhile, Liam and his team received information about a new train that would transport not only valuable cargo, but also rare artifacts from the Louvre Museum in Paris to the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. This train was a real treasure, and Liam knew this was their chance to pull off another great heist. The team began developing a plan, unaware that Carter had already begun collecting information about them. The detective noticed subtle details that went unnoticed by others. He realized that the next raid would be connected with this train and began to develop his counterplan. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team followed the usual scenario: drones, acoustic devices, and high-tech hacking methods. They cut through the armored carriages and began to penetrate inside. At this point, Carter, watching from a safe distance, activated his traps. Carter had previously installed hidden cameras and motion sensors along the route to track Liam's team's every move. As they began to unload valuable artifacts, Carter signaled to his team. He decided not to engage in direct combat so as not to put himself or others at risk. Liam and his team noticed something was wrong when their devices started malfunctioning. They quickly realized that someone was watching them. Liam decided to retreat immediately. They loaded the loot and left the raid site, trying not to leave traces. Back at base, Liam and his team began to analyze what went wrong. They realized that someone very smart and prepared was acting against them. Liam decided he needed to find out more about his new opponent. Elias Carter, in turn, continued to collect information and analyze the actions of Liam and his team. He knew this cat-and-mouse game was just beginning. The detective was sure that sooner or later he would find a way to stop them. Liam and his team decided to temporarily lay low and change their methods to cover their tracks. They realized that now they had to be even more careful and resourceful to avoid capture. Elias Carter wasted no time. He focused on studying the latest robberies and found that Liam's team always followed certain patterns, but with new and innovative methods. He began to strategize how to use this to his advantage. Carter gained access to CCTV footage and communication signals to track Liam's team's every move. He realized that to succeed, he would need to not only observe, but also implement his technology into their equipment. Using his connections in the tech world, he was able to create devices that could neutralize drones and block Liam's team's communication signals. Liam and his team, unaware of Carter's plans, received information about a train transporting a large shipment of gold bullion from a bank in Zurich to London. This train was their next target. They began their preparations, confident in their abilities and methods. On the day of the robbery, Carter was ready. He placed his men along the train route, preparing devices to neutralize the drones and block communications. When Liam and his team launched their attack, the drones unexpectedly malfunctioned and communication signals were blocked. Liam sensed something was wrong, but the team was already involved in the operation. They continued to infiltrate the trains and began unloading the gold. At this point, Carter and his men attacked. They used technology to confuse Liam's team and neutralize them. A fierce battle ensued, but Carter and his men were better prepared. They acted quickly and smoothly, capturing Liam's team members one by one. Liam realized that their plan had failed and ordered a retreat. Part of Liam's team managed to escape, but Carter managed to capture several key members of the gang. They were taken to a secure location for questioning. Liam, realizing that he had lost some of his men, began to analyze how they could have fallen into a trap. Carter, having gained access to the gang members, began to carefully interrogate them, using not only force, but also psychological methods. He knew that Liam was their leader, and that without him, they wouldn't be able to hide for long. Meanwhile, Liam decided to save his people and developed a plan to free them. He knew it would be dangerous, but he couldn't leave his comrades in the lurch. However, Carter foresaw this move and prepared a trap for Liam. When Liam attempted to free his men, Carter and his team were ready. Another fight ensued, but this time Carter managed to capture Liam himself. He was arrested and taken to prison, where he faced a lengthy investigation and trial. The members of Liam's team who remained free were demoralized. They understood that without their leader, their chances of continuing their activities were minimal. Carter was victorious, but he knew there would always be new challenges and new criminals ready to test his abilities. The story of Liam Hudson and his team has become the stuff of legend, but that legend has now come to an end. Carter proved that even the most skilled and elusive criminals can be caught if a smart and determined detective works against them. Elias Carter was determined to catch Liam Hudson's entire team. After capturing several key members of the gang, he realized he had to act quickly to prevent the rest from escaping. Using the information obtained during the interrogations, Carter began to develop a comprehensive plan to capture the entire gang. Carter knew that Liam and his team had left trails in their latest operations, and he decided to use those trails to lure them out into the open. He created a fake operation that would attract the attention of Liam and his men. Carter spread rumors of a huge cargo of diamonds being transported from South African mines to Amsterdam. Liam, despite the risks, decided that this was too good an opportunity to pass up. He gathered the remaining team members and began preparations for the raid. They developed a plan that included using the latest technology and techniques to successfully hijack the cargo. Meanwhile, Carter prepared his trap. He placed hidden cameras and sensors along the route to track the gang's every move. He also brought the best special forces into the operation to ensure success. On the day of the operation, Liam and his team followed their plan. They used drones and high-tech devices to neutralize guards and infiltrate trains. However, they were unaware that Carter was watching them from the very beginning. As the team began to unload the diamonds, Carter activated his trap. He disabled all of Liam's drones and communications devices, leaving them without support or information. At this moment, special forces attacked from several sides, surrounding the team. A fierce fight ensued. Liam and his men tried to resist, but Carter and his team were better prepared. They used tactics and modern weapons to quickly neutralize and capture each member of the gang. Liam realized they had fallen into a carefully planned trap. He tried to lead his men out of the encirclement, but Carter was one step ahead. The detective anticipated Liam's every move and blocked all escape routes. When the last of the gang were captured, Liam realized it was the end of their careers. He was arrested along with his associates and taken to a special facility for interrogation. Carter personally conducted interrogations, using his skills to obtain as much information as possible about the gang's activities. As a result of the investigation, all the details about the past raids of Liam and his team were revealed. The trial was quick and fair. Liam and his people received long prison sentences. Their legend, which once inspired fear and admiration, has now become a story of how even the most intelligent and cunning criminals can be caught. Carter proved that even the most sophisticated criminals cannot escape justice if a smart and determined detective works against them. His name has become synonymous with professionalism and perseverance, and the story of Liam Hudson and his gang is an example that sooner or later justice will prevail. Elias Carter, having achieved his goal, felt relief and satisfaction from the completed work. The arrest of Liam Hudson and his team became a sensation in the criminal world and police circles. Carter received numerous awards and recognition for his work, but knew this was only one of many cases he would have to investigate. After trials in which Liam and his team received long prison sentences, Carter returned to his regular job. He continued to investigate complex and intricate cases, always remembering that each new case was another challenge to his skills and professionalism. Meanwhile, Liam Hudson, sitting in prison, reflected on his life and his mistakes. He understood that his thirst for adventure and risky operations led to his downfall. But despite this, he did not feel regret for the life he lived, full of dangers and thrills. Liam knew his story was the stuff of legend. Books were written about him, documentaries were made, and his name became a symbol of audacity and elusiveness. In prison, he began writing his memoirs, hoping that his experience and knowledge would help others avoid the same mistakes. Members of Liam's team who ended up in prison also found their own ways of coping with the situation. Some began to cooperate with the authorities, providing information about other criminal groups. Others tried to change their lives, finding new ways for self-realization. Carter, meanwhile, continued to serve as an example to young detectives, showing that persistence, intelligence, and professionalism can lead to success in even the most difficult cases. His name became synonymous with fairness and justice, and his methods became an example to follow. The story of Liam Hudson and his crew may have ended, but it has left an indelible mark on everyone who followed their adventures. Their legend continued to live, reminding us that even the most daring crimes will sooner or later be solved if a determined and intelligent enemy acts against them. Elias Carter knew that new things and new challenges lay ahead, but he was ready for them. Each new investigation was an opportunity for him to prove that justice always finds its way. And although Liam Hudson's story has come to an end, for Carter, this was just the beginning of new adventures and victories.